I love the fact he was actually able to spin, like with that kind of stuff on his back, and not lose balance as well. Obviously, got a little bit more grounding with his boots, but I was waiting for like the full rearm kind of style.
Oh, wow.
But his wire works wonderful. The trigger timing as well for his lighting. So it's not just like a rotating light. Like he waited for the effects, the sound effects as well to kick in. A very, very beautiful set. What was your top out of everything? I know we've been sitting here. We're marking down our scores as well. Okay, I see your score, so I'll put that one in so the judges at least know what our thoughts are on this. Out of all the sets, Steiner, what one stands out for you? What's your number one set out of everything you've seen here so far?
I have two favorite sets. It's a Tinker and Clockwork.
The Clockwork was pretty.
Yeah.
It was pretty badass.
Clockwork have a mechanic voice. It's not music and he had in cosplay voice. It's amazing.
So if you actually walk up to the Clockwork, you get something. We've got all our cosplayers coming out right now, so I'd love it if, as a crowd, we can give huge appreciation. This cosplay is amazing, so let's put our hands together for the beautiful cosplay here at the Manila Major. And a big thanks as well for production to let us hold up the entire show so we could actually showcase the wonderful creations coming here. I'm hoping we get to do it even more and more in the future.
Yes, definitely.
Elodia?
Yes.
You're number one.
Oh my gosh.
You're number one.
This is so hard.
You can, like, obviously we had, like, Diana cheated a little bit too. She said 2.
Yeah.
So you can have 2 if you like.
It's so hard. It's really hard, promise. Like, it's hard. Okay.
I have to.
I have a lot because we have like all these mecha armored guys and then we have like this lovely girls. It's really hard to compare. So I just have my picks here, so you'll find out later.
Yes.
Oh, I can find out. I can find out now. I have your scores sitting in front of me.
It's real time.
If we're going to reveal it, but you were very much, everything was pretty close together for you.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
All right. Ashley. What are the 2 ones you love the most? And just realize you're probably making some people's dreams come true when you like them.
I really liked Tinker and Timbersaw, the first one. Oh, what's happening?
I don't know. I cannot make out what they're saying.
Can't either.
I can't.
Well, this production could translate for us. But, oh my lord, that Doombringer.
Oh my god.
It's the hoofs. I love the hoofs on that. You know what that for some reason, I just get reminded of like Metal Digimon.
Nice.
Staying in form, the no legs. The no legs cosplay strat.
It's crazy.
I feel so sorry for her though. Like that's the whole way out. An amazing set. So we'll find out our winner in a moment. The scores have been tallied up.
Oh.
So we understand who's in front. God, that Tinker is just amazing. For me, the Tinker is number 1 for me.
I just want to congratulate all of them for doing a great job in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
That is
Good
a
job, guys.
huge thing. So I just love that this crowd is still here for cosplay. It's absolutely wonderful.
Oh.
And the entire sets are just every single one of them next level. The cheeky timber. The cheeky timber. Every single one of them. In such a short span of time as well.
What are they screaming?
I don't know if they're actually trying to chant for the winner right now, if that's actually they're saying Tinker.
It's a disco ball.
It really is. We need some kind of like dance music when he came out. Something like that. Music pack coming to Dota 2 soon. We currently have DJs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Or at least like a Tiesto pack or something. That would be good. Next to Hans Zimmer, who I think everyone else has been requesting of late. So
Wow.
we have our winners. I think we're still. Are we waiting for our judges to come out? I don't know, but like, I actually have the results right in front of me.
Oh.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know what they're saying.
We have the man. We are going to find out the results. And of course, it is the man Slacks who is going to present it.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. What a
Can you pump Slacks too?
we have ever seen in Dota history. I have to say it for the words of Toby Wan myself. Welcome, and I've got your winners right here. Are you ready? But before we go, one more round of applause for every single one of our cosplayers. Woo! Look at them all. Absolutely incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place winner for $2,000 here at the Manila Major is... That's going to be Jekka with the Doombringer. We got Doombringer. Bring it up. Throw it out. I believe. Jekka, right? There we go. Third place. We got it? All right. Don't worry about it, boys. We got that check rolling out for him. $2,000 going to our Doombringer, Jekka. We good? We coming? All right. We'll bring him out the check later. Don't worry about it. We got too much hype right now. Let's check out second place. But before we do, I didn't feel like that was a good enough applause for our Doombringer. Can we get one more for our Doombringer, Jekka? Very good. In second place, with 65 points, ladies and gentlemen, it is Mecha Kid with the Timber Saw. Congratulations. Can we get a shot of the Timber Saw? Oh, yes, beautiful. And in first place, with an incredible 76 points, ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the Manila Major Contest for cosplay for $5,000 is Feed as Your Tinker. Give it up for Tink. All right, all right. Let's get these checks out, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. First place, we're going up. Oh, yeah, baby. $5,000. Mr. Tinker, I know you probably can't hold this because you got enough going on in your life, so I'm going to hold it for you. Here we go. Oh, I'll hold it, baby. And he can do it! He can do it himself! Oh, the man! Yes! All right, guys, congratulations. Thank you so much for attending, and thank you for all the cosplays. We'll see some more coming out for the Manila Major, because coming up next is our hype finals. We got OG, we got Liquid, but until then, keep that hype going. Woo! We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with you with some more Manila Major action. Thank you.
next matchup, OG versus Team Liquid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Final. We've waited 3 weeks for this moment, and it's finally here. It's OG versus Liquid, who go head-to-head in their second major finals apiece. OG, of course, winning in Frankfurt. Liquid, runners-up in Shanghai. Is the circle going to be complete? We're going to find out over the next few hours as we head into a best-of-5 matchup between the two best teams at the Manila Major. Before we get there, though, plenty of information to come your way as to help you decide which way you might go in favour of OG and Liquid, which means we also have a brand new panel. Welcome back to the panel to Charlie, Purge, and Folt. Hello, gentlemen. How you doing? Hyped enough?
Absolutely. Incredibly excited for this. These are two incredibly solid teams, and something that I think is incredibly underrated is that these, I think, were the two most prepared teams coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. We're going to get into the grand final in a little while. We're going to talk generically now about the entire tournament, stretching back almost 3 weeks now, back to group stages, all the way through that upper bracket that was incredible. We saw some amazing matches from Liquid MVP. What stands out for you, Purged, amongst the many games that we've seen?
I mean, it's just been so competitive from the very beginning to the very end of this tournament. We've seen lots of upsets. We've seen teams doing better, some teams really disappointing. It's just been interesting to watch every day. There hasn't been a single day here where the games have been overly predictable, and even the 2-0s have been super close.
Yep. For me, the big ones, at least that stand out to me, is LGD. You know, people were looking at them and they didn't have the inside information that we had, but we look at it and they made a massive run throughout the entire lower bracket and just impressed everybody and showed their power and their teamwork.
Yeah, Charlie, we've had some incredible matches, haven't we, all the way through. It's been really, I feel kind of blessed that we were able to sit here and enjoy it right in the front of the screens and right in front of the booths and just see some magical Dota this week.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I wish everybody could be here in this stadium listening to these guys right now, listening to this crowd during like the hype matches with DJ, MVP, OG. Like, the level of play has been phenomenal.
And the crowd has been great all the way through. Doesn't matter who seems to be playing.
And you just look around. It is packed. Every seat is full. Even this, like, people are standing up behind everybody. It's pretty incredible to see.
It's jam-packed indeed. In terms of highlights, obviously Liquid and OG stand out. They've made their way through. But who else has impressed you?
Like 6 teams, something like that. Fnatic has impressed me. MVP Phoenix has impressed me. LGD has impressed me, not including OG and Liquid, obviously, looking like strong at the beginning, but slightly shaky, and then after they had that shaky bits, they've just been super strong all the way through the bracket.
Yeah, disappointing teams. There have been a few, Charlie.
Yes, EG and Secret have been a little disappointing. Well, I guess very disappointing. You know, there's a lot of hype going into those rosters coming in. A lot of people said that EG looked really, really good in scrims, but you know, you have to perform on the main stage. Doesn't matter if you win in practice. Got to do the real thing, and then Secret just couldn't find the chemistry that they needed to really advance far into this tournament.
And maybe the biggest disappointment was probably Wings. Top rated by almost everybody, top 4, top 6. Everybody expected for sure they'd get that. They didn't hit that mark. Another disappointment, maybe Complexity a little unhappy going out in the second round. DC so close to getting a top placement, but did get knocked out there as well.
I love how we were talking about, you know, we have inside information about scrims. It's like, oh, LGD's been dominating in scrims, and they come out and, you know, they proved it. Like, our scrims worked. Then it's like, oh, Na'Vi, our scrims have been going pretty terribly. You know, they're not really doing so well, and they just impressed everybody. They just were like, scrims don't matter, guys. We just use our passion and bring out, and the crowd as well brought out the best in them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely enjoyed their time playing here in Manila. Who's done their favours good, Charlie, in terms of TI invites? Because that's what we're going to be looking at next, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I think well, Frankfurt, the tournament after this, will decide a lot, but I'd be really shocked to see anybody from the top 8 at this tournament not make it to TI.
Really? You think the top 8 is locked in, done?
Well, it's even more likely.
That includes DC as well, though.
Does it?
No, top 12. Top 12. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
They did not. But also to be said is the fact that EG and Secret are now roster swapping. They've said it publicly. If they commit to that, Valve has to follow the rules, in my opinion, and they can't invite them to TI. They have to play through qualifiers.
So Veggies Esports, we got them in open qualifiers.
Let's go.
I've heard good things about Veggie Esports. I think in any other year you might actually take a chance of getting through those qualifiers. But they're going to be super competitive as well, Charlie.
We have some very good coaches. We're not going to spoil that just yet, but we're going to have some very good ones.
Roster announcements coming from Veggies.
Hey, BO1s, anything can happen.
Yeah, it can. We've seen that in this tournament, haven't we? Yeah. What about going all the way back to the group stage? Has anything happened in the group stage that then didn't translate to the main event?
I think maybe Na'Vi could be a little bit disappointed after they looked spectacular in the group stages. They came out the first day, they looked pretty decent here, and then it just kind of seemed like the other teams just were more prepared than them. Just kind of not like read them like a book, but just understand the way that they played, and they didn't really adapt too well.
They had a couple close games though.
Yeah.
What they did was not in any way to be taken away from them. They beat their group. They had some close matches, even if they did lose overall in those best of 3s. Everybody's going to be happy about that one. And maybe they'll improve by TI.
All right. Okay. The crowd are getting restless. So it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to our grand finalists.
The majors were born to showcase Dota 2's global appeal with a taste of local flavor. The Manila Major is nearing its end, but its legacy will endure. One of passion and competition. We've reached the end of 6 glorious days of Dota 2. New stars were born. The veterans amazed us yet again. We shared their triumphs and their losses. We marveled at their skill. Thank you, Philippines, for embracing us. And now, it's time to find out who will be the new champions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Finals. Talent may win games, but legends win titles. And legends are not born, they are made. You need to feel the pressure, learn to thrive off it. Let it fuel your transformation from the team you are into the team you want to be. Because just as hard as you train to get it, there are people training harder to take it from you. These players have overcome every obstacle laid before them, and now they come face to face with their final adversary. The only thing left between them and their goal: the Manila Major title. Welcome on stage, OG. Defeat, not something to be taken lightly. But it's not until adversity hits you that you are truly tested. To persevere in the aftermath of defeat, they have passed through the scorching fires of damnation to have a chance at redemption. This is their opportunity to bury the past, to become legends in their own right. One momentary lapse of concentration, and all they have fought for, everything that they have accomplished, will have been in vain. The exhilaration of victory is within their grasp. The grand finals of the Manila Major awaits them. They may have lost the battle, but they are here to win the war. Welcome on stage, Team Liquid.
So much hype. Are you ready for the grand finals? I think we are. Hold the door. God damn it, what a start. Okay, we've got plenty to discuss still before the final starts, but before we get there, Sir Action Slacks caught up with Fly.
Well, look who I have here. Now, I have a very difficult name, right? I have a hard time pronouncing it, so can you just, for the cameras?
My actual name?
No, your in-game name.
Yes, Fly.
Fly. Okay,
yes.
So we're here with Fly.
Yes.
F-L-Y. Can we talk about the name? 3 syllables seems to be, 1 syllable, seems to be a common theme in Dota. Where'd that come from?
It's, nicknames are usually something silly that, were like a little kid and then, it kind of happened and then you stick with it.
No.
So,
you're telling me that Big Daddy is silly?
Okay, Big Daddy is like special, he's like, all right, I'm gonna name myself Big Daddy. And I was like, go for it, it sounded great. But most nicknames are like from just when you were a kid and then it sticks with you. So nothing special to mine, honestly. It's just Fly.
That's it? You just picked it up?
I had so many other nicknames. I used to have a nickname like, I was originally known as Bot even. I had like one which is, a long time ago, something like Down or whatever. I don't even remember, honestly. There's so many nicknames and just some of them stick and then you kind of just end up with it. So, you know, even with Simba for a little time,
Oh, yeah.
was hilarious.
What happened with that? I love
Okay,
that.
that one actually had a reason for that. It was after my dog, who actually unfortunately passed away, but he passed away in a heroic, very heroic moment. He actually jumped in front of my sister when there was a snake, like
Wow.
an actual poisonous snake, yes, in front of my house. And he fought the snake, and he bit the snake, but he also got bit himself and died from poison later. But
wow,
that dog was amazing. So
that is heroic. So then the name is like.
The name actually had some, you know, reason to it.
No,
yeah, like no Simba, like, you know, like, pretty sad. But
I was in a really good mood before this, and
I'm
now
sorry.
That's beautiful, man. A tear in my eye.
It was a great dog.
A great dog indeed. Well, Fly, you're back here. Let's talk a little bit about Dota. You guys had quite the showing at the original major. You won first place. Congratulations. You're looking to do the only team that's won too?
Of course. I mean, that's what we're here for. We never aim for anything but first, honestly.
Oh, yeah? Is that kind of the mentality? A lot of teams are just as long as we learn, as long as we're improving. But you're a team that's all we want to get first every time?
Definitely. I mean, you have to aim for first place if you want to be a winning team. You learn from your losses, and that's, you know, one of the great things about like the format. That, you know, we lost to Newbee, for example, and then we're going to learn from that, and, you know, now we can move on. We still can lose a series and still come back from it, but overall, we always aim for first place, of course.
Oh, all right, well, that's super interesting. So let's talk about the majors. First one was great. Shanghai, something happened, and now we're here. So, I mean, what happened at Shanghai? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a mixture of things. Like, first of all, I don't think we prepared as hard as we should have. Like, we had some scrims and it went well, and then we kind of like, all right, we felt confident, we're gonna go with this. And then later on we realized we only been scrimming like 1 or 2 teams all the time, and turned out those teams were actually not very good.
Yeah.
We scrimmed a lot of Chinese teams, and they were not very good at that major.
No.
So we had a very like wrong idea of how to play Dota at that time, and we kind of just slacked off, honestly, and, you know, paid for it in the end. But we learned a lot from it. Like, we're never gonna make that mistake again.
I mean, I can tell that you know exactly what went wrong, and from the looks of it, I mean, you've worked on that very well. You're doing pretty good here at the majors this time, and we're expecting to see you go pretty far. So, how are you guys feeling as a team? Are you confident? You're good to go here?
Yeah, we're definitely feeling good. I think we have a lot to learn still, and I still rate some teams higher than us currently, but I think the more we play, we're gonna learn more. And, you know, of course, I think we're gonna do very well.
Yeah? All right. Well, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I gotta talk to you about Phoenix. I feel like you are responsible for Phoenix coming into the meta mostly. I mean, your plays have been unreal. Everybody's been talking about it. Can you talk about the hero? Do you feel responsible for this?
I mean, I press Sunray and I follow people, so I don't think I'm doing anything too out of the ordinary. But I think the original guy was actually September from LGD.
Okay.
Or was it? I think so.
No, it might be.
Yeah, he got to like 8K Mimara, and I saw he almost only played Phoenix, and that was a while ago. And then like nobody was playing Phoenix that much at that time, and I was like, all right, you know, this hero seems pretty interesting. And then suddenly people realized, you know, Sunray is like ridiculous.
Right.
And it so happened that Epicenter was a time when everybody started realizing, and we were one of the first teams to like really abuse it. So, you know, I just pressed Sunray. It's
you just
great.
broke the heart of so many Phoenix players. They're looking up to you to be like, yeah, we are the best.
There are definitely good things about Phoenix, and one of the important things is how you draft around it. You can't just pick Phoenix and not have a purpose for the hero. And that's something, because I played it a lot in pubs and whatnot, I know what really makes Phoenix work better.
Right.
So that's why it looks better in our game sometimes than some other teams, because we just enable it better, that's it.
See? So it is practice and hard work, right?
There you
Not
go.
all just Sunray.
Mostly, but you know.
Mostly, but all right. All right, so let's go back to OG. Now, you are a team that very rarely gets 2-0'd. It's only happened a couple times. Newbee 2-0'd you, but Newbee 2-0's everybody. What can you do? Liquid once in a while. Why is that? Are you a team that always learns and adapts, or do you think it's just coincidence?
I think it's just that we're like a pretty strong mentally team. So some losses, you know, we might lose, but we're still going to come back strong mentally. Like some teams just, they lose and then they're going to be very depressed for the next series or like the next match and might not be able to recover as much. But I feel like we're, you know, first of all, I think we're a good enough team to be able to take almost any team on to a full series. But it's definitely a lot on your mental state.
Yeah, and you're talking about that mental state. I mean, I've seen you guys play before. I've been in the room, and
a lot of Dota teams are very serious. You guys, it's just like, it looks like you're playing a pub. You're laughing, you're having fun, you're yelling at each other. Do you think that kind of like friendship and brotherhood is what has gotten you guys so far?
I think it definitely helps, but you have to be serious sometimes. So we have a little mix of both. We have some guys who like to joke around a bit, but it's always good to have like somebody to bring up the atmosphere a little bit, but also someone to kind of tone it down and take it more calm and serious when you need to.
So who are those people on the team?
I would say that Crit and myself are probably the ones who are more calm and collected. And
no.
Yes.
No, just kidding.
And No-Tail, I mean, Big Daddy is
Right.
usually the guy who can bring like the mood up and make everybody a little happier.
What does Moon do? Is he just?
I mean, Moon is
just
like, you know, he can be a savage sometimes. He can be very informative sometimes, but like he's a bit more, you know, informative, you can say.
I hear you. All right, last one for you. So there's a ton of rivals here at the event. I don't feel like OG really has like a rival. Can we make one right now? Who do you guys want to be the rival team with? Who do we cheer against when OG's playing?
I think our rival team would be Liquid, because they've always been able to have like to beat us, and I really want to beat them. I think they're, you know, probably the best team here at this current moment, and I would love to beat them because they, you know, last 2 or 3 series I think they beat us, so you know, I really want to beat them.
All right, well, we'll see if OG will face off against their heated, longtime rival Liquid, or who they'll be facing later in the Manila Major. Thank you so much for taking time out, and we'll see you guys with some more Major action. Thanks a lot.
Our biggest rivals are Team Liquid. So says Fly. Good job they've got them in the final then. Gents, let's start breaking these two teams down. We'll start with OG. You heard what Fly had to say in that particular interview. They wanted Liquid. They've got what they wanted, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. They're incredibly prepared. They spent pretty much all day going over Liquid since they beat Newbee, and they already prepared for them. So I expect a lot of good things out of OG here. They're incredibly prepared, incredibly hardworking. You saw Fly mention it earlier that, you know, Shanghai, they slacked off a little. They're not making that mistake again.
Yep. Key players in key positions. They've got experience, of course, having won Frankfurt, Fog. So presumably they bring all of that experience here, and this shouldn't be a problem for them.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially like the interview said, you know, they really want to beat Liquid. So I think even yesterday they were looking and they're like, you know what, let's prep for Liquid maybe a little bit more than Newbee, just to be sure that we can beat them.
Yeah.
I think they have a lot of really individually talented players. Like Miracle is clearly, he's super versatile. He performs extremely well. He's like maybe, but more diversified in hero pool. I feel like they have similar levels of talent. He always plays very well. And Moon as well. He makes a lot of really great plays in the off lane. He can create space and he can initiate for his team.
Yeah. Moon.
And from time to time, Moon does some unorthodox things that we don't really expect. But he did say like, oh, you know, I took this from Bone 7, you know, the Bat Rider build specifically. So it's really interesting how he kind of changes it up and uses his own dynamic.
Okay. Charlie, got any thoughts on Moon?
You know, he's a guy that shows up at events. He's a guy that he doesn't choke. He loves the big stage. He loves the attention. This is a guy that you expect to perform in front of a lot of people. And then, we saw it at Frankfurt when he had the performance of his life on that Earthshaker during the lower bracket finals and the finals. I expect great things from him.
Okay. Plenty still to come, of course, in this grand final. We're going to talk about Team Liquid. But first, you know what? Moon Meander has been a bit of a star here. Maybe a little bit underrated in his team with all the talk about Miracle. But let's find out more about him now.
Having a passion and chasing it is something that takes courage and it takes a commitment and it takes confidence to do. It sets a good example that you can choose what you want to do. It's not concrete. You don't have to become what you don't want to be.
He was the wildest of all my 3 children. Wild in the sense that he does a lot of things that sometimes surprises me. He's one child who has all kinds of ideas, and I just can't cope up with him sometimes because I'm busy working. So I get my eldest child and my daughter to monitor him when I'm not around. But somehow, he has all kinds of ideas to outwit all of us.
He will try all sorts of ways to get on the computer, and because my mom is always at work, so I'm like the little mom, and I always gives him like, okay, from this time to this time, you can game, but after that you have to stop. And then he doesn't listen to me, and he gets really creative in coming up with ways to just get on the computer.
I will walk out of the front door. It's like, bye, Mom, I'm going off to school. But I come out through the door, I leave my window open, so I will climb back into my house through the window into my room, and then I would play video games with my door closed. And every time I would hear my mom come down from the steps, I would turn off the monitor and hide under the bed. And then when it's time for me to come back from school, I would climb back out through the window with my backpack, knock on the front door, walk into the front door, and then make sure I yell, "Oh, I'm home, Mom," just to make sure that she knows that I'm home. Then I'll go back in and continue playing again.
He is very comfortable in his skin. He's not shy to show out his personality, right? And I think that's also why we like him, I like him, the fans like him, because he doesn't shy away from the camera. You get to see who he is.
I told myself that if I couldn't make TI5 and beat the North American scene, then I'll probably call it quits and go back to school. And I was like, you know what, I have no classes, I'll give it a shot. So it was pretty much do or die for me.
It was a dream that he wanted to, he said, "Mom, that's my dream job." And I said, great, if you can achieve your dream, do it. I don't want to stop you from your dream, because then you will hate me for the rest of your life because you didn't achieve what you want to because your mom says no.
To me, it's all like monsters and fighting here and there, and every time when I look at the Dota screen, I'll be like, "Oh, where's David?" And my mom, who is actually pretty knowledgeable about the game, she'll like tell me, "Oh, David's here," and I don't even know when the game ends. My mom will have to tell me, and I'm like, "Oh, he won, yeah."
I think it's important that we support our children in what they do and take an interest in what he does. And in a way, I think I'm hooked onto it too. I think Dota is such an amazing game.
My mom watches every game, every time, so I know she's watching. She's watching all my interviews, and it even goes to the point where she actually reads all of Reddit.
And I read the patches and also read Join Dota, as well as Reddit, which is all a lot of blaming going on. And David says, "Mom, you don't read so much of Reddit."
Maybe he didn't have doubt himself, but there's doubt being thrown at you. Are you sure you're just going to play games? You're never going to make a career out of playing games. He has that belief in himself, and that carries him through the journey.
When you hit past a certain age, you're kind of all in. Either you go back to school and get a degree, or you stick to esports. And at one point, I almost gave up, but I was given an opportunity and I seized it, and I'm glad that I made it work.
Great stuff yet again from the sensational stories that we've been seeing and hearing throughout the entire tournament. And quick shout out to Mum Meander. Stay off Reddit. It's a good idea. Also, Moon Meander, if he needs another job, Charlie, I hear they're looking for another player at LA Lakers right now. That was pretty good.
That was pretty.
I think I've got Charlie. It's taken me 3 weeks, but I think I've finally broken Charlie.
He's smiling.
Yeah.
This is new.
Yeah.
How can I not? I'm so excited for this match, man. Like, the Dota that we're going to see out of these guys is going to be amazing. I can't wait.
When do we start talking about Moominder as a star? Because it just feels like we talk about Miracle a lot, we talk about Fly's great draft, and we talk about No Tail sensational mid. When are we going to start talking about this guy as a superstar?
Well, he kind of came out of nowhere, really. Like, he joined Complexity, and he did quite well on that team. They had a pretty good run. And then when he joined OG, he just started showing up, and he kept performing and kept performing. And he's just been a little overshadowed by Miracle. That's all.
But he had a great Shanghai. He had an even better Frankfurt.
Yeah.
And he's played well here as well.
Yeah, and I think to some extent he's always had sort of that star quality, especially back in Han. Very outspoken, very confident player. And even when he played on Complexity, a lot of people said, hey, this guy is really good. Watch out for him because he gets on a good team, he gets good people around him, he's going to succeed.
Okay, let's talk about Team Liquid now. Right on point. Crowd on point now like that. Team Liquid, fabulous. Again, in a very similar way, I want to ask the question of all three of you. When are we going to start talking about these 5 gentlemen as superstars? Because it's been said time and time again, it's 5 guys, there's Kuroki in the middle with a ton of experience, and then it's 4 guys who've got limited experience, haven't really won too much. When are we going to start talking about them as superstars?
They've played so well in the last couple tournaments, and I always think about when they first formed. Everybody was like, they might be all right. Like, they took a lot of chances with some of their players. None of them were super proven other than Crow, but they've turned into this, like, second place after second place, first place, and here they are in the grand finals again. Like, it's about time.
Two majors in a row, Charlie. Two majors in a row.
You know what? They're superstars right now.
Absolutely.
Kuroki took these players that weren't very known, and you know what it shows is that talent is, at this point now, is almost secondary to chemistry, to dedication, to hard work, to preparation. All of that stuff is necessary to make a great team.
No, go ahead.
If you have those like few people to enable others, it really just brings out the best in them. You know, we knew Jerax was good. We watched him multiple times. Mind Control was probably the one that everybody was like, you know, he's very new. He's who's this guy? You know, and he comes out and he crushes. Like, this guy actually is one of the fundamental reasons why Liquid is doing so well. Absolutely.
Okay, let's take a look at the matchups in this particular game. I don't think we can go anywhere else other than looking at the mid right now, because this could be a crazy mid right now.
We could talk about all the roles.
Yeah,
Every single player on both teams are great.
But anyone, but in particular, a lot could come down to one of these 2 players.
Yeah. And you don't see Miracle here, but No Tail does play it sometimes. It all depends on the hero that they choose. Fada's the rock, one of the many rocks of Liquid, consistently gets tons of farm, plays Dragon Knight like a carry, plays DP very well, Alchemist. He fits to a fairly small hero pool, but not because they choose, or not because of his individual skill, it's just because that's how they fit into their style. So,
And he's always just very, like, he's so calculated, honestly. Watching Fata play you learn so much. You're just like, oh, he could do this, but he's just like, oh, you know, this is much more efficient. All of his movement, every single one is so precise. It's pretty beautiful to see.
Was his best game yesterday in that final game of the night?
Ooh, one of them. You know, that's the thing. So
he's
hard
had quite a lot, hasn't he?
It's so hard to choose a best game for him because he's so consistent. He's so precise. Like Fogg said, he doesn't have games where he just like sort of is the reason his team lost. He always shows up.
And likewise, No Tail, who hadn't really got too much press going into this, as we said before. It was all about the Miracle Show and the 9K MMR. Actually, in the upper bracket, he was one of the few players backstage still practicing when his team had gone. Stayed, pubbed, carried on working hard, came out in the upper bracket semi-final and blew everyone away in both games.
I think Kevin made a good point, too. It's like Miracle, he kind of overshadows everybody, but they do have star players on everybody. Sometimes people are like, oh, why is this guy on this team? You know, like he doesn't fit. But that team, it's a unit. All of them work together very well. And we saw No Tail with his Naga performance particularly. I was super impressed. His decision making, his item choices, everything in that game was spot on.
And he's super improved. Like, he hasn't always been at the same level, but in the last month or two, man, he looks like a tier 1 player right now, and I don't think anybody, even in the pro scene, can disagree with that.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely not. He's in the grand finals. He's worked his butt off to get here. Look, these guys are all really, really good. Can't take anything away from them. Stay off Reddit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stay off Reddit.
Good advice from Charlie. There's plenty of action going on in the crowd right now as well. Some nice Filipino waves going around. We've had quite a few of those today as well. I just want to give a bit of a shout out to the crowd. It's a kind of corny thing to do, but they have been amazing this week.
Yeah, they really have. I love the every time there's a very close gank and it gets turned around, that is when they get the loudest. It's just something you can't experience anywhere else but a stadium.
No, absolutely. This is one of the most insane crowds. Almost the most insane crowd I've ever been in. Like when they get really loud, when they cheer, like I can feel my chair move under me.
You have to be here crazy, to really feel the full experience. I know everybody watching at home and stuff, you hear it through the microphones in the middle of the fights. It's like, oh, I can't hear any spells going on because you just hear the roaring. But here, it's just like, what's going on? Like you actually just everything is influenced. All of your senses get influenced by this crowd.
Yeah, lots of Dota 2 passion. Let's move on. Prediction time. Predictions, particularly for Fogged, count very highly right now. Okay, because Nahaz is in the lead, but Fogged is very close to taking that lead. But Charlie, give him some help. Which way is this going? Best of 5.
I've talked to both teams are incredibly confident coming into this match. Talked to OG, talked to Liquid before. You know, they feel really good about each other. Like Liquid, you know, before this tournament they said, you know, we always beat them in scrims. We beat them in all the tournaments before. So they feel like they really know this matchup. But at the same time, OG has prepared so much for them. and they've grown. They're not the same team that they were before. And I think the culture of this team is going to be very conducive to a best of 5. This is going to be a long series. This is going to be a series where you probably will drop a game, and so you need that mental strength, that support from your team to come back and really buoy your spirits. So I'm going to give it to OG.
Okay, Charlie goes with OG. Purged. Give our man Fogged a bit of a helping hand
Fogged,
here.
as Charlie and me are currently about even on predictions, you probably shouldn't listen to us. But with that said, I think Liquid has what it takes to go all the way through. They started off with a rough loss against MVP Phoenix, but OG did a similar thing. I guess losing to Newbee 2-0. They came back and played well. Liquid similar, but I feel like they're the team that they just want it more. They haven't won it yet, right?
What an NBA sports thing to say. They just want it more. What does that mean?
They haven't taken the win yet, right?
Okay, I'm going to give you one more piece of information which you should consider when making your decision. Okay, now this is big, right?
Okay.
Okay, 3 majors. This is the 3rd major. The first major won 3-1 by OG against Secret, the runners-up. Then came back to Shanghai and played Liquid and won 3-1. Liquid were the runners-up. They've come here and they play OG. Is the circle going to complete itself and the Illuminati is going to go crazy, or is the world going to end?
So Liquid needs to win 3-1 is what I'm getting right here. I don't know. I'm really torn. I have
conflict info.
Kevin's even like raising his eyebrows at me now. Now I don't even know what's going on.
I don't know if
now
that's
I'm
about the
out.
prediction or something else. Barbs.
Too much clash. Move on.
Too much clash. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go with OG. Honestly, like they, especially how Fly was saying it, they just feels like they really need to beat Liquid, and they have the kind of like that monkey on their back. They really just want to go for it, and I feel like they have a lot more preparation, just because I feel like Seb is very hardworking, and I feel like he's looking at that and he's like, you know what, we have to crush them, guys. This is everything for me.
Okay.
If you lose,
all right.
I'll go crazy.
Fogged confirmed, not Illuminati. He's gone for OG. Let's take a look at the social media predictions as well. You've been sending them in via Twitch and Twitter all day. Twitch currently has 54-46 in favour of OG. Twitter, 54-46 in favour of Team Liquid.
Very appropriate.
I think we have a balanced series on our hands, gents. The one big question I want to answer really is, and this is very personal and very kind of selfish in a way, can we have 5? Can we have 5 games? Can we please have 5 games? Is it possible?
I think everybody wants it. The crowd definitely wants it. Yeah. We all want it. We're all talking back in the lounge and everything. We're like, please.
Yeah.
Please,
I think the only people that don't want five games, Charlie, right now is the 10 players in the booze, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, I think this is going to be a really close series. These guys are really evenly matched, and they've both done their homework a lot. It's really hard to say, man.
We're minutes away from the draft, our first draft of the grand final. Tempting to think that this might have its own little mini meta in it, Fogged.
Yeah, definitely. Both these teams play relatively similar heroes. Of course, the one that stands out to everybody here is the Earth Spirit, Crit and JRX. The hero's been pretty dominant in either one of their hands. But yeah, they play kind of similar styles, I would say. But Liquid is a bit changing up a little bit. They're adapting as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, and Kuro and Fly going head to head. They're going to be trying to mind game each other all the way through this, aren't they? Because it will start from the moment draft 1 starts all the way through to whatever draft we get at the end. They'll be thinking, okay, well, he picked that last time because we did this, and now if we do this, does he then go back there? There's going to be a lot of that going on.
Oh, yeah, we might see some curveballs, too. Liquid showed it that last series with the Drone Medusa.
Yep.
I mean, everybody backstage were like, what is happening right now?
Yep. Yeah, never had a pro game in his life on Medusa, suddenly brings it out. But did say that they've been practicing it, so...
Yeah, exactly, and I doubt that's the only weird hero they've been like practicing, and guaranteed as soon as I saw Terrorblade picked, if that wasn't on their radar, it is now.
Yep.
It's going to really be a game of who picks which carries at the right time against the right Drax.
Yeah. And in terms of curveballs, the Meepo, 8 bans so far, most of those have been against OG.
Who knows? I will say, though, that the key in this matchup is going to be Lifestealer Slardar. You cannot give that combination away at all to either team. Okay. I think people here have shown that that's broken.
We're about to find out.
Pretty broken.
Because draft 1 of the grand final is upon us. It is time to go.
What about other key heroes like Ricky Maru or something like that?
It's very situational, though.
Yeah, I think... Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like the Ricky especially, that one's it's really strong in certain positions, but it can also be very weak and detrimental. And we've seen that happen in this tournament. Like sometimes it just doesn't work out, but other times it shines spectacularly.
So we've seen the Lycan banned out by OG. Miracle's Invoker is non-playable for this particular game too. No surprises.
So the key heroes when you're playing against Liquid are Wisp, Nyx, Lycan. And so, well,
Wisp Nyx Lycan, really? I was thinking Lycan Slardar or Lycan DP versus Liquid.
Okay.
Especially from recently.
That's a really interesting first set
right,
of bans.
well, they let it through, guys. They let it through.
Was that not really super obvious that was going to is this one of those Team Liquids where they're going to go, okay, all hell just broke loose. We're going to hit the Slardar Ricky straight away as well. Against the life stealer of OG. OG given it, basically. Kuro's gone. Come on then, let's see what you've got game one.
Instant reaction.
Yeah.
It's a great lifestealer counter. If you drop the smoke cloud, he can't rage, and then he's just a regular strength hero. It's a good solution there.
Jarax gets his spirit for game one. Crit, sorry, rather.
Yeah. All these contested heroes, and they're just all through.
Yeah.
They're just all through.
And there was no IO pick either in the first round. That was incredible. Yeah, a hero that both teams really like. But with Slardar Ricky, they have tons of single target damage. They've got really, really good early game strength as soon as Slar gets Blink Dagger. So that's going to be pretty scary for OG.
Yeah, high physical damage.
What an explosive start.
Yeah.
We haven't even got to the game yet.
What a quick start.
Yeah. Really quick out of the blocks from both of them. Okay, Dazzle's gone from Team Liquid.
It's a great ban because it really limits a lot of what Ricky can do in the early game. In the one game Liquid played against a Ricky, they had an Oracle, and it worked really well. It just didn't allow the Ricky to get his early ganks off to a good start, and then he just fell off really hard mid-game. So maybe they'll still pick something like an Oracle over on OG's side, but that's a lot less threatening than a Dazzle, a hero they commonly pick.
And it's one of the OG specialties. You know, we saw at Frankfurt, that's pretty much how they won, the defensive supports. And yeah, of course, I mean, Fly's Dazzle is, I think he has one of the highest win rates on that hero out of anybody.
Very good with Lifestealer as well, and a good counter to Slardar. So there's just a million reasons why Dazzle was the better ban there.
Absolutely.
Well, OG's taking a lot more time now. I think that they realize that Liquid's prepared for them.
Yeah, so just to confirm, OG took first pick and Liquid chose Dire. Okay. It's becoming a thing.
So, yep, Dire has been winning quite heavily up on the main stage.
Yep, over 60% throughout the whole tournament.
With them on Dire, Slardar is even better, obviously, because as long as the enemy team isn't in the area, you can take it very rapidly. Liquid has to be a little bit more disciplined than they were earlier, because they did try to steal a couple Roches that went bad.
Yeah, that's really been, if there is an Achilles heel to Liquid right now, it's those bad Roshan fights. There's so many times when I'm watching upstairs with Blitz and Heen, and they go on Roshan, and those guys get super nervous around that pit, and they're like, oh god, don't throw the game here, don't throw the game here.
Yeah, and no surprise to see, of course, the Phoenix band, like Fly was talking about. You just click Sunray. It's not too hard, it's pretty straightforward. He loves doing it. And then OG as well banning out the Slark. It's one of the heroes that we've seen that actually can stand up to Lifestealer pretty well just because of his mobility. You're able to just constantly run around the fight, you steal a bunch of stats, and then eventually you're actually able to man-fight the Lifestealer.
Does give them really good early game setup. That's the other reason. It's because if Slark gets a Shadow Blade, he'll move around the map with Ricky and get tons of kills. They did that in another one of their drafts.
Yeah, two nice little synergy things.
So that's really the thing Liquid is lacking a bit. Once Slardar has Blink Dagger, yes, they can roam around together, but they need some kind of a core that can set up those kind of early kills. Maybe a Shadow Blade hero, maybe something with a Blink Dagger. They need mobility to be able to initiate and get those ganks off early game.
Yeah, the most picked hero in the entire Manila Major is Disruptor, and it comes out again.
Yep, no surprise. He's very good versus Earth Spirit. Even Lifestealer, you know, like we've been saying, silences can be very good versus Lifestealer because if he doesn't get that rage off, he actually is quite squishy at one point if you can burst him down during that duration.
Maybe he'll be able to get a Scythe of Ice again.
Yeah. And that's quite a, I feel like it's an early Alchemist here. I was expecting them to actually pick up one of the supports, maybe even the offlaner.
Well, I think they did it because there's no Fada hero yet, and that's definitely one of his staples. They already banned Death Prophet. That's now gone. Invoker is banned as well. So Fada's running out of heroes. I feel like that's one of the players that is being a little limited in hero pool.
Do you feel that's maybe why they've had to secure it early, and then could, in theory, could cause them problems later on in the draft as well?
Yeah, Liquid did have to secure their Death Prophet earlier. I think when they played Newbee, it got banned first round, and then they had to play something else. Didn't feel as good. Then second round, they picked DP.
They picked it first.
Exactly.
They
They've prioritized it that much, but here they didn't really have that same option. They can't let them get Slardar Lifestealer, they can't let them get Ricky Lifestealer. They're forced to delay till second round, and now Fata's going to have to play his second or third best hero instead.
Like,
maybe a DK?
Dragon Knight, yeah, that's the one that's kind of like standing out to me. It's decent, does decent versus Alchemist. It's tanky versus Lifestealer. It is a strength mid-core, which maybe isn't the most favorable versus a Lifestealer, but he does have an instant disable, which can be very useful. And it helps a lot versus the Earth Spirit. You're not really able to roam too successfully on such a tanky hero in the mid lane.
And you can go Shadow Blade as well. They go for Ursa instead.
Okay.
Very good against tanky cores.
This is something we saw out of LGD. You know, they picked the Slardar and the Ursa versus the Alchemist. Both heroes really tear through him quite effectively.
Yeah, the Ursa is going to shred that Lifestealer.
And also, it gives them, of course, the obvious, pretty much uncontestable Roshan if they do it properly. If they have any type of window open, the Ursa is going to just be able to go there and rip it to shreds with the Slardar Amplify.
Hasn't been played an awful lot, but they have used it here in Manila. So
it also has good resilience against fairly weak lockdown, and that's one of the problems with OG's lineup right now. Lich helps out a bit because he's going to give some attack and movement speed slow to the Ursa when he's chasing people, but against Lifestealer Earth Spirit, as long as he's not stunned, he can remove the Magnetize and offset that a bit.
Yeah, and we saw this approach by MVP Phoenix. It didn't end up working out like exactly, but it was a first pick Lich when they did it. They picked the Lich and they give the Slardar away, of course counteracting the kind of the minus armor, slows down any type of like push, which is also, I feel, a very big detriment to Liquid, because right now usually they pick very objective-based heroes, and these four don't really hit buildings too well. With the Lich armor, it's going to be very hard to bring down those towers.
Yeah, what I want to see out of...
sorry, Charlie. Most picked or banned hero right now, Beastmaster, still...
Untouched.
Untouched.
Yeah. What I want to see out of these teams right now is maybe some team fight control. It's a lot of single-target DPS on both teams, I guess, except for the Lich Disruptor. But you don't see those big team fight ultimates here.
Yeah, no Tidehunter. Like you said, no Beastmaster. I feel like an OG doesn't yet have their offlane hero, so they've kind of got the pick of the litter here.
Yeah, OG has quite a lot of damage though. They have the Infest, they have rolling, they have like all the Earth Spirit spells with the Acid Spray on top, and Alchemist is more than likely to go for that Radiance build, which we've been seeing on top of the Chain Frost. It is quite a lot of AoE damage on their side, but Liquid is a bit more single target heavy.
Could give them a lot of team fight advantage. The first couple Roche fights, or it might just make it so Liquid can't easily take Roche.
Yeah, and we were talking. I like the Ursa pick a lot, obviously, because into Lifestealer, we've all talked about it. You know, Ursa's one of those heroes who can go toe-to-toe to Lifestealer. He's not a strength hero. He has Enrage, which makes him pretty much immune to damage, and he's able to burst the Lifestealer, like we were talking about. The silences are very good versus Lifestealer if you're able to burst him in that small duration, and Ursa's pretty much the perfect pick for that.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the initiation, as is the case in most games. If they get a silence or a Slardar initiation on Lifestealer and they can burst him down with Ursa afterwards, the whole fight's kind of over, because OG doesn't really have the best ways to stop that once the initiation starts.
Yeah, so what heroes do we have left for Moon? We have the Void, which they do like.
There's a Tide as well.
The Tide, it's kind of been falling a little bit out, and then the Beastmaster, yes.
So
OG
the obvious Dragon Knight is the smart ban here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's the one that's appropriate, just because of, you know, that's like Kevin was saying. Fata has his pretty much like 5 or 6 staple heroes that he's been playing quite consistently, and they're focusing pretty heavily on him. You know, picking the Alchemist, banning the Dragon Knight, banning the Death Prophet. It also ties together Liquid's draft, like we were saying. They're lacking that one objective-taking hero, which they usually have. So it is the Beastmaster that they will take.
Yeah. Do you find that quite surprising, that one came through?
Not so much. Especially something that you mentioned earlier, Paul, is that these teams are going to have their own meta in this best of 5. There are certain heroes that they're going to prioritize much more heavily. I think Beastmaster is very good, but in the hands of OG or Liquid, certain heroes are just way more broken, like the Nakes or like highly contested heroes like a Slardar.
Yeah. The Beastmaster gives also, you know, the Hawk, of course, to scout out Liquid's Roshan, which is one of the things we were talking about that Liquid does have. They will be able to maybe contest it, and now we do. Okay, so the Timbersaw pick is pretty much exclusively for the Alchemist, but it does give that burst damage like we were talking about, which they will need to bring down the Lifestealer inside of those silences.
And it's 4 melee heroes against the Timbersaw.
Yeah,
always
pretty good. They don't have that many lockdowns and silences either. It's basically just Earth Spirit and Outstun and Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
That's one stun though. Might not be enough.
Okay, thank you very much, all three of you. We'll get more thoughts, of course, from our expert panel at the end of Game 1. But now, Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand final, and your commentary team for the final are Gods and LD.
Banawako! Someone told me that means I'm the best. But no, seriously, you guys are absolutely amazing. Magandang hapon, Pilipinas! I think they're ready.
They are very ready. They've been waiting for this. It's been 6 days of action here in Manila, and it's the grand finals, LD.
OG versus Liquid, game 1, let's go.
OG versus Team Liquid.
And we're underway. Gods, as we walked through the draft, I think it was when the Lich came out that you said, this looks really good for OG.
Yeah, the opening 2 picks, you can tell by how fast Kuro was drafting. He had kind of a clear plan as far as what they're giving up, what they're going to get in return. But this Lich pick really gives OG a big laning stage advantage. Lifestealer in any lane, he can go off top with the Lich. He can potentially solo the bottom lane against the Slider, is going to be able to get farm. And I think OG's laning stage is very scary. There's a lot of pressure on Kuro to get a lot done on his Riki.
Yeah, we've seen teams have a lot of success with the Riki. It's normally been paired with a Lifestealer more often than not, as a secondary Infest Bomb vehicle, but felt like maybe a bit of a block pick from Liquid. Obviously great to drop the deep wards down, so can also set up the glimpses. That's the other big thing that Riki does bring to the table. So between that, the amp damage, perhaps playmaking coming from Jerax will also be the difference maker.
A fight's brewing, LD. Both teams have a lot of heroes. They see each other as well.
Level 1 Lich. Let's see. They're going to go for it. OG are confident. The boar comes in. Ursa on the high ground, getting slowed down a bit. Even a kinetic field being dropped here. A rumble at the North Rune. Who grabs it? Alchemist wants it. No-Tail does get it. Even if he goes down, not too shabby. A 1-for-1 as far as the bounty runes go. But No-Tail will give up the first blood, and they might get Fly as well. Running down the Lich. A secondary kinetic field dropped on point again. Jerax showing up. Well, sure, they get the bounty rune, Gods, but Liquid still get one for free at bottom, and they get a first blood and a second kill.
I mean, just from a pure, psychological advantage, Liquid getting 2 kills in a kind of big 4v5-esque fight. Mind Control gets the bounty rune at bottom. That's a huge win for Liquid to start things off here. They're going to be feeling good about things, despite Alchemist getting a bounty rune. They get the insta-kill, and Kuro's already hunting for that courier, though it doesn't look like it's going to come out anytime soon to No-Tail.
Yeah, also got a ward down here, so he will be able to see if Moon, or if someone retreats to the jungles. They're actually running Moon in the safe lane, so a bit of a change-up. We've seen some aggressive tri-lanes this tournament, but they move onto the top lane, rolling onto Matumba Man. Can they get the first kill of the laning stage? 3rd kill, we're 1 minute in, but OG do strike back, and it's on the back of the crit Earth Spirit.
And it's quite important to find a kill like that because your Lich is already committed to Frost Blast, so you have that lack of control for your creep equilibrium as well as just the inability to deny farm from the lane until you get your Dark Ritual up, so very useful to get that early kill up top.
So they do opt to give Moon the safe lane here, running the offensive tri-lane. Obviously having a Lich helps to enable this, where you can still get a lot of experience for all 3 heroes out of that lane. Thoughts on this change-up? It's normally not something the OG go to. We saw it a lot more from Alliance, the aggressive tri-lanes, with moderate success.
I know Moon really likes it when he can find these 1v1 matchups. As far as mechanically going, he matches up very well against a lot of the offlaners in this tournament, and he's itemized for a 1v1 matchup. He gets the early Orb of Venom, he has the Ring of Protection, the Stout Shield, didn't go for any Iron Talon shenanigans. Meanwhile, Mind Control has to kind of react to the fact that he's against a lane that he perhaps didn't initially expect. So it's also a tough lane at that.
Secondary bounty rune is grabbed here by No-Tail. So we saw this from QO earlier in the tournament. You can have a rough start to the game, but if you get those bounty runes as the Alk, you will catch up. So off to a pretty good start here mid, despite giving up that first blood. Already 10-1 with 2 bounty runes. Fada farming well. And it is a matchup where the Timbersaw can find solo kills. We also saw that from Sumail earlier in the tournament, but just 1 kill may not be enough.
Yeah, the one player in the tri-lane up top for OG not farming well is Miracle on Lifestealer. Just 6 CS early on, did get the kill, but not exactly winning this offensive tri-lane. The lane's being continually pulled back, and farm is being lost by OG because of this pull camp from Jerax. And both teams committing a lot of resources up here with a full tri-lane versus tri-lane. In full force.
Yeah, as for this bottom lane, we do see pretty good farm of Mind Control, but Moon is the one dishing out the harassment
micro
here.
from the boar. He baits Slatter in, then turns around, does a lot of damage. This has been great play from Moon. This
here, fishy. Oh, he'll make it out.
And that's mana expended just to keep himself alive. Moon is playing very well in this bottom lane.
For now, OG, maybe not farming the best of Miracle, but they are getting the Lich effect here. So pulling ahead a bit as far as the experience in that lane goes. Kuroki just stalking around Invis for now. Haven't seen him move around too much since dropping that ward. Seems like he's worried about OG punishing in the tri-lane if he leaves.
Yeah, his positioning up top is a kind of very defensive way of playing the early game as a Riki.
And look how good this ward is. He's crit moving towards mid. So they know no Earth Spirit home right now. Perhaps Liquid can look to punish that.
Yeah, and
they're going on top, it looks like. Lifestealer dropping quite low here. Miracle called out. There's the kinetic field, though. With the rage, he's able to walk away, but Liquid taking advantage of that ward.
Yeah, and that's, you're not even completely committed to get the kill there. You just want to zone out Miracle, slow down his farm. He doesn't have additional regen beyond the Tango, so he can't really stay in this lane all too easily. And you're also very wary that Crit can't really gank mid lane. Alchemist does not have kill potential. He's not going for a stun. So when you see him rotate towards mid with your ward, you're expecting him to show up bottom in about 30 seconds time. So I imagine Mind Control should be expecting this gank because there's nowhere really else on the map that Crit can be.
Buys the Pooch, does buy the Ring of Regen. They're going to move on top again. Again, the Rage for Miracle. So they've transitioned into a dual lane here. Not seeing many kill opportunities. And, well, speaking of kill opportunities, Fada nearly found one mid. Almost bursted No-Tail from full to nothing. And since we last checked it on No-Tail, he's only gotten 4 more CS gods. So as the Timbersaw levels up, the lane is getting harder. And also did not get that 3rd bounty rune. Liquid starting to put more emphasis on contesting them.
Fata even swoops in and takes some of his jungle camp here. This is like brutal play to be making. I love it from Fata. He leaves one shard golem behind.
Oh,
like,
dirty.
This is something we haven't really seen done from players against Alchemist. Just come in, shut down his jungle. Not just in terms of
and take his bounty runes and threaten to kill him and force supports to rotate. Fada's basically doing it all right now, and you could just see how quickly the Alch drops to the nuke combo.
No-Tail is covering his bases by stacking Ancients, just using the acid spray from the mid lane to
But Liquid see this. They have the Riki to contest potentially later on. They have the ward to see the stacks.
And you have Timbersaw, which is one of those great heroes to fight and gank an Alchemist early on when he goes for that. So unlikely, No-Tail, you can't really farm it until you max out your acid spray most likely, so it does take some time to get ready to go with that. Bottom lane though, Beastmaster is level 6 and could be looking for a pickoff soon.
The lane's fairly pushed here. Pretty good positioning from Mind Control and checking out the supports. We do see a TP on Jerax as well as one on Fada on the mid Timbersaw, so if they have to dive for this kill, they could get punished. And now with the amp damage, it can be harder to sneak up on him.
Liquid are really concerned about where Crit is on the map. He's been the big playmaker for OG throughout this tournament. His Earth Spirit has just been insane, and they've got Jerax on their team, but Crit's making a case for the best Earth Spirit player of the tournament.
Again, the kinetic field, but this time Fly's also been caught in it. Matumba Man getting off the clap. Jerax on the chase. They drop the cloud. They're going to lose Fly. Another death here. While in the mid lane, No-Tail under harassment, but he is going to have reinforcements coming in, Earth Spirit here. But can they really kill Fada, even with this DD rune?
More likely we see a kill onto the Alch if he's not careful. No-Tail.
There's the crush, the roll. It's a whip from Crit, a rare one at that, and No-Tail may pay the piper here. Glips back by Jerax, 3 heroes. Descending on the kinetic field. Doesn't quite clip him, but it doesn't matter. Liquid get the kill anyway. They even force the Fly TP, and this leaves the lifesteal on a bit of an island. OG, very defensive, very reactionary. They are not sitting the tempo right now. It's all Liquid all the way out to a 1,500 gold advantage against an Alchemist who's gotten a couple of bounty runes. 1,000 experience behind with a Lich. Slow start for the Green Dream.
And it's just a very heads-up play from Jerax to TP, and they're recognizing that Slather with the Timbersaw were actually going to be short of burst damage to kill off the Alchemist. Without the Disruptor there, they don't get that kill. So very good call from Liquid to make sure they bring in that +1 to guarantee that kill. Inside of OG, as you mentioned, they're playing very slow and reactionary, but they are going to go with Matumba Man up top to kick back into the tower.
Crit. First time, not a success. Second time, much better, but Matumba Man trying to man up against this. He is silenced. He gets off a clap. He turns. He wants to kill Crit. He mauls him with the help of Kuro, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 there. It is a core for a support, but still OG struggling to find clean kills. Does buy a little space for No-Tail, though, dragging Liquid towards the top side of the map, and at the very least, he's not under siege. And now Kuro, trapped under a ward, could be in danger here. Can he make it out? He drops the cloud. Not going to be able to finish the job. The Riki sneaks away.
Without having Dust there, they didn't have that chase potential, so I think for OG, the key player to get involved is going to be Moon on Beastmaster. We're yet to see a Roar. He's level 8
Bottom Rune looks like they may want to clash at this as they go. Roar onto Fada. No-Tail left on a bit of an island as they glimpse Moon back. They're going to chase No-Tail forward, but he has gotten off the Chemical Rage. He seems to be out of the danger zone. Meanwhile, Moon, he becomes the new target. Mind Control pursuing him, but that Boar slowing the fish down. They're so frustrated. Amp him and smack him. Might even give it a crush for this. We'll see. He beats it down, but the Boar has been the savior so far.
I mean, the Boar has been so influential in this game, but Moon's first Roar is a very defensive one just to save the Alchemist's life going for a bounty rune.
And an important one because he's closing now on the armlet.
Yep. And it's definitely worth the Roar there, but for OG, it really kind of tells the state of this game where they're the ones reacting and not finding kills, just purely trying to salvage their lane states. They've got very passive heroes who can't really move off their lanes when you look at supports like Lich. Outside of that, the Earth Spirit just looking a bit underleveled and can't really do as much. Crit sniped.
Run down by Fada, trying to stack that ward that Kuro dropped. Has been freshly replanted, I do believe, and with that, Liquid are just not going to give the Alk any free farm. It's something that was talked about yesterday on the panel. PPD brought up, if you're up against a bounty hunter, you can't just farm stacks for free, and the same is basically true for Riki.
Even now, No-Tail in the jungle being scattered. Another aggressive ward comes out from Kuro. The Dire Vision sees all the farming going on, and this just opens up the entire map for Liquid. They know where heroes are going to be. They know when and where they can play aggressive. And
there is a ward here. Might get eyes on Mind Control as he sneaks in.
That's got an armlet.
No-Tail, he heads to the north. He gets away from the ugly fish and then turns back. Gonna work on Fada a little bit with the acid spray, but Fada can get away with these dives. He's got quite a bit of reactive armor.
Yeah. The scouting from Moon's Beastmaster, the Hawks, the Boars in the Radiant jungle help protect the Alchemist from that gank and rotation coming in.
Kuro says, nah, not like that, buddy. No stacks for you, sir. Oh, No-Tail. Oh, what a rune.
Wow.
A fortuitous haste saves the day, but still, No-Tail spending a lot of time here running for dear life as Kuro gonna blink on him. They still go for this. They've already got the Static Storm, and Fada shreds him. Nice haste rune, but not good enough. And while that was happening, there's a Roar on the Slardar. Off in the Radiant jungle. Can they chase him? No, another Roar. 2 in a row for Moon that don't net kills, that don't translate into objectives. OG completely on the back foot through the tail end of the laning stage.
Liquid has just gotten a ton out of Kuro's Riki. He's been involved in 5 of these kills, but most importantly, it's just the scouting information he's given his team. And they've been able to punish the OG greed because of all this vision.
So what do OG need to do, Gods? They bring Miracle down bottom. Is a lane swap what's going to change this?
That's not going to change a whole lot. They're looking to secure Miracle just a bit safer farm. Once he gets Armlet, I think OG need to go for their first Infest Bomb. Get him inside the Earth Spirit, roll in, and find a kill somewhere on the map. It's the Lifestealer who needs to create space and time for the Alchemist to farm.
Well, you're talking about first kills, first Infest Bombs. Liquid, they do bring Matumba around to mid. Perhaps thinking about a Roshan now. They have amp damage as well. Can OG fight into the pit if that's the call?
I think you're even better off just going for kills. Having an Aegis is nice, but entering the Radiant jungle, you've got vision there, you know where the pickoffs are, is almost more dangerous.
And that is exactly what they want. Radiant using the scan here is going to catch the tail end of the smoke. So OG, they see Kuro, but they also should have seen some of these Liquid heroes moving in, and they are going to back away. Just the end of the scan, barely clipping Liquid. Looking for that glimpse play, though. Can Jurex be the savior again? He's found one. Pulls in the Lich. Down Fly goes. And now, perhaps a tower. Perhaps just some chip damage. We'll see what Liquid go for, but it's basically nothing big committed there. Really just a glimpse in the smoke.
They're chasing No-Tail here. If they can get Jurex close enough for another glimpse, it looks like won't quite be able to get in range, but there's a reason Disruptor has, I would say, been the most influential support of the tournament. Outside of maybe a few certain players on heroes like Lion, like you look at Chuan maybe, but for the majority of teams, it's been Disruptor that has just been able to change games, and he pairs so well with the Slardar too.
As of yesterday, I believe he had like a 68, almost 70% win rate, and that is a support that's been prioritized. He's being picked early, he's being picked often. It's not like teams are caught off guard.
And normally supports don't have like much, are in a position where they can't influence a game in terms of win rate as much as like a core or a mid can, like your Alchemist. Your Lifestealer having a ridiculously high win rates because he's a carry. He can take control of the whole game. A support typically doesn't do that, but Disruptor has been in a very unique, influential position. And here come OG. Miracle ready to start getting involved. No armlet yet.
But while that's happening, they are taking the Roche on the side of Liquid. Even if they lose one, not the biggest deal. They do try to catch up. Mind control here, but he TP's out right next to the Static Storm. Where's that stun? Crit walks back into the silence. They even throw in a Chain Frost. They get the Jirex kill, but a support and a smoke, a support kill. You have to spend a smoke. They get the Aegis. Liquid are just fine with that.
And that's a 5-man smoke rotation up top. Liquid will be very happy that they were able to keep their core slider alive. Mind Control's having a fantastic start to this game.
Still haven't gone for these Ancients, and I'm not sure when OG are going to feel comfortable to do so, because once again, Kuro, he is keeping eyes on these. It seems Liquid have identified that if you're going to play against the Alk, you cannot give him the free bounty runes, you cannot give him the free Ancient stacks, and Liquid are not giving him anything right now.
Vatus just lingering around. They will defend top with him.
Let's see what they can get done here. Chains his way forward, and looks like they're going to retreat. Meanwhile, Riki sweeping through. There was a sentry ward off of the jungle. Might have gotten eyes on him for a moment there, but Matumba Man is in the meanwhile pulling the creeps away from the bottom tower. Wants to push this thing in. The Mask of Madness complete, so the CTY build likely the choice for him.
Very aggressive play from him down bottom, and he does need to be careful because despite having an Aegis, he's very alone. With a tier 1 tower up, it does mean his team can rotate, and they have time to do so because of the Aegis, but if he pushes up too close to this tower, they can look to kill off the Ursa twice.
Still yet to see a clean Beastmaster gank that leads into a kill. It's just been Liquid constantly with the better vision, all over the OG jungle. Alchemist starts to pull away here now. He was only about 300, 400 ahead, up to 1,000 gold advantage, but that is fairly minimal at this stage.
Crit. He's found a
roll forward. They are going to engage, and they will find the kill. So you're at first and Fest Bomb with just Crit and Miracle does succeed. Make it 4-8.
Just a solo pick off on a Disruptor, but he already got, okay, he got the ward out, but it will be dewarded. Nice sentry placement in the bottom lane. Will take out some aggressive Liquid vision, but they've still got more vision going on in the Radiant jungle, both near the Ancients as well.
They're moving on mid now. They find Crit, goes for the Boulder Smash off the mark. Fada deftly sidesteps it, gets another kill. Still right there with the Alk. And they're going to defend top as well. They're not going to give OG any free tower. Still all tier 1 standing for Liquid. They can project force all over the map with ease. And you're up against a Beastmaster who got safe lane free farm. Generally, you'd expect to at least see his tower down. And well, the first falls, but it's a deny. So the Alchemist Radiant's Dream is going to be a little bit delayed here. Has the Relic, has 200 gold, but in the mid lane, it's another pick off. OG starting to hemorrhage kills, gold, and experience here as Liquid 3-0 in their last 3 big showings. I believe the score 7-2 between these two teams over those matches appears to be in the driver's seat for this fourth. And they jump onto No-Tail there. The amp damage coming out. Now the Cloud as well. No-Tail, he needs the Radiance. It's going to be delayed for another day. Liquid still hanging around. The Timbersaw healthy, and Fada moving in for additional juicy kills. Meanwhile, Matumba Man fairly low, has the Aegis. It may end up popping here. Oh, it will lose it, but still, they've gotten some additional momentum out of this, getting the out kill. Round 2, let's fight. He's going to blink away, so Fada not wanting to have a piece of that. Matumba Man retreating out, so they get a kill, but it's a kill on the Alk, delaying the Radiance.
Yeah, it's a decent turnaround from OG, getting the Aegis as well as the Riki, but losing their Alk is the one hero that they don't really want to see getting picked off at this stage of the game. The other 4 heroes want to be creating space and room for Alchemist. With the items they've got, the Armlet on the Lifestealer, the Beastmaster, Necro 2, Moon's having at least a good game in terms of farm and net worth. As far as involvement goes, he hasn't really been all that active yet. That needs to change for OG.
As for Liquid, do you feel like they've gotten enough done right now? They lead by 1,500 gold, 2,000 experience. They haven't taken the tier 1 mid yet. Alchemist still closing in on an okay Radiance timing considering the pressure he's been under. Are they content with this? Do they need to like put the foot to the pedal and really amplify the aggression?
I think they want to not get too overly aggressive, because that's where OG now, if you get too aggressive into a Chain Frost, into a Lifestealer who could potentially rage dodge some of your initiation. The Earth Spirit is one of the best heroes to punish dives as well. Liquid wanted to keep finding those kills, going for pickoffs, but you don't go all out, just diving right into OG and playing into their hands, because OG is one of the best kind of reactionary defensive teams when they're playing underneath their own towers.
Yeah, so rather than diving for the kills, we do see Fada working on the tier 1.
I mean, Fata is just incredibly scary to deal with right now. 1,600 HP, a Bloodstone. You don't want to fight Timbersaw and risk giving him more Bloodstone charges. He's going to have that incredibly fast respawn timer as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up a Boots of Travel here. Yeah, there we go. Pig gets the tower, gets the boots of travel, just so when he has that short respawn, he can instantly TP back into the fight.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds less than normal roughly here. 39 to be exact. This Kuro, Boulder Smash off the mark, but they do get the silence, and chasing forward will be able to secure the kill. Mind Control looking to assist. Another death for the Riki. That one does go the way of the Lifestealer from Miracle as he is closing in. Well, let's see what he wants to build here. Grabs the Ogre Club, so not going for the Desolator Rush that we've seen. Like Hal, for example, really favors that, and it is going to be Assange picked up by him.
Is he going? Okay, he will go Assange. Let's say the other option's the Echo Saber we've seen a few Lifestealer players go for, but
a little more durable here. It seems like he's a bit worried about getting bursted down in the team fights.
It's still only going to help so much against the Timbersaw, but you've got a lot of quick regen, and he kind of recognizes that with an Alchemist Beastmaster on his team, OG are not going to be lacking damage output until like much later on, and by then you start building towards your follow-up items which can be damaged, be it like a Basher, an AC. So for now, Miracle happy just to tank up, get that bit of extra mobility.
Oh, something different from Mind Control, speaking of items. For the early Vlads on Slardar, normally we'll see a Force Staff, sometimes even going back for more of a carry Slardar, Armlet perhaps. We've seen Loda experiment with the Vanguard. This is not a go-to item for Slardar players. Why do you think this game?
For Liquid, they have a very strong five-man. This is a team who prioritizes pushing and taking objectives and sticking together a lot early on, and they're the ones being the aggressors. So this is a nice item to help protect them when they play aggressive. Although, in looking at like versing Lifesteal, you always want to have those Force Staffs. So they're kind of recognizing that the Lifestealer right now is not a threat, and they can buy time before the Force come out. Mid-lane crit, yeah.
The Cloud again. It's Kuro started off, Fada jumping in. Crit, can he make it out? No chance. The Crush says no. OG too late, and already Fada looking to dive No-Tail, going very far for this one. The Glimpse back is going to pull him towards the team. They keep vision on him. Great play around the Jerax Disruptor. And Liquid working their magic again, not giving OG room to breathe. And hey, the Earth Spirit kill is one thing, but getting the Alchemist on top of that, that is a brutal price to pay if you're OG.
And the important thing, though, with this Vlad is you don't have the best pushing lineup, and the Vlads kind of can at least help solve that problem to a small extent.
They are quadruple melee, so you know, going later can be nice. And obviously, Ursa did not go for the Vlads. We don't really see that build too much anymore.
Absolutely.
And these Ancients, which have not been farmed all game, are now being stolen by Liquid, ransacking their territory and then salting the earth. Just additional punishment for OG. They are going to smoke. This is raise their ire. They've got their hackles back, but Liquid are just fast enough to get away. Miracle slowly marching after them. Crit is there as well. Liquid do make it out.
That TP out from Timbersaw came at just the right time. If that was like maybe half a second later, Earth Spirit Crit gets there with a Boulder Smash. And Liquid, they get out of dodge. They've got Roshan coming up in the next 3 minutes, and while they're waiting, they are going to go for a smoke play of their own. They have vision on OG, importantly.
High ground, though, is OG's if the fight breaks out, where I think it will, but Mind Control! He gets the jump with the 2-hero crush, the chain falls coming out, but Matumba Man just ignores it, shrugs it off, charges forward, and now looks for more. Fly on the back line. That Lich ain't going anywhere. 3 have fallen. Does the rest get out? Yeah, Beastmaster over to mid. Alchemist already escaped, so still a core down, 2 supports. They just, when are they going to be able to take a fight, gods? We're now 21 minutes in. They have the Radiance. The Lifestealer is gone for fairly mid-game items thus far. We have not seen Infest Bombs pay off. We've seen very limited success from the Roars. Nothing really going OG's way.
Yeah, OG are never the ones getting the initiation. So there it's because of the vision that Kuro's Ward gives them, and as a result, Mind Control gets the 2-hero crush in the Static Storm, so Lifestealer doesn't even get a rage off. You look at where Lifestealers excelled at this tournament, it's come from being able to get the jump. You infest inside a teammate, be it the Slardars, the Rickies. A game like this, you're looking at an Earth Spirit, perhaps a Beastmaster later on when he has a blink, and you blink in, immediately turn it into a 5v4 scenario, but not once have we seen OG have a successful Infest Bomb. They've never really been able to find the jump onto Liquid. It's Liquid with the vision advantage time and time again, catching OG by surprise.
Let's say this does go late, and it kind of remains the same dynamic. OG not able to take fights, playing defensively, farming the Alp. Is there a point where they get stronger than Liquid? Because the last time we saw an Ursa versus Alk matchup, even late game, the Ursa was crushing him.
And the big problem is like cores like Lifestealer, even to some extent, like the Alchemist get kited terribly. You've got Kinetic Field on Disruptor. You're very likely to see 4-star pickups as well coming out from the side of Liquid. So I really think OG are going to struggle, even if they manage to drag this game out. They can defend their high ground. We've seen what Alchemist can do in this tournament.
They found another Mr. 9K MMR. Can't dodge this one. They get the crush off. The amp damage there as well. They're going to glimpse it right back into a static storm. He barely makes it out, but Matumba on the chase. Oh, he's going to play it safe. Could have tried to dive for that one. Actually, he's looking for it now from the backside. Come, Spada, the Germans are coming, and OG is running. They get up to Chain Frost, trying to turn the fight, but Fada's too tanky. Kuro drops a secondary cloud, and then they retreat. They might lose Kuro on the way out. The Alk stun's there on the Slardar. The fish dropping low. And they will have to back away. Still, another core down, a core for support again. And OG on the defense.
I thought maybe when he played Timbersaw, had one of the best Timbersaws I've ever seen, but Fata has kept up and even been at times out-farming an Alchemist, has 19 Bloodstone charges, Blink, Plate Mail. He is having a incredible performance right now on this Timbersaw, and he has been the tempo controller, which has set Liquid up for success.
They're already prepping for top. They've got mind control here. Notel will make it out, but Liquid are just content to push these lanes in. They're basically taking a free Roche. As we'll see the Aegis going to Matumba Man. A DD now, snagged by mind control. Round 2 of the siege is about to commence.
You've got this Timbersaw who can play incredibly aggressive and not really be at any risk of dying. And even if he dies, he has the instant respawn. Now you've got 2 lives on Matumba Man as well. The chase for Liquid, like it's effectively 7v5, and they can punish you and always catch you, pick you off using the glimpse. We've seen time and time again, Jarek's find those pickoffs using the vision from either Kuro's scouting or from the Slardar amp damage.
And even the wards that Kuro's been getting down all game long. You can still see one deep ward there off in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah. Finds a Hawk, and OG have just not been able to get much value at all out of Moon's Beastmaster. He's 2-0-1. He's played a very polished game, but it's just been like too little as far as actual involvement. He hasn't been as aggressive as OG have needed, and part of that comes down to the overall nature of this draft. You have this Lich who is meant to just sit top, win you the lanes, but OG's laning stage did not go as well as they intended it to.
This Kuro bounty hunter, or Riki, very reminiscent of the Kaka bounty hunter yesterday, where he just hooked the game over from minute 1, constantly giving them deep vision. Fly on the case will drop the sentry here. Managed to de-ward, but still.
Oh, they might get a glimpse onto Miracle.
They just want the vision. Matumba Man happy to chase in, knowing there's backup in tow. They've now grabbed a Diffusal Blade, I believe, for the Ursa. It's going to give them additional chasing power, keep heroes trapped under that cloud a bit longer. And the Ghost Scepters are no longer an option. Yet to even see one come out for the supports, though.
OG aren't even going to look to defend this tier 2 tower. They're just waiting on their high ground. And Liquid say, taking towers, that's too slow. We'd rather go for the kills. They see no-tail farming on the map. Immediately, 1 or 2 heroes will head that direction.
And he has to go here into a Solar Crest, so he's not going straight for the big late game items. He's feeling under the gun, under pressure, so they're trying to salvage the mid game, but in doing so, they gimp their late game a bit.
Yeah, and this helps a lot against the Slardar plus Ursa duo, but it's not going to help all too much against Timbersaw, who's only going to get scarier and scarier. Now has a completed Shiva's Guard.
Relatively quiet mid-game here. Occasional kills. Liquid slowly building up an advantage. Now up to an 8,000 gold and experience lead, and they find another one. It's No-Tail on the bottom lane. Radiant's currently deactivated. Might want to turn that on. And still being pursued out with the cloud there. Kuro blinking in again. It's going to force a big TP reaction. No-Tail getting completely chunked down here. The Chain Frost is beautiful for Flightle. They roar Fada. They brain him down. No Bloodstone tonight. He's coming back in 10 seconds though. Matumba Man stands his ground. Secondary cloud. The Elk Stun is there. They're going to lose the Ursa. They've lost 2 cores. Aegis is coming back. The Bloodstone TP respawn play is in effect. Do Liquid re-engage?
You can't, not with Fata's insta respawn, but doesn't have boot to travel just yet. 5 seconds away. Matumba Man wants back in, but all the summons canceling his blink for now, buying OG some room to retreat.
The Radiant's still inactive here for No-Tail. Really does need to turn this on if they're going to look to fight as he chases towards mind control, gets off the stun, slowly working on him, and he is going to get glimpsed back for a moment, finally gets it on, but it seems like already the damage is done. Liquid diving deeper, they've killed off the Lifestealer, they're looking for a 4th, they want Big Daddy, keeping the vision. Glimpse, is he going to be able to get in range for this one? They don't need it! They just beat him down, death by the Bear Claw, and now the tower will be next.
That's a dieback from the Alchemist. Miracle almost survived at the start of that fight. If he manages to get away from the Matumba Man Ursa, that could have been a very different engagement. But Matumba Man with both Defusal and Skull Basher, it's impossible to get away from this Ursa.
Man, No-Tail just getting slaughtered there. Not having that mischance is going to make a big difference in these fights as you're up against heavy physical damage.
This is where Matumba Man just manned up, had the smokescreen support from Kuro, and Kuro just commits for that kill. Kuro has just been willing to die for his team time and time again. He's died, almost half of their deaths have been him, but
generally
hasn't really hurt them.
Against Riki, generally we see BKBs, because if you don't get the rage off, you're completely shut down by the Cloud, but Alchemist hasn't managed to farm one. Generally not like the best late game item for the hero. Normally we see you just try to get more HP and just survive through the fights, but it means the Riki is incredibly impactful.
And we've kind of seen how this hero is actually surprisingly effective against Beastmaster too. I've seen Kuro snipe like 4 Hawks in a row just because you can one-shot it with the Blink Strike, so being able to just get that easy latch onto Hawks denies a lot of the OG vision.
They are sweeping towards the top tier 2. Liquid always on offense, forever aggressive, and they're going to blink in. They get eyes on Fly, and back to the well he goes too. It's unrelenting aggression from Liquid, and frankly, I'm just not sure where OG are going to find that momentum. They're about to lose their second to last outer tower. We're 29 minutes in, and Timbersaw has a 2.5K gold lead on an Alchemist with a Radiance, who got some bounty roots, who had some stacks early, never got to farm them. Liquid just seem utterly prepared for this.
Yeah, there's no real like big Axe Scepter you can pull that's going to make a massive difference as well. For OG, No-Tail is just not in a position you want to see your Alchemist, and it's not just No-Tail, it's also Miracle on the
They're looking for
Lifestealer.
more. They find Miracle again. The Cloud's there, and Liquid strike. Blow after blow, OG are battered at this point. They're scrambling to the enemy side of the map. Moon is fleeing home.
Yeah, he's going for some Rat Dota play here. It looks like he's going to try backdoor this bottom tier 1.
But he's kind of gem. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught on the way out. But it's this kind of, I wouldn't call it full desperation, but semi-desperation that OG seem forced to resort to. They're going to glimpse. They get No-Tail. They reel him back in. He thought he was out. He's not. Matumba Man working on him, beats him down. The 2-hero stun far too late. And still Moon on a bit of a picnic, but not the good kind.
There's nothing he can really do. Like, this is no fault of his. It's just the nature of this Liquid draft with the map control they have. Anyone going out on the map to farm is getting instantly scattered out and picked off. So Moon's actually found himself on the other side of the map where it's probably the safest place to be in
He
some
really wants to
awkward
take
sense.
a tier 1 here. They're still 2 up, but as soon as he goes for it, you know the TPs are coming.
He's got a Blink, he's got the Necrobook, and there's no fortification, so he can definitely get this tower. It's a question of can he get out.
He's still so hesitant, though. Finally, he's going to make his move in. I imagine it'll be a very hasty retreat. They do see 3 heroes. Already the pings coming out. That one from Jerax on the Disruptor.
Nice little snipe.
He'll snipe the tower. So
Bit of money. You're just trying to force Liquid back at this stage of the game, but
it makes it harder for them to consistently occupy your side of the map because, oh, well, forget about that. They're just going to be at the base. But Matumba Man hit pretty far, though. And Miracle working on him. The boulder's getting dropped. Miracle still in pursuit. Now the Chain Frost, a deep lob from Fly. He blinks out, drags it away from the team. Well handled by the Finn. And there will be no bounce. There will be no follow-up. Liquid disengaged. And they go back in. Mind control. The man in front. The Static Storm's there. Miracle, though. He gets bashed. He gets beaten. And he, too, will fall out for 55 with Bada going high ground. The balls on this one. He fears nothing. In deep. 16 Bloodstone charges, even with the earlier death. And now working in on what looks to be an Octarine core. Incredible amounts of farm for a Timber.
I mean, all 3 of Liquid's cores are just beast moding right now, and you can kind of see the reasoning behind the Vlads even more now with Mind Control building more into a late game oriented build, has gone into a BKB just to scale better as this game drags out. Recognizing that Liquid don't have the best high ground siege, it means this game for Liquid, even when you're ahead by 10, 15, 20k gold, you're not necessarily taking racks. So
what are where do you see the high ground siege coming from? Like, what are the key items? Is it just an Aegis?
Aegis Cheese, potentially a Heart of Tarrasque Slaughter. Maybe an Assault Crest is another consideration, but a Slaughter with BKB Heart just has a huge amount of HP, and OG don't have the damage to burst through that. That's why Timbersaw also just reaching this point where he's going to become unkillable with Shivers, Bloodstone, as well as the Octarine core. And for Liquid, you break high ground with Pickoff. So rather than focusing buildings with an Aegis Cheese, you're just diving past the buildings and going for kills and using your survivability to kind of give you that buffer where it doesn't really matter you're diving because you're just so unkillable.
The positioning from Kuro is great here. He is the vanguard of this retreat, and it's actually going to break the smoke on Moon.
Yep.
It's a pretty desperate attempt by OG, but Liquid just not giving any quarter here as they were fully ready for it. Even if they find someone, it's a Riki who has basically no net worth and is not a big deal if he dies by any means. Ensuring that they will protect this lead. If OG want to fight, it's probably only going to be on Liquid's terms. And a slow and steady squeeze coming out. They'll TP the Timbersaw to top. And the rest of the Liquid heroes farming Ancients, farming the Radiant Woods, consistently accruing a little bit more advantage as time goes on. And they've continued to force the Alchemist into very mid-game items here. Noto now going for BKB at mid. They find the jump. It's on to, well, Crit actually getting the Disruptor kill. He gets Jerax, but they trade a support, so 1 for 1 there.
That was a really just kind of YOLO play from OG, but that's what they need.
They get Matumba, but he's BKB'd already. I believe he still has his ultimate here. He can man up, and man up he will. Bear up, perhaps the better way to put it. They are tanking this full Chain Frost and charging forward. Liquid engaging onto OG, slaughtering all green heroes before them. Now the crush, No-Tail next. Big Daddy going down. He too will fall. 4 bite the dust, 30-10. It's a rout, and Noon will make it a team wipe very likely. One more chain. Fada drills him, snags the gem. Even the courier isn't faster than him. And then chains away. Well, if a team wipe isn't enough to break high ground, gods, I'm not sure what is.
A team wipe, you're getting a kill at the enemy fan. Exactly kind of what I mentioned. You don't really care about going for the buildings, you go for the heroes. And you know that OG have no firepower. They have no items. They have no way to punish this. You steal their gem, you kill them by their fountain, and then you're like, okay, let's walk away and take some buildings now. So it looks like Liquid will secure their first melee racks. These heroes are almost respawning already because of how slow Liquid push, but doesn't really matter when there's no one left to defend. The Lich kind of picked up partially to kind of punish the fact Liquid can't really push down towers, but Liquid have just changed their game plan. They've reacted incredibly well, and OG need to make a magnificent play to turn this around.
It's going to need to be immaculate for
that,
them to have
that
a
Static
chance.
Storm.
Oh, here they go. Infest Bomb gets it underway, but Matumba, PKPs. Not often you see a Lifestealer taking this kind of punishment in this tournament, but today he is the punching bag for Matumba Man. OG on perhaps their last legs. They are going to try to hold here, but they're down 2 heroes. No-Tail, the BKB going to wear off soon. He commits in deep. He gets nothing. And Liquid just walk it off. Full 5-hero survival there. They're going to earn up. They're going to re-engage Fada, already back into the fray, throwing out the Shivas.
That was actually a really next-level Static Storm from Jerax. It was just a bit too next level. He bopped it, expecting the Earth Spirit to blink in with the Infest Bomb, and if you have the Static Storm down, Lifestealer doesn't get his Rage off, but looked like Crit was maybe thinking ahead and didn't actually take the bait. But here we go. Aegis Cheese, Liquid, once they have this, they'll be ready to take any fight of their choosing, really.
No-Tail trying to cobble together whatever farm he can at this stage. I guess they'll have buybacks, but it feels like they need more items.
If you're buying back just to try and defend your base, that's kind of a losing strategy. At this point, the only way to win as OG is to actually get some late game items on your Alchemist as well as Lifestealer, which is going to require just winning a fight handily. But you've got a 9k net worth Lifestealer, 10k net worth on your Beastmaster, and your Alch is behind both Ursa and Timbersaw. Anytime an Alch is not top 1, top 2, I mean, really, you need to be top 2.
He needs to be like as much as 2 of their cores at this stage, usually.
You know you're in trouble. That is just as bad as it can get for an Alchemist.
And Liquid come high ground with lots of extra lives. Fada with the virtually instant Bloodstone respawn and a buyback, so potentially 2 on him. They've got Aegis to work with here. Liquid can afford to take some risks. Also a buyback on Kuroki, as well as on Mind Control on the Slardar. So there will be plenty of insurance policies here. And to add to the pressure, OG, see that mid lane slowly shoving in, even top lane pushing against them. As soon as somebody shows elsewhere, Timber's going in. He actually finds Crit, and Crit gets nervous. He backs away.
Take out one of the wards. There is a second.
They're going to smoke. Here we go. This could be the big initiation, the last stand for OG. Can they find the pick? No. It's Mind Control. He gets the jump. Come out and play, he says. OG, what do they do, really? Now down a Beastmaster. He'll buy back as well. Static Storm connects on No-Tail. He's going to have to BKB. They roar Matumba Man. They're going to look to bring down the Ursa, but a great force step from Jerax keeps him in fighting shape longer and longer. He is surviving through this. Heals up, courtesy of the Cheese, re-engaging, charging forward. No-Tail is still alive through all this, but the Lifestealers dropped an excellent ultimate. Simply not enough from Crit. He's just too far behind here on the Earth Spirit. And No-Tail now, Big Daddy, and the rest of OG just didn't have it. Liquid, they were ready for the Alk. They were ready for the greed, and they crush it.
This is just like one of those games where you look at these Liquid players, everyone performed their role perfectly. Mind control in the off lane, not a single death. Matumba Man, dominant, aggressive play on his Ursa. 18 kills over a 37-minute game. And then you have Fata in the mid lane. This is probably one of the mids who gets the least attention compared to just how good he is. He wins his lane every single time when he's in an advantageous matchup. Even when he's in an even matchup in terms of heroes, he still finds ways to win his lane. And he crushed that Alchemist. 0-10 is the end score for No-Tail. Liquid take a very, very convincing game one.
And they take a very business-like walk off the stage. A small wave there from the back from Fata, but this team, they know it's a best of 5. This is a long series. It could be a grueling one. OG will have other drafts prepared. They will adapt. They will adjust. So Liquid already having to think one step ahead going into game 2.
Yeah, it's not even like a BO3, you get that 1-0 lead, you're feeling good, but BO5, you know it's a marathon. You've just done the first step to get to that Grand Finals victory. Liquid still have a long way to go, and OG, you know they've got more than one strategy prepared. They were the ones who got to sit back, watch Liquid during that earlier series, so they're going to have more up their sleeve.
Well, game 1 now in the books. Liquid take it. They're looking rather solid, aren't they, Paul?
They absolutely are. Thank you very much, LD and Gods. We'll come back to them, of course, for game number 2, but let's get the thoughts of our panel right now, because that was a comprehensive victory for Team Liquid in game 1, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real unfortunate start for them with both No-Tail and Fly getting picked off, and Fly had to skill Frost Nova first, didn't get the sacrifice. Really unfortunate, and then they're already behind in lanes with the Timbersaw having a great matchup against the Alchemist.
Yeah. A couple of big plays in there, notably from Fata with the great plays, and also Matumba Man just going absolutely crazy in that game.
Yeah, I saw kind of the approach what OG wanted to do, but I think that picking the Alchemist so early was massively detrimental to them. They revealed their card right away, and Liquid had multiple heroes to be able to respond to it. They already had the Disruptor, which is looking absolutely, I could even say broken at this point when Jerax is playing it, because these glimpses were unbelievable. He was in the perfect spot every single time. But revealing your Alchemist so early, you, like I'm saying, you get yourself susceptible to this Timbersaw, the Ursa. And I think them banning out the Weaver may have actually been a little bit of like, oh man, we saw Mind Control play the Weaver, we're a bit afraid of it. And then, oh man, we forgot about the Ursa on Dire. And it really just punished them heavily.
Yeah, they seem to have found some solutions to this Lifestealer. It's been a dominant hero for the last 3 weeks, basically, here in Manila. 70% win rate all the way through.
Yeah, I think the nicest thing for Liquid that game was that both of their picks covered both of the cores of the enemy team. Like, Ursa was good against Alchemist, and it was good against Lifestealer. And because they picked the Alk so early, they knew it was a perfect pick. It's always going to be good against Lifestealer. At some point, it's going to be very good against Alchemist. And on top of that, they also had Timbersaw, which lowers their strength temporarily and just does so much pure damage. I loved his skill build that game. That's what you need to do against an Alchemist. And because their aggressive trialing didn't go very well, he was able to pressure him a lot by himself. It was really good, actually, that Liquid didn't get Dragon Knight. I don't know if they would have picked it over Timber, but Timber was clearly the right pick there.
Kuroki's drafting prowess in this game was spectacular, like almost impeccable. Everything that he did there he had a clear plan against the Lifestealer. You could tell, like instantly picking the Ricky Slardar. The Slardar was, we've been seeing it. It's been super dominant, especially in the hands of Mind Control. But you could just tell he had this master plan. Like we look at Kuro and we just think that, master plan Kuro.
Yeah. Are you sure it was master plan? I thought it was more like that they just wanted it more.
Just coming back to the sports metaphors, we like those.
Not only was it just his drafting, Kuroki's positioning on that Ricky and his smoke clouds really hindered the Nakes, and his positioning allowed Jerax to get those glimpses off on all those heroes, constantly following OG's heroes, scouting out like that one glimpse on No-Tail around the Radiant secret shop. He had the haste ruin, thought he got away, but no. Kuro scouted him out, blinks on top of him, gets the glimpse, dead.
Yeah. And another cool thing about Ricky that I just thought about now is that you saw Crow die sometimes by himself, and normally you say, oh, the hero's dead, that's a bad thing. Compared to Bounty Hunter, normally Bounty Hunter, if he's doing well, he gets a lot of gold from track. Ricky doesn't. He just stays low net worth, but his contribution is always there. So even if he does get a little overly aggressive, if he dies for a scout, it doesn't give the enemy team as much gold as it would if he was a bounty hunter. So there's a lot of ways that Ricky is really good in games like these.
Right from the off, these two decided that they were a couple of heavyweight fighters and they just wanted to slug it out in round one.
Yeah, this is so sad. Fly skills Frost Nova, doesn't get a kill, still dies, and then has to go to the offlane. They do get a kill on the Ursa after they come back, but you know, your lane, the purpose of picking Lich in that lane is just gone now because you don't have sacrifice at level 1.
Yeah, and we were kind of like bantering about it during the game as well. Like Lifestealer into Ursa in the same lane versus each other, Ursa just really just eats him alive, especially like we were commenting how well Silence works versus Lifestealer. He can't get his rage off, he just gets ran down.
They've run the Ursa before, again very successfully, and they did it at Epicenter as well, I believe, and yet no one else seems to have picked up on this.
Well, they haven't picked it that many times this tournament.
No, just once.
Just once. It was against MVP, and that was when MVP used their Spirit Bomb on them and they lost. But, you know, I think a lot of teams have forgot about, you know, they have that option here.
Yeah, here at this point, it's pretty heavily favored in Liquid in this team fight. They get a beautiful Chain Frost off, but Fata has so many Bloodstone charges, he dies, and he comes back in about 30 seconds back to this fight. Yeah. The fight prolongs until he gets there, and he ends up getting multiple kills. Everybody is so survivable. They have the Aegis, and I think actually No-Tail may have
They got lucky.
He accidentally turned off his
Right
Radiance,
there.
but they did get lucky killing the Lifestealer with that pounce from Kuroki.
Yeah, that was really huge.
Yeah. I want to give credit to Kuro again. The Lifestealer smokes was another great counter to OG's draft. You saw so many times the Alchemist starts charging to try and counter-initiate, and oh no, I'm in a Ricky smoke cloud. I'm going to stun myself. I can't do anything.
Yeah, and it was, I really want to say it was really unfortunate for Moon because they did that aggressive tri-lane thing and they put Moon in the short lane. And his I think the first three roars that he used were pretty unsuccessful. The first one, he was forced to use a roar to save himself because Mind Control was roaming on him. The second one, I think he was just like stopping a TP.
He roared a Disruptor.
Yeah, he roared a Disruptor who was TPing out. They used the Chain Frost as well. 2 ults committed for a support hero. Then he ulted a Ricky Maru, which is also not like the most high value kill. It was just like, it wasn't like oh man, it's all his fault or anything. It was just very unfortunate scenarios for him not being able to find the opportunities when they put him in the short lane.
And if the laning stage went better, he might have gotten more value out of those. They did kill Matoma Man in the laning stage once, but I think that was about it. Like, they just constantly had the upper hand in team fights, starting from the 12-minute mark and on.
Really, it was almost OG was on the back foot starting at minute 0 with the unfortunate 2 deaths.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they wanted to do an aggro triangle like you were talking about with the sacrifice from the Lich, with the armor from the Lich, and he has Frost Nova level 1, so it really changes the whole dynamic of everything that you kind of had, that you may have had planned in your draft. Like, they could have been like, oh man, this really messes with us, we have to try to adapt, and it just becomes extremely difficult for you at that point.
Final throws of the game at this point. I mean, was there any way back for OG at this point? I mean, commentary was, you know, it was pretty much that they're doomed unless they can get some kind of lucky edge on here or pick off some hero that came towards the base. But there was nothing they could do there, was there?
It was just so difficult. Like, Matumba gets that sneak Roshan, he gets the Aegis, he gets his own advantage in the early parts of the game. We could see how like far behind OG really was, and like we were talking about, they overcommitted a few ultimates 1 or 2 of the times that we felt, and it punished them so heavily because Liquid had this constant fighting draft. It was no ultimates. They only had Disruptor ulti, but I feel like Disruptor ulti may have been significant, but the glimpse was way more significant in this game. And just I have to say, like, the communication that have to been going on during this game from Liquid had to been so on point. Like, dude, I have glimpse, keep vision, keep vision. Like, Fata was diving onto the high ground and stuff just to give the vision for those glimpses. Like, the communication just had to be spot on.
Yeah. Players are coming back out, as you can see, heading towards their booths for game number 2. In the meantime, we're going to wait for the draft to start, and we'll take a few more social media questions. It's been a very popular part of our show throughout the last few weeks. Ask the panel questions. We've got another one right now. What is the most impressive cheese strat in the Manila Major?
Huskar.
Huskar hasn't been that popular, really, I don't think, is it?
I felt like the one that we saw as well from Na'Vi, which is the most one that stands out to me, wasn't even really like a cheese Huskar.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh my god, they're going to lose versus this Naga. We were all saying it. Even like Merlini at the end of the game, he was like, wow, I completely analyzed this totally wrong.
Yeah.
Like, Naga got super farmed, but Huskar and Oracle, there was just too many heals. So I feel like it was a cheese strat coming in, but it ended up not really being one because of how much impact like art style had on the game as well. It was just like a full team effort.
Anything else? Anything else stand out?
I feel like the teams are saving the super cheese for TI. You're too close to TI to like
the super cheese.
You might see one come out here in this grand finals.
You'd expect to see one, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
Especially if it goes
OG
long.
OG is known to play Huskar. Fly is known to play Dazzle. So.
And what about the Meepo? Still haven't seen a Meepo.
Yeah, that's a hero that Liquid can't play or maybe doesn't play, so they always has to be on the back of their mind.
One that I guess could kind of count, I mean, it's not really a cheese strat, but maybe a little bit just as like that clever Elder Titan usage that we saw when they're doing the Elder Titan mag. You know, that was not really cheese, but it was just like, oh wow, that's like a sick combo.
Yeah,
like, you don't really think about it.
Yeah, yeah. We've had a couple of Brood games as well where Brood is surprised.
Admiral Broodmother.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So we've had a couple of those. Liquid just heading back to their booth as well.
Yeah, both teams are walking around with grins on their faces. Like
they
we said,
they're enjoying this.
This is a best of 5.
Yeah.
This first game, sure, you know, it happened. Liquid looked very dominant, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna have a very long series here, no matter what happens.
Both teams had that experience, losing game 1, coming through to win. So they both got to feel okay about this.
Yeah.
It could go either way.
Absolutely.
Okay. I've got a really easy question. This one comes from Lightless117. He says, which hero would you say is Miracle's trademark?
Invoker?
Yeah.
Yeah. His Invoker is amazing.
Yeah. His Invoker was amazing. His Timbersaw at Dream League was absolutely amazing. He broke a bunch of records on it.
He's played TA, I think, here.
His TA?
Yeah.
I would say his Alk as well.
Pretty good. His Alk's been
his
pretty
mag,
good.
his IO, his Ricky.
His Magnus was actually pretty sick.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
He has a massive variety, but I think the one that would definitely stand out to most of us is the Invoker.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes you hit level, it scales all the way to level 25. You can do so many different things on that hero, very versatile.
But he's still the prince to Black's king, right? Is that how it
Black's-
goes still? Are we still doing that?
Sure, we'll give it to Black. We'll give it to Black. Maybe we'll even see an anti-mage or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, last time he said that, we actually did see an anti-mage in the game as well. I haven't seen a huge amount of those. Crowd enjoying themselves once more. The Filipino wave going around the stadium. And the players will just settle themselves down and get themselves.
I love the energy though here. Honestly,
Into the draft.
like the game's not going
great,
on,
isn't
nothing's
it?
happening. We're just like chatting, and you see the waves going on all around the crowd. They're feeling this grand final.
I think the first couple of times it happened, Charlie was kind of like, "Wow, I just said something and got a roar for it. Wow,
Yeah, I know.
didn't think that was that good."
No, come on. Even I know they don't cheer for me.
Okay, one more.
True.
Which hero would be your MVP of this tournament so far?
I would give it to Ricky, I think. Lifestealer
Really?
was expected.
This series?
Well, no, he's
This tournament.
I feel like Lifestealer was the expected MVP walking into it, other than
really?
maybe Beastmaster. Ricky came out of semi-nowhere.
Hold on, you think
This is some like hipster pick out of Purge.
All right, yeah, I would explain it that way. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
But
a
Lifestealer
little off
wasn't
the wall.
necessarily expected. We were all talking about Beastmaster when we came.
We
in here.
were, but Lifestealer was on the up and up. I
Yeah.
feel like leading into the tournament. I'm over it. I'm over the Lifestealer. I feel like the hero now is Ricky, and the hero that will be the defining hero will be decided in this set, guaranteed.
I'll say Disruptor.
Okay.
Man, you stole mine.
I think Disruptor's
I saw yours.
great.
I have to. I'm sorry.
We said the same thing. 2 AOE silences.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a really good point though. Like taking even look at the land finals and stuff. You look at Ricky and Disruptor. Both these heroes have a 70 or higher % win rate, and they've been picked multiple instances. And I have to commend, honestly, I have to commend DC because they are the ones who really brought it out first, and they're the ones who really brought up the Max Cloud build, which we've been seeing every single game when people pick Ricky now.
Very interesting. Okay, we're into draft number 2 for game 2.
This is the right approach by OG. I think that they should just keep banning the Lifestealer in all the drafts.
You think? Yeah. Just keep it out of the game.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
They've
So
been
OG have got rid of the Lifestealer. The Invoker's gone.
no surprise, Liquid.
Yeah.
Taking the Slardar.
Plenty of respect for that.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to note that Liquid had first pick this time around, and I do believe that they had choice this round, and they did take first pick, and OG responded by taking Dire.
Yep.
I think in previous series you've actually seen OG favor Radiant.
We got an. Oh, Mike. Mike's here in spirit, guys.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only way he's going to come here.
No, come on, dude. Leave him alone. We love Mike. Anyway, looking back at the draft, though, the Slardar pick, no surprise. OG, of course, going to take up the Earth Spirit. And we were talking about it. Flies Phoenix, Sunray.
They're good. With that said, though, does that leave any openings for Liquid? The two supports are there. Is it too greedy? Are there hero core counters that are good against both of those heroes?
Maybe they pick Ricky again. He's quite good versus Earth Spirit with the silences. He can get in position on top of the Phoenix, silence him, cancel the Sunray, not let him use his egg. I don't know if they want to do the exact same thing 2 games in a row, but Ricky, Disruptor, we're talking about them constantly. Hide stuff. And, oh, well, the obvious one that we're not even noticing.
Yeah, that one's better.
All right, well.
I was going to ask you about the Lycan as well when we were talking about MVPs of the tournament, because this is another hero that's been on the up.
We're silly for not saying that, honestly.
Yeah.
Very silly.
It's very good here. You can position wherever you want to. You can go hit the egg no matter where it is, unless it's on a cliff.
And I think something like super underrated about Lycan is the fact that you can scout so heavily with wolves.
Yes.
It's provides so much vision all over the map. And the players that have been playing it have been making such good use of those wolves as well, with No Tail picking it up and Matama Man.
Really fast bans coming out here.
Enchant Elk,
Sventide.
Sventide,
yeah.
So
I understand. I actually perfectly understand both the ones from Liquid. The Sven, of course, counteracting the Slardar a bit with the Warcry. He's also very burst heavy. We've been talking about how he can just like pop his BKB and he can cleave down Lycan. And if the Book and the Wolves are on top of him, they just basically get bursted instantly. The Tidehunter as well just puts a lot of pressure on the Lycan in the lane. You can't really just like straight up kill him unless you have your dedicated supports there with you.
Are there times, Fogged, when you're sitting with a team like this, where they ban something and you go, why have they banned that? Are they cooking something up? Are they doing something different? Or is it when they pick something that you get a bit confused?
Sometimes it's during the bans, just because like I guess they get influence from previous games they see. Like we were talking about the last game, we brought up the point where they did ban the Weaver, and because they definitely were like, oh man, it's very good versus Lifesteal. Mind Control just had a beast performance on it, and then they overlooked the Ursa, and it ended up kind of biting them in the butt.
They've left both out this time, of course, but it's a slightly different draft. We've got the Void out now.
And Liquid goes back to the Disruptor.
Yeah.
I think, you're talking about why did they ban that instead of this. I'm surprised that they didn't ban the Disruptor. That hero has been like frightening in the right hands.
And like I said last game as well, especially versus like Disruptor versus Earth Spirit can be very good. He can just, if the Earth Spirit's trying to roll out, of course you can just glimpse him back in. If he rolls in, you can obviously just drop your ulti off, stop his initiation at any means. And like we've been pointing out throughout the panel the past couple days, Phoenix, you can disable the Sunray quite easily, as well as just silences in general are extremely good versus that hero.
It's also great against the Void. Void time walks away, glimpse him back. It's like decent at zoning him out as well.
I'm not sold on the Void pick personally. I feel like I've seen it fail a lot against Necro 3 heroes, either Beastmaster or Lycan. Once he gets mana drained, he's a terrible hero. And they have good solutions against that. They have Stun on Slar, mobility onto him, Disruptor can bring him back or lock him down in silence to get the mana drain off. I'm not sold on the Void. It is very good with Phoenix, though.
It's very good at locking down the Lycan as well, because obviously, Lycan can go full speed mode and just run around like crazy. And he's quite good versus Slardar as well. If you get the time dilation on him, he can't just keep doing that thing that we've been talking about, like the weaving in and out of fights, getting multiple crushes, multiple amplify damage. So I can understand why they picked it, and it's a comfort hero for them. They've been picking it a lot when they have the Phoenix, and they love putting it on Moon. And this also kind of leaves it a bit open. They can run it in the short lane, but it's not really their most favorite.
I really worry that when we've seen Faceless Voids fail, it's because they don't get the levels or the start that they need in the off lane. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure right now on Moon to get his levels and get his items.
And that's hard versus Disruptor. Team Liquid's draft is a lot more early game focused, with the exception of Slar Blink. And I like that they picked Jug because it offsets that very, very teamfight reliant hero. Like Jug can be solo, get solo kills. He can TP support other lanes that are going to be weak early, like Faceless Void, and possibly get double and triple kills.
Yep. Liquid going for
DK.
Comfort, very comfort heroes here. Really liking the way that Liquid's draft looks right now. And we have been kind of talking, I know Black touched upon it on the panel earlier, how Juggernaut maybe is sometimes falling out. He's a very specific pick that you need the right situations for it. And I feel like Slardar really hurts him. Amplified damage really makes Juggernaut look super squishy.
Can bash him as well. And now with Dragonite pick, they're pretty survivable to Chronosphere.
Okay, so we got a Ricky ban.
Super fast bans.
Yeah.
And the Magnus makes sense.
And the Magnus ban.
Because they were playing Magnus with Void and Juggernaut.
So Liquid have almost exactly the same draft, bar one.
Jungle Beastmaster.
The draft is so good. 2 Necro 3 heroes can drain mana of Juggernaut faces Void.
Yep.
They've got attack speed. Or I was thinking about this earlier, but then I thought they've got Slider, so they're not going to pick Beastmaster. But clearly they're going to do 4-position Beastmaster on Kuro, most likely, and then their draft looks really good to
It's
me.
also so fast as well, not team fight reliant at all. Whereas
Exactly.
OG, you look at they rely so much on the Chronosphere, and now the Darkseer wall to set up a lot of their fights.
I really like Liquid's approach to when they're on the Radiant. They always pick a way to be able to get into that Roshan pit and steal it from the dire sides. They're one of the few teams that when they're on Radiant, they have that massive potential to just go in there and take it, when it's usually the opposite way around.
Okay, final thoughts, Charlie?
Man, I really like Liquid's draft here. It has so much setup and initiation, and it's, like I said earlier, very fast. You can just, you hit your levels and just go in.
Yeah, I agree. I really like Liquid's draft. It just seems like they have a little bit of an edge coming out in the laning phase as well versus OG. The Darkseer is going to be able to pressure a bit on the Lycan, but Disruptor is quite great versus that.
Yeah, I agree. I like Liquid's draft. The one gem that OG has going for them, Earth Spirit, Darkseer, they've got to crush the safe lane.
They've got to crush
If they don't do that, they're going to get behind in fights.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get more thoughts, of course, from our expert panel at the end of Game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Final, Game number 2. Let's head back to the commentators. LD and Gods.
Thank you very much, Paul. Gods, analysts, favoring Liquid again in Game 2 are you?
Up until the last pick, Darkseer, definitely, I was like, how did Liquid get all these heroes in their draft? The Darkseer, though, very good at upsetting the Liquid lanes, because when you're running that greedy jungle Beastmaster, you have to do something to punish it.
All right, well, with that, the punishment might be getting out, guys. Game 2 is underway.
OG versus Team Liquid.
And here we are. Already, teams have moved out to the lanes. You can see some early wards did get dropped. Don't think either of these were scouted. And actually, a total of 3 early wards as Miracle's dancing on top of one. So Liquid, they don't have the Bounty Hunter this game. They don't have the Riki, rather, that Invis hero. They can run around and drop incredibly deep wards, but they still have some good vision to start this one off.
Yeah, and Liquid, they see that Earth Spirit Phoenix and know that this support duo, Earth Spirit roams around, pressures the lanes a bit, but it's not the most proactive duo, with Phoenix kind of having to sit and doesn't rotate all that well. So as a result, they get this Beastmaster, but Iron Shell Earth Spirit, very disruptive, very difficult for Lycan to lane against when he's not going to get any help from one of his supports. Only the Disruptor can try and help this lane out.
So is that the lane you want to see Crit focusing on if you're OG? Is it really just the Lycan you look to shut down?
I think you swing from mid and bottom. You want to be spending a lot of time. If you're in the Radiant jungle, you can do 3 things. You can pressure the Beastmaster jungle, which he's often on low HP for. You can rotate mid and go on Fata with a Juggernaut who has quite a decent amount of kill potential, and you can partner up with a Darkseer to disrupt Lycan's farm. So there's a ton of options for Earth Spirit, and it's much easier to play a hero like Earth Spirit when there's 3 different lanes you can pressure, or 2 lanes plus a jungle. If there's only 1 lane you can gank, it's very obvious where Earth Spirit's going to camp the entire early game. But this game, the world is his oyster.
Yeah, he will be starting bottom here, just parked behind Moon, looking to ensure that they get the early roll, and they do. Moving on to Matumba Man. Just a little bit of pressure, but with the double Ion Shell, one now expiring on the creeps, they can really look to shut down the Lycan before he gets scary, and this is those early moments where Lycan doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, Liquid's response is going to be try and use their pull camp to deny XP and also force the creep wave under the tower, because Matumba Man can farm. He's going to be able to farm a lot easier under his tower with his regen and stout shield than he is out in the lane, but the response to this from OG is just to go for a pull camp of their own.
Yeah, we did see briefly, it is just a full Iron Talon Jungle Beastmaster. It's been talked about a lot by the analysts, by many of the players, that we heard it from PPD yesterday on the panel, that they just think Beastmaster is broken right now. If he's getting free farm in the jungle, I'm not sure anyone does it faster, not even Enigma necessarily. It's ridiculous.
He has been found now by Crit. We talked about how he's got plenty of options as far as where he can rotate to. In some ways, Kuro does act as a buffer towards that mid lane protecting Fata, but if you ever manage to sneak past the Beastmaster, and get like a level 2, level 3 spin, or even like hit that level 6 timing on Jug, kills onto DK, very possible.
The good news, though, for OG is Miracle having a better start than last game. We saw him a bit slow as far as farm went in that tri-lane and the off-lane. They eventually somewhat abandoned it, but he is free farming against the Dragon Knight on a hero that scales quite well, is up against a lot of armor, a lot of tanky heroes, so not an easy game to take over with Omni Slash, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Miracle.
Yeah. The result of this, though, is Mind Control's off-lane slider will get farm as well as XP out of this lane.
And Notel getting bullied a bit here. He's already used that time walk. Mind Control, diving him, Big Daddy, he gets crossed, in comes the Phoenix, and that will be enough to zone him out. Can they get the counter kill? No, Mind Control will walk away, so Big Daddy under the gun early here. He is slightly out farming, but Notel.
He wants to get this CS at his tower, but needs to make sure he can actually salve up, and that was a really nice play by Mind Control. Almost gets that kill until the Phoenix heal comes into play.
Yeah, doesn't know he has the backup, but still, Slardar having a lot of impact early on in this offlane. You compare that to the bottom lane, Lycan 12-3, despite the dual lane aggression with the Darkseer. They are getting some good side pulls for Moon here, but they're not really shutting down the Lycan just yet, Gods.
Yeah, by no means. Moon will be getting farm and levels himself, but not exactly the outcome they were perhaps hoping for out of this lane. And
is there anything they can do to play this one better?
I mean, at this point, you are where you are. This Lycan has his boots up very nice and early, something you often don't see for a free farming Lycan, but against this aggressive dual lane, the boots go a long way. And
it's always the power of the Disruptor. You roll on him, he can just glimpse one of the two back, and suddenly you don't have necessarily the kill potential. Yeah.
I think with the level 4 on Lycan already, you're better off trying to pressure
they
the mid
are
lane.
Trying to chase that Earth Spirit out of the jungle. Crit does get caged again. It's the Disruptor setting things up. Kuro going to work with the axes there, but not able to finish him off. Still with the 4-minute rune coming soon. That's a very low HP support to try and contest.
Fly's backing up mid, and this is the adaptation from Crit, is that he wanted to rotate mid and get a rolling boulder off. He hits the rolling boulder. There's not just Blade Fury, but also a Sunray and a slow from dive. But unfortunately, Kuro's Beastmaster has just been on point with the Hawk positioning and constantly scouted out these rotations. But Crit has still found himself in a good position.
And they roll in, they move on to Fada. OG looking to strike first here. In game 1, it was a double kill and a first blood for Liquid. In game 2, it's the boys in green that get out to the hotter start.
Yeah. They've done great up until that point, but...
And an instant smoke, Gods. They want to make this 2 in a row.
Yeah, Kuro did stop those earlier rotations mid, but Crit just realizes rather than try and flank from behind the tower, just go from your own Tier 1 tower, and a much harder rotation to get vision of.
And this is the time to do it before the Beastmaster fully comes online. He is up there with the cores as far as CS go, but they're rolling in. Connection on Matumba Man, not yet level 6. OG are going to find themselves another kill. The glimpse back a bit too late. Can they punish Crit on the way out? Tower shot with the Wolves might be enough to finish him as Moon threatens to dive onto Jarex here. These Wolves are bringing Crit down though, and he will end up falling. Now they turn on to Fly. They are very low. Don't see them getting that second kill, but it's still overall 1 for 1, but the Lycan dying for an Earth Spirit. And OG killing off 2 cores here before the Beastmaster starts moving.
OG's now put themselves in a position where 2 and really all 3 of their lanes are going very well. The Void free farming for the most part.
Another roll, another jump. They still don't have that Beastmaster roar. He's very close. They're diving onto Fada. Omni Slash is ready. Fada does get off the Dragon Tail. Miracle tried to back up to prevent this, but he's got the phase boots to chase. Omni comes through, decapitates the Knight.
It was
off with your helm.
A great turn from Fata to get the stun off before Omni Slash, but
and now
couldn't quite get far enough away.
Looks like
because
they
of
might
phase.
go top here. Notel has the chrono.
And OG are just moving so well with these 2 supports.
And now they want to try and deal with Mind Control. They get the bash. The chrono comes through. Meet the Sunray Mind Control. Doesn't even need Crit's help. OG have killed all 3 cores. And they're looking for Jarex too. He TP'd in a bit late to the party. Notel still beating him down. He needs that bash. Give me a bash, he says. Give me a bash already. Ice Frog, please. There you go.
He's overextended
though.
He
may die for this though. Notel into the trees. The roar actually goes onto Crit, so they're going to settle for a support kill. Notel has the time walk out. Should be able to survive. Just barely at that. But they chase for more. Suddenly Miracle joins the fray. OG with the relentless aggression. They take the fight to Liquid. They look to punish before that big death ball push begins, but Miracle getting dealt with by the boar here. He really needs help. Notel's also low. The healing ward's dealt with. Mind Control gets the 1 hero crushed. The time walk forward. The bash from Big Daddy. Is he going to get a second? Can't quite. Even Moon chasing.
And Miracle has a regen rune. He TP's mid. He might be able to go for this kill. Doesn't have Omni Slash, so probably doesn't have... Yeah, he's going to just go for the farm. Doesn't have the damage.
Still right back to full HP. Free fountain trip for him. And even after all that, it's still Liquid within striking distance. And we've yet to see the too much movement from the Beastmaster. Just reactionary there to top. They're giving Matumba Man more space now, gods. And despite the pressure bottom, he leads the CS charts. But for now, OG leading with this lineup that scales very well in the late game. They've got to be happy about that.
Liquid's always been about that mid-game. Like, with a draft like this, it's always about that mid-game push. So an early game where they're a little bit behind in a couple of kills before they've even picked up the Vlads, before they've got Mind Control's Blink, they're not going to be overly concerned, but there is that slight sense of worry where OG now have the momentum. They're just executing their rotations incredibly well, and if they can maintain that, Liquid at some point are going to have to find a way to respond. They can't just sit back and expect to reach that mid game without taking more and more casualties if they play completely defensively.
Yeah, at this point, Roar back up, waiting on the Dragon Knight ult, but a successful movement by Liquid probably means a tower down, at least a glyph forced out, and some significant damage done there. So Fada, he's closing in on that. Meanwhile, Nambi slash Miracle moving on to Mind Control. Can he finish him here? Almost in range. The phase boot's now activated. He gets off the Blade Fury, but he tries to slither away. Ain't gonna happen. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Matumba Man dead as well. OG making all the right moves, bullying Liquid. Just slurping them up.
And the great thing about all these OG kills is it's not like they're 5-man rotations. We saw last game when they fell behind early, it was like 10, 15 minutes in, they 5-man smoke gang top. No, OG are finding these kills with 2 heroes. In that case at mid, the Jug just does it all by himself. Bottom lane, it's only a 3-hero commitment, so they're doing it in a very efficient way where they're not overcommitting, they're still maintaining their farm. 3 heroes with 45 plus CS. It's only the Lycan who's ahead of those 3 OG cores, and they're now in a position where they can follow up these kills with objectives.
Mid lane. On to Miracle, goes for the TP out the Roar. Kuro! A whiff there from him, and it means Miracle gets out, but Matumba Man races in. The quick Icarus dive back to turn their attention on to the Samurai. Can they bring Miracle down? The Fire Spirit's coming through. Miracle will fall despite the mistake from Kuro. And Liquid still able to transition into a push. Shows you just how good their ability to take objectives really is. But now the roll. Crit, counter-initiated. He's got the ultimate as well. He's going to drop it too. Starting to bring Kuro low. They're going to scatter. Kuro to the north. And it looks like Beastmaster will fall. And meanwhile, Matumba with the wall working against him. Moon, he's got the surge. It's on the Lycan illusion. It turns into a wall, but it gets him too!
Mama would be proud of that one.
You never ever run from me, says Moon.
Well,
4-11, gods.
That was a great turnaround coming out from OG. They did lose the Void at bottom lane while that was all going on. It looks like a Fata TP from Dragon Knight. He had that double damage rune, and that's where Liquid, when they get that pick off, they're so dangerous. A Beastmaster and the double damage Dragon form pose a lot of threat to the tower, but with OG responding mid, Fata finds the pick off at bottom.
And that's with a Roar and a Creep. They still managed to do that much damage to the tower.
And it's also some space for Mind Control. This is the player who won't be able to really be all too active or get involved until he has a Blink Dagger, so a bit more pressure on Kuro to get involved with Fata's Dragon Knight and create some space for Mind Control just to get...
Hello, Kuro, says No-Tail. He found not 1, but 2, and they're working on Kuro. He's going to drop very early in this fight. Mind Control gets up the app, crushes, and runs. Constantly on the defensive. It's a total role reversal from last game.
Really curious what No-Tail's going with the Perseverance pickup. Seeing Miracle.
Playing it safe here. He knows there's really no way to cancel that with the Beastmaster dead. So he will make it out, but Dragon Knight online again. Do Liquid look to push with this? They bring Matumba Man into the mid lane, so we've seen a lot from this team when they're running heroes like the Lycan, the Death Prophet. They like to take these early crucial towers, especially the tier 1 mid. Well, do OG defend? They don't have a chrono.
I've got the Magnetize, but they're not going to rotate. They
insta-smoke.
Were they too close? They were very close to the creep, so the Miracle will pop it in.
He's got the Blade Fury as well. He can easily get out from Jerax here, even if there's a glimpse. Trying to bait the Blade Fury and chase further, but Miracle showing good patience there.
Really heads-up play by Miracle. As soon as I'm pretty sure he sees the smoke, he just positions himself on the high ground to reveal the smoke and then get himself back to safety.
And they're farming elsewhere. OG doing a good job at spreading the map. You can see Crit getting some crucial me time on the bottom lane. No-Tail farming up the woods has gone for the early Perseverance.
Yeah,
so is this Battle Fury?
And Battle Fury is really the only item that makes sense, but it's a very greedy approach to take considering you've done so well in the early game. And going Battle Fury against this scary mid-game push of the Lycan Dragon Knight Beastmaster, to me is very risky.
Now,
since picking it up, he did get the Ring of Aquila. So he bought the Aquila after the Perseverance. I'm not sure if that means he's thinking about changing his mind or what, but No-Tail does recognize he needs some early game presence.
Now, in good news for OG, they have a little balance here from Miracle, as he is not rushing a Battle Fury of his own. We have seen him do that on the jug sometimes, but it feels like an early Yasha will be the pickup for him. Gets the Band of Elven Skin. And now OG. They will smoke. They will move top after getting a essentially free tier 1. They've got all their ultimates online aside from the Chrono, cooling down soon. Both teams popping scans here.
And recognizing that Liquid's kind of taken over their jungle. This is the very common play to make after getting a tier 1 tower, and they may they don't go back, fully commit to going in their jungle.
Crit might find someone, but he needs the team with him. They're hesitating. Now they're moving top. OG rolling in. They found Jerax. The Static Storm deployed defensively. Looks for the TP out, and he gets the glimpse off on the Phoenix. He'll make it out too. So Jerax dodges a bullet.
Everyone gets out of that one.
Even Matumba Man TPing away. Still nothing too big used there by OG, just a smoke. They don't blow a Chrono or anything like that. And they're still the team that's somewhat penned in on their side of the map.
Yeah, and for Liquid, they haven't really hit all their item timings just yet. They yet to get any of the Necro books on either. Well, Beastmaster's got his back at base. Lycan still working on his Necro 1, so for Liquid, you get scary around like the double Necro book stage. They don't even have to be level 3, level 1, level 2 with Fata, who's very tanky with this armlet now. And then you just kind of 5-man at towers. We saw them take the tier 1 mid without resistance. And then instantly, in the same Dragon form, they got another tier 1 tower up top. So when you can get 2 towers from the one ultimate, you kind of know your opponents are very reliant on some of their ultimates, like the Chronosphere.
OG do have a nice ward here. Actually, 3 off on the Radiant side. But most importantly, that one bottom. Scouted out Kuroki and Fata. Kuroki and Fata showing good map awareness. Do retreat long before that potential gank could materialize. I'll reveal No-Tail in the bottom lane. The rest of the team parked behind him. Liquid seemed content to farm. Lycan off at the Ancients. The rest of the team was in the lanes, now in the jungle. And they are keeping this game stable. As good of a start as it was for OG, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. That's just one good fight and a tower from Liquid, and it will be erased.
And they're just kind of sticking near each other. The Dragon Knight, who was kind of closer to the lane, still has his 3 teammates nearby. It's only ever going to be Matumba Man, who might be off kind of on his own, getting some farm. He is probably the one who's most kind of late game item dependent for the team. The other 4 ready to fight. May even look for a smoke gank soon, although 2 dire wards have given plenty of vision of this Liquid squad. And Liquid had like a couple sentries expire, and yep, they smoke under a ward.
OG are ready for this. They smoke too. This one not scouted. Liquid heading north. OG sneaking south, creeping in behind them. They are going to forfeit a potential high ground advantage there. I think they're expecting Liquid to be in the pit, gods. Maybe.
They're likely to wrap around towards that pit soon. Miracle will see his smoke not pop and should know what's going on now that Liquid is smoked into their own jungle. So despite seeing the smoke, it doesn't set them up for a team fight victory immediately.
And No-Tail not under cover of smoke. He is visible. That faceless void, and it looks like in the end, a swing and a miss for both teams.
I mean, for Liquid, they had triple sentries in their own jungle, and they just assumed that OG had limited vision in this Radiant jungle, but OG had 2 Observer wards go unnoticed.
Oh, speaking of unnoticed Observer wards, now Liquid, they have the vision advantage here. They're moving the Wolf Pack in. Kuroki leading the charge for now. Fata with the haste run and the armlet. Both teams want a clean initiation. They're finding it, but the vision advantage has to be far on the side of Liquid as far as the heroes go.
And when you have a vision advantage with a disruptor, it's so scary to play against. That's where OG, even though with this strong team fight, you're looking at Chronosphere with a Darkseer, a Supernova.
Do you get it off?
Yeah, do you get it off? Is it Liquid getting the jump? If they manage to get a Roar and burst someone down, the mana burn from the Necrobook could mean the Void doesn't even have mana to time walk away, something that Kevin talked about on the panel as well, and that makes it very difficult for OG to play.
There's the roll in, but Jerax is ready for it, dropping the Static Storm here. Not a very good one, and he's going to get caught out. Will be finished off with a Blade Fury for Miracle. Crit may pay in return, though, as he commits a Magnetized Mind Control, bringing him down together with the Wolves. They are chasing Mind Control, but he's rather far away. Matumba Man coming into Wolf form and then says, "Get out of my way, Fata." Get out of there. So they decide to back off. They lose a Disruptor. They trade him for an Earth Spirit. Support for support. But Liquid playing a little scared. Don't want to walk into that team fight.
They've got plenty of setup for the Glimpse using those Lycan Wolves and the Beastmaster Hawk, but OG have just not given Liquid any opportunities to find those pickoffs. And Earth Spirit at best is all they've managed to really get this game, and following that kill, OG themselves go into the pit, soon to be scattered out by a Hawk.
Now, do Liquid walk into that pit? The Lycan ultimate at these early levels has a pretty long cooldown. Still 40 seconds until Matumba Man can engage the Roche well below half HP. If Liquid want to fight this, they do so without the big bad wolf.
Oh, they're coming though.
And they are moving towards the pit. Mind control out in front. The smoke's going to break. They still hesitate. They don't walk in. They're waiting for the wolf, but it might be too late. No tail. Time walks out. He is slowing down the Roshan by not just hitting them.
He's scaring them with the Chrono, though.
But it works. And the Aegis goes to Miracle. Now Fada engages on to No Tail, but they don't have the follow-up burst. He's going to get the initiation off. On to Fada with the Sunray going. The armlet still active. He drops quickly. The Dragon being brought down, but not finished off just yet. They can't kill him, and they Blade Fury spin forward. They will finish him off, and then the egg over the top, zoning Liquid back as the Static Storm again ineffective. Miracle assassinates another. OG finding their stride, almost getting Kuro there. OG and Aegis, 2 kills. And Liquid blew some ults.
Yeah, and it was a great blink crush from Mind Control on the backlines, but the Static Storm out of the Disruptor just wasn't there in time. I'm not sure if it was still on cooldown from the previous fight, but letting the Phoenix off the Supernova following the crush really secures OG's teamfight there. And suddenly No Tail, 2.9k gold, can complete the Battle Fury if he wants to. Still not sure this is really the optimal Void build these days. It used to be like back in like the slow-paced carry meta, you'd see safe lane Voids go Battle Fury, but as far as like a one-position Void these days, you're much better like going for your Diffuse or Mantis, so not sure what is exactly going to be on his mind.
Hard to say. At this point, it does seem like No Tail has changed his mind. He's up to well over the gold required for
Radiance, you know? I'm sure Wag will be happy. He's probably sitting backstage like, come on, No Tail, you can do it. Didn't get the Vanguard, but he's still very tanky even without it.
Ooh, gets the ultimate orb. So it looks like a Lincoln Sphere for the Roar, the Dragon Tail, even the Glimpse potentially.
Lincoln's is great against DK stun, and like you mentioned, the Glimpse as well as often the catch. And the Lincoln's overtime has been received a few small buffs here and there as far as the cost goes, and even the cooldown on the Lincoln's refresh. So an item which is very defensive by nature, but it's amazing against Liquid's lineup.
They know the most important thing here is to get off a good team fight and not to give up the pick. So Liquid don't have that power play. And having the Lincolns is certainly a good way to ensure that.
I mean, now Void has a way to dodge the Glimpse. Jug does as well. Does put OG in a fairly safe position to
They're streaming bottom. Jug coming as well. They get the sounds off on Jerax. Which way does he go? It's Raptor for dinner. Miracle now dominating. Though I have to say, it feels like Crit is the one doing most of the heavy lifting.
OG ready to press forward, I imagine. Fortunately, we'll have to deal with some split push coming out from the Lycan always. There's a Necro 2 on both Kuro as well as Matumba Man.
So we have a kind of a pause, a lull in the action here, Gods. OG are going to look to push bottom, it appears. Liquid probably not going to contest this.
They see Kuro. They may try and jump him here.
He's called out. No Tail gets the jump. They commit even a Chrono for the 4th position Beastmaster, but with the farm he's got, well worth it if they get the kill. No neutral deny. It goes the way of Fly. So, all right, now we have a moment. So looking forward, 10, 15 minutes down the road, does either team start to pull ahead? Is there a big power spike you're keeping your eyes out for? You mentioned the Necrobolt timing hasn't really materialized for Liquid. Where are these teams looking next?
I mean, Liquid want to use their vision advantage to farm more of the map. Avoid OG's 5-man, split push up top, split push mid when you see this 5-man unit down bottom, and try and use these Necrobooks to slow down the OG push, because it has such a high threat of breaching the OG high ground that OG will have to constantly TP back to defend this. For OG, it's all about finding those pickoffs. Using a Chrono on one hero is all about kind of asserting yourself over your opponent, saying, look, you're not going to split push. We're not going to let you play the economy game, because that's exactly what Liquid's trying to do. Punish the fact that OG are 5-manning by just all 4 or 5 of their heroes are split apart, farming different locations on the map. You had the Dragon Knight up top, you have the Lycan at the Ancients, you've got Disrupt at bottom, someone else is farming the Radiant jungle, so even if you lose one kill, you've got 3 or 4 other heroes farming.
And we have seen from Liquid that even from a bigger deficit than this, they can pull out some spectacular team fights. The series versus Newbee yesterday especially comes to mind with just incredible teamwork. And they do have some scouting tools here, not the Riki or the Bounty Hunter type hero, but they've got the Wolves, as well as the Amp Damage, the Hawk. So they have the Vision type here, as you mentioned, to not only create space for farm, but maybe eventually for that big team fight. They are, for now, trying to farm their jungle. OG pushing in the bottom lane. The ward? The D ward just not been used yet. They haven't gotten Vision up the cliff, it looks like.
I see a point booster picked up on No-Tail's Void, and I think he recognizes that the catch against the split push is going to be key. He wants that shorter cooldown.
OG streaming in. It's almost like Liquid wanted to bait this one. Crit. It's a trap. Static Storm getting dropped. A Miracle says, screw it, man. I'm going in. The Necro Book's there. The Omni Slash committed. He's got to run. Kills off the book, but he does get roared on the way out. Elsewhere, the bubble. No-Tail trying to lock down Matumba Man. Finish him off. The Wolf will fall. OG getting a core kill, but the Jug looks like he might drop. No! The Healing Ward, the Aegis, enough to keep him alive for now, but eventually the Jug will fall.
Oh, the Aegis expired as they went on him. That burst heal was from the Aegis timing out, and Earth Spirit, like, crit kept him alive for longer, and it actually kind of bites OG in the ass there because they lose the Aegis because crit actually saved Miracle for like an extra 5 seconds, and that was so unfortunate.
That was a very interesting bait by Liquid. They saw the ward. They had the Hawk on top of the hill. It was in range of the Sentry. They opted not to kill the ward. As soon as Earth Spirit rolls in, instantly the Static Storm comes out. Miracle dives pretty far with the Omni Slash, and Liquid are able to turn it. They get 2 cores. They do lose the Lycan again, but he's still up there as far as net worth goes.
Yeah, that's a great kill on Miracle's Jug, who's been involved in 8 of these kills. It was 8 and 1 before that. Takes a death now, and he's picked up a Perseverance himself, although I wonder if he's thinking Battle Fury to help push out these lanes fast, deal with all the Necrobooks, the summons.
Double Lincolns feels like a bit defensive for OG, because this does appear to be a farm war.
No, I think you recognize what Liquid's trying to do and just farm the map, and you kind of do a bit of that yourself. While obviously being involved in kills. Miracle's going to smoke up with his team when, even without an Omni Slash, he can still be very influential.
And No-Tail now grabbing the point booster. So likely going to see that Ags. Has generally been the Void build, and they are going to get eyes here on Fada. He pops the Shadow Blade. He tries to run. They glimpse it back. Do they have detection? You betcha. Can they finish him off, though? That's the question. Moon's there. Karate chops him down, making Moon Meander's mama very proud. Make it 2. And now OG can transition perhaps into a push. Tier 1 can just be backdoored here. Not sure if they get the Tier 2, though.
Good wait for the creep wave. There's not too big of a threat of the split push just yet from Matumba Man, although he will have full access to his jungle and potentially the bottom lane as well to threaten a counter push. But for now, it's crit. Getting aggressive with a ward here, which does get scattered out being planted, so Liquid should be able to easily de-ward that one.
The Greaves are now picked up by Darkseer, and I think more importantly, you're up against Lycan gods, you are up against a Hawk, they get the gem. So OG not having the best vision heroes on paper, but looking to really atone for that through the items.
Just being able to punish as often as possible. This Chronosphere is going to quickly become less a teamfight tool and more a pick-off tool for OG. They want to use it to start fights. Even if you're just killing one core hero with a Chronosphere, you've still got plenty of teamfight to follow up the Void. If anything, Void needs to start the fight so Darkseer can come in later. Darkseer is not really a good teamfight initiator. He relies on the opponents to have already reacted and grouped up for that vacuum wall to come out. The way that fight at top breaks out is that Moon comes in after the initial fight and then hits that vacuum wall on the backline. So Void throwing an Aghanim's ulti just for 1 or 2 heroes in the front lines is more than adequate for OG in their team fight setup.
Big smoke by Liquid. Marching down mid. The Wolves scouting ahead, looking for prey, and they do see a Darkseer. A Wild Moon appears. Aurora is there. Darkseer goes down. Clean execution by Liquid. And now they race forward, even popping the Wolf ult. Let's see where they roam next. I always like to hunt for these additional kills. They move into the pit, hoping, praying that Roshan is up. Their prayers are not answered by Ice Frog.
I wonder if that was a misclick from Matumba or just thought he maybe needed it for that. You see the Darkseer mid, you're expecting it to be back up. So I think it was just like a let's be safe rather than sorry kind of ultimate.
Well, 1 kill, instant tower down, and that's a pretty big one here. Tier 2 falls mid.
And that's the beauty of Liquid's draft, is that you can be the ones kind of in control, winning the farm war. Not really with map control, but you're the ones who have the strong team fight. But one pick off for Liquid, you take out a key team fight hero, someone like a Darkseer or a Void, and suddenly your ability to breach high ground with the double Necro books, Dragon Knight ulti form is just brutal. And OG, they have to play very flawlessly here. They can't afford to miss a Chronosphere, to have a Darkseer get picked off too often, or suddenly Liquid, one big mistake near your base and you find yourself losing a lane of racks.
Now, in good news for OG, while they don't want to whiff Chronospheres, they have a little more wiggle room. It is now an Aghanim's online. So 1 minute cooldown. Not too much for Liquid to play around with, even if he does whiff one. They'll need to be very decisive in the punish.
There's still, like, to me, some slight concerns around their overall damage output. You look at the Void with Linken's plus Ags. He's not really doing much damage output himself. Needs to transition
that
into
illusion. That. It got a whiff of OG trying to steal the Roche right under Liquid's eyes. And the Wolves, the fresh pack comes in. This Roche is not dropping quickly enough. They are going to have to fight. Fada moves up to the north under cover of Shadowblade, trying to move his way in, finding that pick. It would be big. A fresh pack emerges. When do they go? OG.
They know Fly's up here. They could silence him.
Slowly working on it. Liquid want to go in at exactly the right moment. The egg gets dropped very preemptively. Then the Chrono as well. They finish off the Roche. No tail. Trapping mind control in. And they manage to bring him down. And now the wall, the Static Storm, too late. OG have found the Roche. They've gotten their ages. They've massacred two. They're looking for Fada as well. The team fight execution virtually flawless. 3 down. Fada drops. Can they kill Kuro 2? Make it 4 for 1. And almost a Lycan for dinner.
They just... They use their ultis like before Liquid were even on them. The egg comes out as DK's trying to initiate in onto the Phoenix. And then you have a Chronosphere. He used Chrono before even the Slaughter blinked in. It's almost as if he expected them to be coming. Mind Control kind of blinks into it, and great ultimate usage from OG. They were so cautionary with it, making sure that they don't lose that one decisive Roche fight.
Yeah, getting the Aegis here and starting the fight with no Slardar, absolutely massive. He is the source of your sustained lockdown to deal with the Juggernaut, to deal with the Void, continue to get bashes, crits as the fight moves along, and boy, they're just lucky they didn't lose Matumba Man too, but it's a pretty decisive win by OG Gods.
Fly did not mess around with his ulti usage there. That Phoenix Supernova, a lot of players would have tried to hold on, use a Sunray first perhaps, or use the fact that you're on that high ground to wait a bit longer before you throw out the Supernova, but he wanted to make sure that stun was popping around when Roche was dying. So OG pull further ahead off of that, almost a 10,000 gold lead now.
Well, it's easy to anticipate when you're a Time Lord, and that Faceless Void certainly is. So Liquid, 30 minutes in, almost nobody's been able to stop them when they get the Lycan. I mean, a Dragon Knight and Beastmaster on top of that. Normally, towers just crumble even if you have a good start, but OG just haven't made a big mistake in any team fight. We haven't seen a whiffed Chrono. We haven't seen a whiffed Vacuum Wall. Occasionally a support will die, but it's been very mistake-free Dota. And 30 minutes in against Jerax's Disruptor, that is a tall order, but as one OG have been up for the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, a lot of their kills came in that early game where they found like they either traded kills in some kind of small skirmishes. They haven't found the key mid-game pickoffs outside of the one on the Darkseer. They kill the Darkseer, they immediately take a tier 2 tower. They need more of that. Unfortunately, every time they've tried to smoke up, OG themselves have kind of been grouped as 5, ready to teamfight, and Liquid haven't exactly got the superior teamfight, assuming OG can get off their big ultis.
So what's next for OG? They have Aegis now. They are still out farming Liquid as we see a jump top Aurora into Miracle. As the Blade Fury TP, is he going to be able to get it off here? He goes for it, just had the mana. It was close to Kuro, burning it all away. The Miracle able to make it out. And it does show you the power of Beastmaster. Even down that much net worth, can almost solo kill him.
That's a
gonna change though with this Eye of Scotty that's coming.
Yeah, risky place for Miracle to be. This is a nice item, gives him bigger mana pool to help deal with the Necro books, but more importantly, HP, armor, stats all across the board can be very useful for a Jug who likely wants to siege high ground. OG with like high ground sieges with Jugs have just been so good. They kind of go in, they time the Blade Fury so they can maximize their damage output, get back to safety. They use the healing ward really well.
And unlike most carries that don't have a BKB, he can just Blade Fury if they try to glimpse him in when he retreats.
I imagine they wanted the Aegis on Miracle. I think No-Tail having it was purely a reaction to the chaotic fight happening as Roche died, so it was very much a call like, anyone who can pick up the Aegis, just make sure we grab it.
Well, he chronoed his teammates, so he's like, yeah, I'm going to have to take this. Sorry, buddy.
If he waits for the chrono to wear off, then if Mind Control somehow survives the chrono, maybe he gets it. you don't really have a guarantee Miracle's going to be able to pick it up. The base trade scenario, very good response by Liquid. They've got Necrobooks, they push very fast.
I'm not sure if OG can do this, but they did get there significantly ahead.
They're already reacting. The Void's actually up top. If Liquid don't realize he's not pushing bottom, they could get caught out here.
Yeah, there is that glimpse back. It's only a 1 minute chrono, though. The glimpse back comes a Miracle. He has to Blade Fury and then run. Not like they're going to be able to follow up, it appears, though. You can see Matumba Man already rotating.
It was a good call from No-Tail to kind of rotate back, TP himself home, and look for that catch that Liquid seemed to be wary of it with their positioning, and OG claim a tier 3 tower uncontested.
Yeah, Miracle not entirely respecting the Jerax Disruptor, but fortunately could still Blade Fury and just run. They didn't really have anyone to pursue him.
Even without a TP.
But both teams have the catch. Like, you have to be careful when you're going high ground.
Yeah. If Beastmaster TP's back, he's got a Blink Dagger. I think ideally Kuro needs to get Boots of Travel up as soon as possible. Probably the kind of most impactful item that he can go following this Blink Necrobook, just because of what it offers in terms of being able to thread into split push, as well as after OG come back to defend the split push, you try and TP back and catch heroes like Miracle in that position. If he has Boots of Travel there, Miracle may have actually been able to be caught out.
You can see the stark contrast between the two 4-position players this game. Kuro, he really took over last game on the Riki, but this game it has been the crit show, involved in well over half of their kills, and most of them coming in those crucial early moments. So with the Aegis now gone, No-Tail will use that inventory slot to buy a Blink Dagger. Does not opt to complete a Mjolnir or Salkuras. He wants the extra catch. And now he has it.
Yeah, if he has a Blink Dagger up top, that's possible 2-3-man chrono.
Time walks in, blinks on forward. This time it's a connection. It's onto Matumba Man, but 4 heroes are coming in reserve. Fada sweeping around from the side. He's got a DD road. This Dragon's going to hurt unless they can focus him. The Omni Slash very much unable to bring him down. And Miracle now getting stunned. Turned on by Fada. He's still got the armlet active here, but he is fairly low. He's got to toggle this. No-Tail jumping in. Miracle staying alive through it all. It's the Moon Wall! Now they bring down the Dragon, the Wolf too, and they chase onto Jerax. It's about to be 4. He tries for the TP. No escape from OG. Absolutely slaughtered.
So patient on Moon. He waited out both the Lycan BKB and the Dragon Knight BKB. Finds the exact timing at the end of that team fight to hit the vacuum wall. Right as it looked like things were starting to not go too well for OG, suddenly Moon shows up. That Darkseer play catching Liquid completely by surprise. They just didn't get the kills during their BKB durations. Another very defensive Supernova from Fly, but once you have that Supernova by the tower, if Liquid commit for kills with BKBs, they're going to get stunned up, and OG's teamfight, again, just shining. It's not just a Chronosphere that matters. It's the Supernova, it's the Vacuum Wall, it's an Earth Spirit who can hit a multiple hero Boulder Smash. There's just too many teamfight spells coming out that Liquid just don't match up.
OG looking to take this game too. Reset the series at 1-1 and guarantee us a 4th game. They've taken 1 lane of Rax, and they get more with smoking almost within their own fountain, really.
OG are already backed off with Chrono ready to go again. Wall up in 10 seconds, although they are a little bit short on mana for Moon.
They hold the line here bottom for now, but it's OG looking to come in, and there's the bubble. It's trouble for Matumba. No real help, no save just yet. The back comes through again. He has to BKB, and he runs. He's morphing into Big Bad Wolf, and he doesn't really want to be big or bad. He's just sitting back, unable to engage in this, fearing the follow-up damage. They focus Fly, though. He doesn't get off the egg. Maybe this is where Liquid make their stand. No-Tail dropping pretty fast. He does time walk back, and OG start to scramble the retreat. Liquid pursue. Miracle, though, has a Lincoln Sphere on top. He brings down the Necrobooks, and they roll back in. Crit looking to engage. No-Tail out fairly far. Fada with the BKB, but he time walks it off. He continues to fight, and they bring down the Dragon. They turn back for Kuroki while Blade Fury Jerax. They might just kill them all here. Disruptor down. Crit surging in. He catches another. Continues to deliver. Silencing him. Controlling him. And killing off his mind. OG unchecked in the team fights. And the crowd is loving it. Second lane of Rax is theirs. The game within their grasp. A desperation buyback. But can they hold? They have no Dragon Knight. They just now get the Slaughter. There's no Wolf Ultimate. There's no ability to take the fight. And it's Big Daddy again with a wall on top. The kick on through from Crit. Mind control. It's about to be a dieback for him. Slaughter down. Death by the Miracle Sword. And on to the range Rex. Perhaps onto more kills. Matumba Man running for dear life.
It's so nice to play a Void when you don't have to hit 5-man Chronos, because
Notel, we're seeing his initiation range. He initiates from like 1500 range away, uses a Time Walk into Blink Dagger just to catch 1 or 2 heroes. He catches a Lycan by itself, but he knows there's no pressure on him to hit more than one hero. If he just catches a Lycan, his job is to force a fight, force Liquid to engage on you, and then he knows he's got the backup of Supernova as well as Vacuum Wall to win the team fight, even without that big chrono. And it means OG just have this kind of unstoppable initiating force in the Faceless Void, and suddenly they get a second lane of Rack, looking to take a third and take game number 2.
Miracle now imbued with the power of a butterfly as well. This is a gigantic juggernaut. He just solo killed a Dragonite essentially with the Omni Slash. Basically the only damage hitting him in that last fight, and that was before this fresh tier 4 item comes out. So now all that stands between him and this game win is that Rax, but again, they're going to start with the Chrono. The Static Storm comes out to the side of the bubble. It doesn't matter. Fada's deleted. Liquid just never get to fight with the whole team while the Green Dream persists, and they tap out. They could take no more. Liquid are swept aside here in game number 2. We now have a real series on our hands.
And they even things up with a very impressive draft and just draft execution coming out. The rotations early on mid, pressuring Fatu's Dragonite. Fatu was such a key player in game number 1, didn't get any opportunities to really come online, and Liquid very reliant on that scary mid-game push, just never got the room to execute it because of how good OG's teamfight was.
So if you had to pick like one thing that Liquid need to change going into game 3, what would it be?
Probably for Liquid, it's going to come down to having just a little bit more early game laning presence. Game 1, it was Kuro active on the Riki. This time around, it was a bit greedier on the Beastmaster. They thought they could get away with it, probably expecting the Void in the offlane. You see a Void Jug, you're not expecting a last pick Darkseer, but it was really a fantastic last pick for OG, giving them more team fight and more laning pressure. So OG had the team fight advantage and the laning advantage.
And such a good game to have the wall. So many Rs normally built, heroes that their illusions are incredibly impactful in team fights. Getting the Dragonite illusion, the Lycan illusion, it made a big difference here. And with that, we summon Paul and the analysts.
How you doing, LD?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty good grand final right now.
I'm happy. We got a game 4.
Who do you think, boys down there, who do you think has had the upper hand in the mental game? As we've talked about it between Kuro and Fly, who do you think's got the upper hand so far?
I think it's very even. They're both super resilient, very experienced captains, and it's a tie series. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, you win game 2, maybe you could Fly the slight edge because he's coming off a win, but Kuro's been around the block.
All right, we'll carry on enjoying the grand final. We'll come back to you for game 3 very shortly. Thank you very much, gents. Let's check in with our panel members as to what they made of game number 2. We're all squared up, Charlie, 1-1.
Yeah, that game really comes down to the early rotations on crit. If that laning stage doesn't go well for OG, then Liquid gets their levels, they get their items, and then they can play at their own pace. But what you saw instead was OG establishes dominance in the laning phase, Liquid plays on the back foot, and then they have to play to OG's tempo. And OG's tempo is to play around their big team fight ultimates. And, you saw it in those Roche fights. There's no way Liquid contests when OG's ultimates are up.
And that's what won them the game was the Darkseer pick. It changed all their lanes up. They're expecting Void off lane versus Disruptor support. They can deal with that. Mid would have been something against Dragonite. Dragonite's fairly resilient in a 1v1, but not against a hero that can do 500 magic damage with 110 mana on a 30-second cooldown. It just made it so all of their lanes were gankable and facilitated crit to just need one. They just needed the one hero crit to rotate over and guarantee a kill in any lane, so it's hard to predict where he's going to be, and they just kept pounding the laning stage.
Yeah, OG really dictated the pace of the game, especially like we were commenting about crit on that Earth Spirit, but I just love the way that they did their lane setup. The Juggernaut mid, it's a change-up, but it gives that kill potential on the Dragonite. Very tanky hero, isn't susceptible to just physical damage right clicks. Well, you don't need it then. You just spin on him with a rolling boulder, and it ended up being like perfect setups. I really have to commend OG on their early game movements, but not just from crit, but also from Fly. They were like that duo in the first, like they show up top lane, the both of them are there. They go mid lane, both of them are there. They go bottom lane, both of them are there. It was just beautiful, perfect rotations. Liquid, it's not even like they played poorly in this game, honestly. OG just looked unstoppable.
Yeah, OG did all the right moves, and one of those right moves was actually No-Tail picking up a very unconventional Lincoln Sphere. If he correctly identified that the only way he gets stopped on beating on somebody in a Chronosphere is with Roar. he still has damage because he has a Darkseer Ion Shell on him, and they're so far ahead that he can afford to go something like a Lincoln Sphere and an Agnum Scepter because they still have damage, and the only way they stop him is countered by the Lincolns.
Yeah, going the Aghanims was also very smart. Like Gods was saying, like the casters were saying, they have to. Liquid trying to fight into OG's team fight is nearly impossible from the start that they had. And going for Aghanims, it's every 60-second Chronosphere.
Yep, so basically he just Chronos one guy, they Sunray in the back, and he's missing half of his HP, if not more, if there aren't more heroes there. So.
And here we have to give the MVP to crit this game.
MVP crit, I mean, Miracle had a great game, 16-2-9 on that Juggernaut, back to where we would expect him to be in the game, but it was crit that enabled that.
Absolutely. Took the words out of my mouth.
The enabler.
The enabler.
It's basically a reverse of game one, is what that felt like to me.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
It's like super stomp, just completely different teams.
That's what you want in these grand finals, though. Both teams playing really well, but the first game, it was just like Liquid making the first moves, looking absolutely perfect. Now OG making all the first moves, looking absolutely perfect. It's like, this is the dream.
Yeah, we'll go through the highlights. Charlie, what does it do for their mentality, though? Because we heard about OG's mentality. They're very strong. They don't mind if they go behind. But if they've gone 2-0 down in the grand final, that's when it starts becoming a problem, right?
That's incredibly worrying. I mean, how many times have we seen a team come back from an 0-2 deficit? Very, very rarely. That's, if you can do that, like your mental strength, you know, bow to you. But, you know, we got a 1-1 series here, guys, and I think it really comes down to the laning phase. Like in both games, you see the team that gets out ahead early is the one that controls the pace of the game.
Comes back to drafting, of course, as well, as to what they draft and how they draft. Who do you think has had the upper hand? I asked a similar question to Aldi and Gods. Who do you think's had the upper hand so far?
You know, I still want to give it to Liquid. I think, yes, OG won Game 2 and it looked really good for them, but if everything didn't go correctly for them in the early laning phase, then that game gets really hard. Crit and Fly had to do so many things right, their timing had to be absolutely perfect for them to really come out ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned already, Fog, that Darkseer last pick was sort of key to them being able to do what they did in that second game.
Yeah, it just really allowed them to pressure all three lanes in a way. The Earth Spirit could go to any one of them and make the setup for a gank. It was really beautiful to watch, honestly. Like, it was unfortunate for Liquid, but OG just showed their resilience here.
You know, in a lot of ways, the draft was a little bit reminiscent between game 1 and 2. It was always that last pick, changing everything up and being the solution to what they needed. So if both teams can just always identify what they need, it's so hard, especially if it's a random pick. I mean, Darkseer's not that random, but it was a little out of nowhere based on their typical offlane in their mid. If they can just pull the perfect hero last and then play it correctly, it can give them such a big upper hand.
You know what I like too? Liquid has like this things that we've been seeing, I guess you could call the standard at this point at this tournament. They have Lycan, Strength Core, Slardar, Strength Core, Dragon Knight, Strength Core, and then Beastmaster support, but he's also a strength, kind of a Strength Core. OG took a completely different approach this game. They have a Void, who's agility, obviously, Juggernaut, who's agility. They literally have like basically no strength heroes as their actual core heroes.
And we've seen it the other way around from OG as well. I remember back at Epicenter, they just went the whole team. All strength.
All strength.
All 5.
But the important distinction is that all the heroes that they picked have a lot of magic damage. Or pure damage, and that's the solution to high armor heroes, like strength usually are.
Yeah, and this situation right here is just like Charlie was pointing out. Like, Liquid running into OG's team fight is impossible, honestly. Like, because of the way their laning phase started, they have so many levels, and they're in the proper position, and they're able to go for that Roshan. They take it down quite quickly without losing much health. Fly in perfect position, just chilling on the high ground. No-Tail in great position as well. And yeah, everybody just needs to basically click their ultimate, and Liquid cannot run into it. It's so difficult for them.
Liquid was very worried in a lot of these fights. You could see Fada kind of going in and out. If not everybody on Liquid is on the same page, they're going to lose fights like this. They maybe could have won that with the Roar, but they had to kill Miracle during that duration. And that's just the hard part from being about being behind. You don't feel as confident, especially when you have a hero that's not very good defensively, like Disruptor. Disruptor's looked amazing throughout the tournament, but in this game it looked terrible because if you're getting dived under a tower, Glimpse doesn't really save you. It doesn't save an ally in a lot of cases. Kinetic Field is very hard to get effective use out of it. It was a very difficult game with the heroes Liquid had.
Do you feel that there was a couple of mistakes creeping in as well, or was that just as a result of the fact that they were behind and they were trying to feel their way back into the team fights?
I feel it's mostly just a result of playing from behind, and something that Fog mentioned, they had 4 strength heroes, but you know what's great against that? Phoenix and Sunray.
Yeah, and they, even though they were playing from behind and they may have made a few of the mistakes, I think that's just going to happen when you're getting pressured so hard. Like, OG just looked so commanding in this game. Like, you have to give them so much credit. They played so well, so perfect.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that on a positive note for this particular game and call that one an OG victory. It's 1-1 now, tied up nicely. We mentioned the Illuminati circle earlier on. It's on.
The potential is there.
It is.
You're excited.
Well, I just want to see 5 games. I don't even care about the 3-1 right now. I just want to
4
see
games, that's not enough. 4 games ain't enough.
4 is not enough. We want 5.
Pretty likely. I mean, if it's 1-1, where we've basically reset.
Yeah, I mean, this is now a best of 3. It's a best of 3. Albeit, what's slightly different about this is that we talked about the mini meta within the final, because it is the 5 games that you have to take into account of, okay, what did they draft game 1? What did we pick? What did they going to pick game 2? What did we do game 3? And that continues all the way through.
Yeah, and that comes down to, is Timbersaw the perfect hero? Does Darkseer make our lanes really good? Liquid's going to feel way less comfortable drafting Dragon Knight now that they have to worry about that kind of magic damage roam.
Does OG pick a Meepo game 3 because they can, because it's tied up, or do they wait until they're behind at 2-1 and then spring it out and then make it 2-2? There's so many things.
You really want that Meepo?
I do. I want to see 1. Just 1.
Add it to 95 heroes picked. Why not, right?
We have maybe 3 games left over. We'll see. Lots of room left for maybe a Meepo, maybe a Huskar. But, you got to keep track of all of these things in your minds. There's so many different counters. The meta is so diverse right now. It's really a test for captains.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are we going to see then, game 3? What do you want to see, Purge?
I think we're going to see a very predictable 3 to 4 heroes, and then right at the end we're going to see something that counters the enemy draft. Like that's the scary part about it. It's actually very reminiscent of the Epicenter finals. It was very similar to this. It was like one team would stomp, then the other team would stomp, then the other team would stomp, and then game 5 was a little bit more decisive. But
Best of 5s are pretty much the battle of endurance. It's just like how resilient can you be, and how much can you endure, and what can you learn each game to game about the other team. And like Paul was saying, will we see the new meta coming out between these 2 teams just for this series? And it looks like it's being answered.
Yeah. Anything new, Charlie? Game 3?
Ooh.
Anything diverting away from what we've been doing?
I think you will. We saw it in the last series with Liquid versus Newbee when they pulled out the Drone Medusa. Never seen before from them. I don't think they've even run it that much in practice that much either.
No. I mean, Fly said that they committed to practicing that, or at least practicing the hero in terms of playstyle, but not in terms of practicing it against anyone else. That was completely out of the blue. Is he got any more tricks up there? I asked this in the lower bracket because we've seen quite a lot of Liquid all the way through the lower bracket. They played more games than anyone else. You kind of get used to what they're going to serve up, and then suddenly from nowhere they bring that out. Have they got another one of those?
I hope so. You know what? At this point, if you're a team that doesn't have tricks up your sleeve, if you're a team that isn't diverse and deep, then you're probably not going to win very many tournaments.
Yeah, do you think that maybe affected Newbee and LGD, that they made these long runs, and not so much Newbee perhaps, but LGD in particular, who had a kind of similar play style to the way they played every round? We kind of knew they were going to be a bit cautious in team fights. We knew they were going to pick fairly similarly all the way through. There was nothing innovative about their drafts, and maybe that hurt them the further they went through.
Yeah, absolutely. You go through these matches, and people watch you all the time, and you're going to get figured out. So you do have to change it up. You have to show other teams' weapons that they're scared of and that they have to react to.
Even something I think about in each of the drafts. We're not too far away from the draft for game 3. So, Fogt, you've stayed quite quiet on this subject. What do you anticipate for game 3?
I think we'll see, just like what Kevin was saying. I think he made up a really good point. We'll see the very similar 4 or 5, maybe 6 heroes, and then teams will look and be like, okay, now we start doing the full counter picking and full, this is where the brain power comes in. This is where the prowess comes in.
You think we'll still see it in game 3? You don't think game 3 is the risky game that you can maybe take a risk and gamble on something that might win you the game and give you the edge?
You can't think that way, I don't think. You got to look at the draft and take it as it is. Imagine it's the best of 1. You got to get the best thing you can, the best heroes for the problem, and play them as well as you can.
Yep. This is a captain's game, right here.
Agreed.
Yeah. Captain versus captain.
And
brain versus brain.
Both teams really have faith in their captains as well. So that's what makes it so interesting. And it seems like they're fine spreading out their hero pools a little bit. So
good play so far from the supports. Have you been impressed?
Yeah, I love watching. Both these teams actually have just incredibly good supports. We commented about it a couple panels ago. I remember it's what's the 2 standout support? I remember it was a question actually. It was a video question, social media question. Yeah. It was what support duo really stands out to you? And I actually said Crit and Fly, just because those 2, even in the last game we saw it, they're always just clicking together. They're always just running around together, and it really shined last game.
Yeah. It's not like their opponents don't have decent supports either. I mean,
oh, of course not. But
fantastic supports in the entire game.
The ones that like stood out to me when I read that question, just because at least I thought back to Frankfurt from the defensive meta. You know, I was just those two had like the plays that they did were so split second with the way that they saved each other. It was like, wow, it's like, oh my god.
All right, we're into draft number 3. It is underway, and we see the DP first ban. The Invoker's gone again.
Do they ban Lifestealer? Good.
And
I like
Lifestealer
that.
goes. Okay,
Just
so
like
we're pretty much exactly in the meta right now.
Yep.
Okay.
And the slaughter first pick.
Like we were saying, OG, I said last draft, OG should just keep banning the Lifestealer. They're doing it. They won last game. They're like, okay, this works. Let's keep at it.
Paul, do you know who picked what, like side or first
I can
pick
find that
was?
out. Yeah, as we go through the draft, I'm sure Nox
Same
is
exact
on it.
picks.
Didn't they pick Void 3rd last game?
No. Oh,
yeah, they
yeah,
did.
sorry.
They went
Sorry.
Phoenix
Yes.
or Spirit.
They went Earth Spirit, second pick.
Okay, so OG
game.
took Dire.
Okay, so they did have choice, and it's very interesting now that they value Dire now more than first pick. Before this series, though, I know they valued Radiant and first pick more.
Maybe they think that Liquid favors Dire a lot more just because of how heavily they've been
or they're
relying
just
on the
seeing that
Slaughter.
Dire wins the vast majority of these series.
Dire has a pretty high win rate, and then like you were talking about, you know, they pick these two massive team fight heroes around the Roche pit, can be very, very devastating. And now Liquid gets the Jerax Earth Spirit.
And the two fit together so well. It helps them in laning because they can do off lane or safe lane. They can be unpredictable like last game.
Yep.
And if they Chronosphere 2 or 3 heroes and they Phoenix Egg behind that, they're set. If they Phoenix Egg on a cliff near Roche, it's hugely advantageous for them. They can Sunray over it. There's so many ways that they can stop Liquid from trying to steal that.
But this time, OG doesn't have the Earth Spirit to really bolster their lanes and set up those ganks. This is super smart by Liquid. I think they absolutely need to take the Earth Spirit.
So do you think that Liquid will ban out the Tusk then, since that's probably one of the other ones that Jerax uses and enables? Or do you think maybe they'll go for like...
You mean OG ban?
OG?
OG, sorry. Yeah.
Well, no,
sorry
I mean, Jerax is going to play the Earth Spirit, so OG will not ban out the Tusk.
I meant Crit, I'm sorry. Yeah, Crit used to play the Tusk a lot, though. So I feel like maybe they might ban that out, but looks like they're not really opting for it.
I think
It's
Jerax
been
is
a while.
one of the few players that still plays it. I don't think I've seen Crit play it that much.
It's been quite a while.
I don't think it's a very good Tusk game against Phoenix Void. They both have mobility skills. It could work against Liquid, I suppose, but...
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about it for Crit. It could. It saves the hero through, you know, Slaughter Crush or an Earth Spirit initiation.
I don't think they really need that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's not good with Chronosphere. I just don't see it being useful in that way. So IO banned out in the second phase. Alchemist out of the pool as well. So Invoker is... Nope, Invoker's gone. And interestingly, they keep banning out Magnus in the second round. That one's a bit interesting.
Very worried about it, it would appear.
They're scared about the Empower combo on melees.
Yeah. That one time they picked it, it did enable both No-Tail and Moon to just accelerate their farm to insane rates.
Yeah, and since OG just, you know, they just used the Void short lane, they don't want to leave any options for those. Another massive team fight ultimate as well with a physical carry, with a physical melee carry.
Well, they do pick up their line. Hopefully, they hope that Crit can channel his inner Tron.
Yep. Pretty standard, safe pick. Just helps a lot in the laning phase. And yeah, like we were saying, it's another form of initiation, which is winning a lot of these games. You know, the team that gets the initiate, gets the jump first, tends to win those matchups.
It's also not just the team that gets the jump first. It's also the team that can counter initiate.
Counter initiate as well.
We saw it in both series, or both games so far, is that when Liquid won the first series, they had a way to initiate, but OG had no way to counter-initiate or save anybody, and vice versa. In the second series, it's just, you know, all-out aggression and no way to sort of stop the aggression or save key heroes.
So where does Fada go here? Because as was the case last game, a bunch of his top heroes kind of got moved out. He was forced onto the Dragon Knight role. They can still do a Darkseer like they did last game to make things a little hard for them.
So the Venge pick, not seeing it too much, but it's very specific. You know, versus the Void, Chronosphere, very good. Pull people out of, like, bail them out of terrible, bad scenarios where they're in a disadvantageous position. Same thing, you can't really, like, if Lion's focusing on someone to burst them down, the Venge can also swap, save him. And it also, you know, works really well with Slardar, more amplified physical damage, while Earth Spirit applies to more of that AoE magical. Some blend in there, some diversity in their draft.
There's still a Bat Rider in the game as well.
Yeah, last game it was banned out. The 5th pick.
Yeah. And now they got Avenge, so slightly unlikely they pick him.
Yeah, if OG took Bat Rider, then Venge would be good against 2 of your heroes.
Yeah, and I think Moon's actually been almost, I don't know if it's not exclusively playing the Void, but most of the time, and No-Tail played it, of course, the last game, but they do tend to favor it on him, like we were saying previously.
Does give them a slight advantage in the draft when they've got flexible players that can flick around and play different heroes in different ways.
Yeah, that's the one thing that Liquid does reveal a lot. They revealed a lot of things right here. They revealed that My Control has been playing the starter pretty much, I think, every single game, I want to say. Every single game. They have their 2 supports already, so now they already know, Liquid is going to picking up their short laner and Fata's hero.
So where do they go? Pick 4.
They don't know who the enemy mid is yet, so it's a little... And they can still solidify their other lanes as well if they change it up.
And they have last pick.
It's a nice advantage here.
Lots of different heroes still left. There's the Darkseer, which we saw previously. It gives them a lot more team fight, but maybe they're going to be a little bit too cooldown reliant if they do go that route. They don't have the Earth Spirit like we were talking about. They don't have that great setup for the early laning phase.
They might want to pick up something like... Okay, they go for the Juggernaut.
They go back for the Juggernaut as well, again. So, works really well against the Earth Spirit roam.
I like this because they still don't know what OG's lanes are.
Yeah, keeping it very open-ended. And Liquid does go for their safe Lycan. They waited a long time for it. I wasn't too sure if they would pick it, but now since they have so many different enablers for the physical damage, and now they have a little bit of stronger laning phase because of how much the Howl, of course, boosts everybody's damage.
Are you surprised that wasn't a second phase ban?
Maybe OG's has... Maybe this is what they were planning for it. That's why they picked like the Void Phoenix. Maybe they were just like, oh, I think we have the idea versus
them into picking it.
Yeah. I think both teams are afraid of the Enchantress right now. They didn't necessarily respect it a lot coming into the tournament, but in the last couple matches, Enchantress has been a deciding factor in a lot of laning stages. Like against Phoenix, for example, a hero that doesn't give that much lane domination the first level or 2, Enchantress provides a ton of that and can just snowball your opponents.
And it also scales as well into the late game. It's another source of DPS.
So with Jug in the game, they can't even necessarily predict where he's going to go based on player taking him, since No-Tail and Miracle do swap. Yeah. So similar problem as last time for Liquid here.
It's a lot of healing within their draft too, like the obvious healing ward and Sunray. Like if you're not in a position to stop those, it's like, oh my god, like we're not doing any. We're doing a lot of damage, but it's just being completely counteracted. They do have the Wolves, which is quite good at killing the Jug healing ward as well.
Liquid's right click is a lot better this game though. With Venge, Wave of Terror, Slardar ulti, and Lycan, all of those auras are really going to stack up.
Yeah.
They're a little weak on burst, I guess, but
they have objective takers though. Like you're saying, like the physical damage enhancements with the Lycan as well. They can bring down towers. They can bring down the Roshan if they do win a fight. But OG does have more heavily based team fight heroes right now at this point. More cooldown reliant even.
I think what OG really needs right now is to secure their laning phase. If they can replicate what they did in Game 2 and come out of laning stage ahead, then you can force Team Liquid to play at your own pace.
What do you think they like for that for OG? We were mentioning the Bat Rider, but it's not the most incredible versus the Vengeful Spirit.
Well, since OG does have last pick, I think they're gonna wait and see what Team Liquid picks for their mid, and then they'll decide: do we put the Juggernaut there, or do we pick something more traditional that matches up well against whatever Team Liquid picks?
Yeah, absolutely. They can definitely switch it up. They're leaving their draft quite open-ended. Juggernaut can go safe lane, he can go mid. The Void can go off lane or safe lane. Leaves it open. So
still an axe in here
for Liquid.
No, there's no way.
No, I don't think so.
No way. Doesn't really fit their lineup very well.
They would have to send an axe mid, and that hero is so exploitable.
That's the most not Liquid thing I've ever heard, actually. Axe mid.
So what do they
okay,
do?
so
they go for their safe. They go for the safe hero again.
I'm just trying to get for something exciting here,
yeah,
boys. Try and keep up.
It's just this is a pretty Pretty straightforward Liquid draft. Not really anything out of the ordinary.
The significant point is that they have a support that can do something early game.
Yes.
If it's Beastmaster is very static in his lane. He says, I need to get 6 as fast as possible so I can help. Venge is ready to go right away. But the problem is that Venge cannot stop Jug from spinning and killing Dragonite once Phoenix hits 2 or Lion does the smoking. That's the scary part here. So they are going to go Jug mid again. Sven in the safe lane.
Yeah,
Void
the
off.
Sven here is really good against the minus armor from Liquid, bolsters your entire team, and you know this is actually pretty greedy from OG. Tri-core lineup, very Newbee-esque. It's really up to Liquid to punish here with that Earth Spirit Venge roam around the map.
Yep, I agree. OG is able to farm Ancients quite easily with Sven, and also, of course, like we were commenting, the BKB versus the Lycan, once he has that book, he's able to cleave down the book very easily.
Did we do predictions, or were you guys
yeah,
just
we're
talking?
kind of wrapping up.
I'm not sure which one's better. I saw a lot of value in what they did last game, and it's both drafts are so similar.
Yep, I like Liquid's draft again. Honestly, I'll go with them right there.
All right, nothing crazy then in game number 3. We're still waiting for something a bit out there. Talking about there, let's go back to our commentary team for game number 3.
That's right, guys. Game 3 is upon us. The teams have already entered the field of battle. Let's get into it.
OG versus Team Liquid.
Here we are. The team's very quick to select their heroes. Now, Gods, look, it's a lot of the same heroes from last game, but it feels like it's going to be a very different laning stage. There's no Darkseer, Earth Spirit. There will not be much pressure likely on this Lycan early, something that OG did do last game. So in that respect, very different.
Yeah, you can look quickly at Liquid's draft and see the same 3 core heroes and say, oh, it's the same kind of strategy, but the dynamic of this game is completely different when they've got a strong dual support duo. They're not running a greedy jungle Beastmaster. They've got the Earth Spirit. They've got the early game pressure and perhaps you could say advantage coming off of this. So it does make a very different game for Matumba Man on the Lycan.
Yeah, you're also unlikely to see a Void getting as much farm here with some pretty decent kill potential from the Earth Spirit roam, double stun from that safe lane potentially. We'll see where they opt to send the arrows. For now, Starter is going top, so if the Earth Spirit comes in, they may at least be able to, if not kill the Void, zone him out a bit, and unlikely to see that early ag. So the Ven swap comes into play as an answer to the Chrono, something we did not see last game. Liquid, they really didn't have an answer for it as bottom lane. Moon is going to get gone on, finds himself in the middle of 4 heroes, and he time walks it all off. All right, well, and he even gets the bounty rune, so a clean sweep there for him, and OG off to the races already.
Moon's one of those players. He kind of knows the limits of his hero most of the time. More often than not, he'll get away with some of those cheeky plays.
Even forcing out the Howl early, not generally the biggest deal, but may mean you don't have it for this first wave, and thus Fada may be off to a slower start.
We'll see the insta jungle rotation from Mind Control Slider, so he doesn't even want to attempt to go to lane against the Lion's zoning potential, as well as the Phoenix, who you never really know if he's going to show up to lane or not.
The pressure on Moon is definitely there, and already the Time Walk getting forced out bottom. So you can see the Void is not going to have an easy time in the lane. As long as Liquid are willing to commit 3, Matumba Man should essentially free farm. Sven will free farm as well. So we're going to see trades all over the map.
And they recognize Moon doesn't have the Iron Talon, so he can't really go right into the jungle just yet, at least not easily.
They actually dropped 2 wards here to block that pull camp. So this is their way of trying to get Moon a good start, Gods, is make it very difficult for Liquid to deward this camp and thus to get the pulls going. Gonna roll on Moon, and he will again time walk away. So wasting 3 supports time while Flying Miracle set up mid. Fada is rather low here. Could see a go on the Dragon Knight potentially.
Fly also just wants to be in a position where he can snipe a courier, but you kind of know this Phoenix is completely freed up to roam around the map once
this
you
is
get
a
to the
big dive by
offlane.
Miracle, right around the roses here. And
You hit the dive slope. Very dangerous.
It's risky. You whiff that and you're likely giving up a kill, and Fada has yet to take the 3rd skill point. Now we'll grab the double breathe fire, but was saving one for a moment. Could have gone into the Dragon Talon. Instantly gotten the counter kill.
Moon does a good job to actually get the creep wave to his tower.
Are they going to be able to deward this is really the question right now for Liquid. They have some sentries on the Venge too, but need to hit both.
Mind Control get the bounty rune, and likely Kuro's going to come back, realize his pull camp's blocked, and start looking to deward. But he won't expect the 2nd Observer ward there, so until we reach the 3-minute mark, it's very unlikely Kuro will actually deward this.
It's a pretty big investment, even committing the Observer ward as well. If it gets dewarded early, your vision game is lacking in the laning stage, but Moon playing with Jerax here bottom. They were thinking about bringing the Slardar. He moved towards the lane, as you can see Fly tracking that courier. Is he going to go for a deep dive on it? Not that deep.
But he knows that in the Phoenix Courier Snipe's been done so many times. It was actually Jerax who first pulled that out in the grand final. He's not going to get an opportunity to go for it. Again, Moon bottom lane being kind of initiated on, but
I mean, I would almost call it a dual lane because of that ward. they can't take advantage of having the tri-lane and just deny him experience, keep the creep equilibrium back. Instead, 2 supports have to come in.
They have the side camp, but if you're pulling that side camp, it means Moon's going to likely come in, get some XP, and it's just not really controlling the equilibrium as well as you'd like. And now Kuro's going to find out it's still blocked. He's going to have to commit another sentry, or he's just going to start getting confused here.
All right, let's see which way Kuro guesses. Will he get this one? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Think some more.
Where could it be? Where could it be? Just making sure that he knows that his current sentry hasn't isn't in range to deward it, and he opts not to drop it in the end.
Stop.
He is flummoxed.
Yeah. I don't know if he thinks like a creep or someone came in. It's being pinged now. You can see actually it's Jerax who pings the spot like, hey, look, dude, your sentry doesn't see everything. And there we go. Kuro's done it. Woo! Gets the D-ward off.
But it's already done its job. It's a good D-ward by Kuro. They'll get it before the 4-minute mark, but still Moon. He's gotten those critical early levels on the Void. Level 3. So he'll be much more relevant as this game moves along. And both cores here farming well. We do see Miracle again pulling out to an advantage in the mid lane. And goes back maybe a little bit to that Lycan using Howl early, especially to the Bounty Rune being snatched away from him bottom. But Miracle's been able to get the upper hand. It's a 10 CS lead versus the Dragon Knight.
And top lane, the pressure on the Tier 1 tower. Something Moon has kept his Tier 1 tower completely healthy. Meanwhile, Liquid ditching this top lane has set No-Tail up to get a good chunk of damage out. The siege creeps there as well, so they may actually be able to completely take this one down. Kuro just wants to leak some XP, but you don't mind giving a bit of XP to Avenge if you actually get this Tier 1 tower.
Let's see if they do. The tower very low. They can sun right here and try to zone heroes back. For now, the Warcry gets popped. And OG move in.
Best case scenario, you try to get this denied.
They're bringing in Earth Spirit as well. The last hit goes to crit. Big last hit there from a little Lion. But a Heart of Steel.
I think that TP was just trying to scare them back to get a tower deny. It's worth wasting a TP if you secure a tower deny off of it, but OG, they back off everyone except the ranged hero of Crit, who suddenly has 1,100 gold. He started with Boost, with Fly buying all the wards, and
we're going to see an incredibly fast Blink if that's the choice.
And he's been just jungling to the extent where he can just chain pull through his own side of the map, but he's already got 13 CS. So.
And it seems like a game where they may need it too, is they don't have an Earth Spirit, a hero who can just initiate basically for free. Only the Void, and it's an offlane Void at that. Maybe Sven can get an early Blink, but it's a game where they need a faster Lion Blink, ideally. It looks like they're on track to get it.
Yeah, the one hero who was struggling was Fly getting XP. He's camped mid for so long that he was level 1, like 4 or 5 minutes in the game, but he's starting to come back and recognize that he needs to get some levels now. You can always catch up a bit later with the Tomb, but more importantly, there's no rush to get his level 6. If anything, a crit level 6 early on is more influential.
So Team Liquid is getting good levels here on Mind Control. He has just cracked levels 5, but you compare that to the Void even there, and they find themselves down for 1,500 gold, about 1,000 experience as well with the Iron Talent jungler, albeit not as fast as the Beastmaster.
Moon's done this while keeping the supports busy. He's done this in the lane. Slada's done this while losing his Tier 1 tower from the jungle with an Iron Talent. So you're much happier if you're OG because of what the offlane has done as far as being disruptive. Even though Lycan's free farming, it's the fact that Earth Spirit has had 0 influence on this game so far.
And we also have seen stacks start to accumulate in the Dire jungle. 2 double stacks created no Ancients being built up just yet, but I do imagine that's something that No-Tail will go back and look to do as the game progresses. For now, sit on the Helm of Iron Will, likely the armlet coming out, and yeah, he's going to buy the last component there. So his ability to rotate into the woods is now fully online. They can give the lane to a support.
I'm even watching No-Tail walk past jungle creeps to give Crit the farm. Crit's actually getting some farm allocation over No-Tail. I think recognizing that, I mean, Sven is always going to be able to power farm. He gets the Helmet of Dominate, he stacks Ancients, giving
a Lion like a CS hero there so he gets his blink up maybe 2 minutes faster is a much bigger deal than Sven getting an extra couple hundred gold.
And doing it now before Liquid really start fighting and Lion is to come is bottom lane. Moon drops the bubble. Here comes the Sunray, that same rotation, but this time Jarex is there to interrupt it. Still Moon gets the bash, and the dive through comes from Fly. They get the kill. Moon has a time walk out. The stun from Kuro not going to be good enough. They move on to Jarex. They're diving deeper for this. Mind Control hanging back because he knows more reinforcements are coming. It's Miracle and Notel, the cavalry arriving, and now Fly a little bit far away from the team. Crush and dead. Gets isolated, cold from the herd, and will be picked off.
And Jug left the lane, so that means Fata will get a lot of damage off. Probably take this tier 1 tower if OG don't respond. They're looking for a tier 1 tower of their own, but the mid one, much more important to take at this stage of the game.
And they know the Chrono is on cooldown, so for OG, they look to split push instead. Yeah. 3 heroes banging away at the tier 1. They do have that Lion blink very soon, gods. They don't have an egg yet, though. It's only level 3 on Fly, very under-leveled on the Phoenix. And it doesn't seem like he'll be able to do anything to stop this.
A Lion TP with Blink Dagger, though, could be the turnaround.
Crit. 70 gold away. One more creep will do it. He gets it. And now he's got the blink.
Rotation's coming his way. He will be scattered by some Lycan Wolves.
Yeah, should be able to at least buy it, even if he ends up going down. And that's exactly what Matumba Man has in mind. Crit. Dropping pretty quickly here. Does he have it on quick buy? No! Still only 125 gold away. So he should get it soon, but generally you do see Crit able to buy it.
And they smoke up right up to finding that kill. At this stage, OG's expecting Liquid to commit to this top tier 1 tower, which Matumba Man is kind of feigning that he's going for, but they quickly smoke back towards this bottom side of the map.
Are they really expecting a Roshan, though? Chug Sven.
Not sure if they saw them go into the pit or not. The regen rune, they poke back out. They know Roche is going on.
Oh, they see how low he is, too. Phoenix dropping a ward. They do get eyes on the Earth Spirit. And they're going to look to commit to this Roshan. The healing ward's still available, or do they?
Snipe this. They're going to have Dragon Form soon with the level 1 Wave of Terror.
Just a casual breathe fire, but Miracle, only his tush gets burnt. Still at full HP, and now the Lion Blink has been purchased. Quick Omni Slash brings down 1. Miracle starts it off with a power play here for OG.
That is
and they have the Chrono.
Slash. He recognizes the Earth Spirit slightly too far from his teammates and just walks into 3 heroes and gets a kill. This is a lot of space for Matumba Man. He's taking a tier 1 now, working on a tier 2, but OG have committed a lot already for Roche. They want to make sure they can finish it off.
Great recognition, but do they look to contest here? Mind Control on the periphery, thinking about it, but not going to go. So it's an Aegis. This time it's Notail who grabs it. They won't be giving it to Moon or to Crit.
They smoke out of the pit, but the Radiant Vision makes this very obvious. You don't see anyone walk out of the pit. You should know exactly
the Blink Dagger could be big, gods. They still have a finger available. Oh. And they had vision here on Fata. I believe they saw him run towards the tree line. But they're not headed that way. They want the Lycan. They might get him too. Which way do they go? Oh, now they see him. Hex onto Fata, starts it off. Finger likely to come out here. Crit though, needing a bit of mana. His mana drain gets interrupted. He's not going to have a finger for this fight, but they still get the Fata kill. Turning back for Kuroki, who doesn't have swap yet. He's only level 4. No easy way out. They'll run him down. One more Blake, one more auto tech. They can't do it though, but a swoop it from Fly. The bird flies above, and they will find another 2. Make it 3. OG revving up.
Crit got down very low too.
Pulling ahead, and still Matumba Man, though he tries to pressure top, he can't really do significant damage to this tower.
And this is a hero that Liquid have gone for time and time again. They've been very successful with. They love the Lycan pick, but his ability to get involved in these early clashes against a team like OG who love to pick early teamfight heroes. You're talking about Phoenix, Faceless Void. You've got Miracle playing a Jug mid, going for a very active, aggressive build with the just very cheap, cost-effective items stacking up. You're looking at 4, 5 cheap, cost-effective items across the board. Wand, Aquila, Poor Man's Shield, the Bottle, as well as Phase Boots. And he'll take any fight he can get, and Lycan is just not ready to get involved.
Miracle continuing to hold serve in the mid lane, but Notail heading back towards top. Does have the Gloves of Haste. Age is still his. You're going to see completed treads now online for the Sven. So keeping his farm up, balancing between fighting as well, as he has been involved in 3 kills already. Ancients are being stacked now. You can see Moon working on smaller camps, so a good spread of farm. OG more confident to scatter. It's Liquid who stay very clumped up together now in the mid lane.
Liquid perhaps will be looking for their rotation once they, well, their first smoke rotation once they can get Mind Control's blink up, but it's very apparent that's the plan.
if you're on the OG side. You see this slider continually going back to lanes, trying to get his CS on. You know he's trying to get that Blink Dagger timing, and that's something you can look to punish.
They will look to punish this tier 1 mid. Will backup come from Liquid? Doesn't appear that way. They're also moving top, and they found the kill on the Slardar. So potentially getting a kill and a tower. Miracle still with Omni Slash. Are they actually going to commit on him? He's dangerous. That's a feisty Jug, but they are chasing him out. The Wolf is there as well. Goes for the TP. Kuro doesn't have swap. No way to stop this.
Kuro could have, if he had swap, either of those TPs could have been cancelled, but you find a Slardar kill, you get out scot-free. You're also taking a tier 1 mid for no tail. OG making all the right moves here in game number 3.
Getting the deep wards up too. Let's fly. Mosey's on in. Moon looks to jump. This could be the combo. Let it go with the Sunray too. Miracle just waiting for the Omni Slash. Now it comes through and jumping forward. They get the stun on the Dragon Knight. They bring him down as well almost. Yes, sirree. They sure do. A good magnetize, but there's a nice Phoenix Egg. Makes it difficult to run in. If you're Liquid, don't have that many range Teros Gods. Only the Venge and the Dragon Knight in ultimate form, so they can't really punish the Egg. Fly gets his team out scot-free, at least thus far. They will pop the Aegis, but well worth it.
The armlet toggle during the magnetize the first time, but the nice boulder smash from Jerix will take out the Aegis from the picture. But that was an Aegis that was expiring in the next minute or so, so not really the biggest comeback from Liquid by any means.
What a combination. OG, the deep wards, the team fight. You look at this lineup on paper, it's like, oh my god, their late game is scary, but OG showing that it's really the early game where these heroes are shining.
Right. Charlie kind of said it, very Newbee-esque. You get this tri-core that all scale very well, but your support influence on the early to mid game has just been amazing from both Fly and I'd say more importantly Crit with his rotations. This has just really set up OG for success, and I think more than anything has been Moon's offlane play. He was so disruptive. Earth Spirit didn't actually find any early kind of pressure on the mid lane, the top lane. He didn't roam at all. He spent his entire early game trying to zone out Moon, and they didn't even successfully do that.
And that comes back to the Juggernaut pick. You really can't kill the Jug in that mid lane, not in the early game, unless he's completely wasted his blade period. That's just not likely to happen.
Miracle at mid. They need to get that silence initiation off if they want to go on him, and Miracle just positioned far enough back that they won't get any opportunity to go for that jump.
So OG with the big ults on cooldown, taking this time to farm, but also cautious of a rotation, and Liquid making one, moving deep into the Dire Woods. You do see a Midas almost complete for Fly, just needs a little more gold for the recipe.
The thing about the OG vision right now is you see enough of the jungle camps on the map is that you know when Liquid's being aggressive. You know if they've made a smoke play to your side of the map because you can scout out their Ancients as well as Secret Shop camp as well as the big camp over in the main Radiant jungle. So when you see no one farming in either location, it's very apparent that Liquid have come into your jungle or are making a smoke play on your side of the map.
And they're being very efficient about this. They still farm. They still manage to get a stack off. Miracle stacking for No Tail and probably will assist him even as well, bringing these Ancients down while also dodging the gang.
Yeah. I mean, you haven't seen a hero on the map for some time. They will soon with this lane ward up top, it looks like. But if you're OG, you're like, well, let's just make sure OG don't get a jump on us. We've got Chrono now. If anything, if they come to us, we'll win a team fight with Chrono, Sunray, Supernova.
So if you're Liquid, what adjustments do you make at this point? You obviously know you're down a lot. So how do you respond?
You need to try and deny a lot of this OG map control that they've got from the deep observer wards, and you need to have successful smoke rotations. You see Kuro as well as Jerix both holding onto a smoke. This Blink Dagger from Mind Control is what they've been waiting for to get the initiations, and they're going to force the issue under towers using their kind of map vision advantage up here. They've got two nice wards to cover them, and they can, again, kind of like last game, put themselves in a position to trade buildings because they push so fast using the Necrobolt.
The side of OG, though, they do have God's Strength, and tier 2 mid just being pushed in by creeps here for Liquid. So OG, perhaps they rotate there. We'll see what they want to do. Their own tier 2 top falls, and they will TP home. Looks like they don't want to give anything up for free.
Liquid, they're going for it.
Fada confidently moving in, feeling like they've got to start making plays, but there's the Blink stun. Onto Fada, the quick swap out, already used up. Kuro gets hexed. Crit thinks about moving in forward. The mana drain comes through, and Big Daddy's on the chase. Moon's there, but he gets silenced. He gets controlled. They need this Chrono to win the fight. No tail working. Kuro doesn't finish him off. They lose the Void. The Egg's going to be dealt with potentially. It doesn't go off. Still the Venge lives in the trees. Miracle low. How is OG losing this fight? Just great play from Liquid. Matumba Man surviving. 4 heroes cleaned up. And all of it because of that Jerax silence.
A clutch silence onto the Void. No Chronosphere came out. Fly went for one of the only aggressive eggs we've seen him go for on Phoenix. Last game, everyone was defensive, and the only reason he places that egg so aggressively is to try and suicide to save the Void. He's basically putting the egg in the middle of Liquid saying, take me instead of our Void. Liquid said, no, we'll ignore you. We're going to make sure we kill this Void. Then they approach the egg. They recognize that the one thing that was going to save that OG team fight was a Void Chronosphere. And boy, that was a great play on the silence.
Yeah, good chain stun as well. They get the follow-up crush, I believe a Dragon Tail there towards the end, and you can see the damage output from No-Tail, but he's entirely alone. If they get a chrono off, if Miracle's able to find a decent Omni Slash, the finger maybe comes a little bit sooner on a hero that's lower. It's a totally different fight. From that deficit, Liquid had to be perfect gods, and they were.
I love Kuro just 50 HP, pokes his nose out from the trees to get that last hit.
I'll take that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
That's the support tax, you know. It's like, I've been buying wards all game, guys. Like, this is going to a good cause. But OG will be set back by a huge teamfight victory for Liquid. That's just what they needed. And suddenly OG have to be careful about how they approach the next couple of fights. And the other big problem for OG there is they had this BKB armor on No-Tail, but without like a Blink Dagger, he couldn't get that clean initiation at bottom.
Oh, No-Tail been found out here. Can they control him? The Boulder Smash patiently sent out by Jerax, trying to force the BKB.
They don't even
Not
get
coming
the
yet.
BKB force,
OG reinforcements streaming in. They are going to look to take this fight. The Wolves chase out No-Tail. Liquid still having to deal with the tier 1 bottom, so knowing that OG can quickly reinforce the point of attack. But Liquid may just go for a slow siege.
And it's OG, I mean, you commit those 2 buybacks, and I think necessarily to defend your high ground and deter Liquid from pushing, but suddenly that's Miracle's item progression being slowed. Having a Manta style on Jug, very important against the Earth Spirit silence.
Even against the amp damage.
Yeah. Moon needs a Blink Dagger himself. He didn't buy back. It was just the Fly Phoenix who has his Midas slowed down. If he had a level 11 during that fight, it could have been a very different engagement as well.
And OG looking for a movement here. They do have eyes on Fodder. They're going to blink in. Hex to start it from Crit. Stun comes through to follow it up. The Omni Slash committed as well. The Wolves aren't taking it. They're still in base. No vision, but Fodder gets out. The crush from Mind Control on the backside. Look for the Chrono. Moon can't find it. Still, Big Daddy, well, he does a bit of work there getting the Dragon Knight kill together with the team, but Miracle's going to get caught on the backside. Finally, the bubble comes in together with the Supernova. OG find their combo. The egg crashes down, and Jerax will fall. A 2 for 3. 2 supports and a core for 1 support and a core. Very close and hard-fought battle there.
Yeah, OG will take it, although it's not really the dream scenario when Miracle's Jug dies again. You can see he's fallen off very much from that kind of top of the end of the net worth chart. And suddenly he's sitting on just 6.8k net worth.
Yeah, that's just nothing to tank the Omni Slash. They're almost getting the kill. No-Tail does have trouble finding a target in this fight. BKB's God Strength only really gets to hit creeps. It feels like he does need that blink very badly.
Oh, he's got the money for it now. Picks up a Hyperstone, in fact. He's entirely relying on his team for the lockdown. And by team, I mean just Crit's Lion.
And Moon, I suppose, with the Chrono. But the positioning is tricky. It's really got to be right on the boundary for Sven to do work.
That's just so unreliable.
Here comes the smoke, though. They know the Chrono's on cooldown.
They're just going to run right at the roast
Right
pit.
in, indeed. And they get No-Tail. BKB, is it ready? He's got it, but can he get it off? Liquid moving forward. He pops it. Gets to work. Sven is back, says No-Tail, and they will kill the Dragon Knight.
Oh, blink in 3, 2, 1.
They've got a
Control
finger.
gets out.
Oh, Miracle's still chasing though. Moon doesn't have any Chrono. I mean, OG able to take the fight there, gods. Without the Chrono, without some of the big ultimates, the egg was also on cooldown.
Yeah, it's the ideal target to have get initiated on is No-Tail Sven. He's so tanky and hard to bring down. Once he gets the BKB off, he's got the Sunray healing him. He's got tons of armor and sustain from the armlet plus BKB. And for Liquid, they just didn't have the burst damage to bring him down at the start of that fight. But Liquid, the vision, you see these wolves constantly scouting out OG heroes, and I think Moon picking himself, almost saying, like, I think he got body blocked by the wolf for a second, so he realizes what's going on.
They even commit a sentry here. Unfortunately, I think it's out of range of that lane ward.
And that's just one of those things which like kind of sets Matumba Man apart from other Lycan players, is we've seen game after game where his Lycan wolves are giving his team a huge vision advantage.
Still that delicate dance in the relative vicinity of the Roshan pit does continue. Neither team wanting to move too far away. For the Radiant, already those towers top gone, so no real trade for them. We'll have another look at this fight where No-Tail gets very low, but the Sunray keeps him alive. He pops the BKB, and at this stage at least, Gods, it's basically fight's over, folks, at that point.
Yeah, and he gets the lifesteal from the Vlads as well. Void just blinking into the middle of that, using the time dilation, is pretty much just to cover the Sven, also give him the Vlad's aura, which is more sustain. It's lifesteal as well as the bonus armor, so by that point, Liquid, they're very reliant on physical damage. You look at how they're actually killing heroes. It's the amp into Lycan attack. The DK has a tiny bit of magic damage from the Brief Fire, but I mean, outside of perhaps the Magnetize, it's almost all physical damage, and that's where all these armor items for OG are going to make their draft very strong. And Notel, perhaps rushing an Assault Crest here, kind of recognizes how physical damage dependent Liquid are. The Sven pick is just incredibly powerful this game.
It's only Earth Spirit that can really dish out any appreciable amount of magic damage, and there's no Veil yet for Jerax. Not even sure if it's worth getting one if it's only him who benefits, but they may need that alternative source of damage. Notel with the Max War Cry. He'll be giving his team 25 armor once the AC is up.
And you can't reliably initiate on Notel and say, let's just kill him before he War Cries, before he BKBs, because he has the Sun Racing behind him. He potentially has a Healing Ward as well. Something OG often have is just this sustain on their side. Very rarely do you see them draft with a draft from OG where it doesn't have at least one hero with some kind of heal. This one, it's the Sun Ray with the Healing Ward. And these aren't just like your, like, oh, here's a bit of HP to heal you back up. No, this is like a huge amount of sustain from these percent-based healing spells.
A lot of clumping up, a lot of grouping here for both teams. They are terrified of a hero getting caught out of position, as they know that instantly means a Roche. The AC nearly done for OG, as well as Miracle's Manta Style has the ultimate orb. I believe the recipe coming out on the Courier. So 2 big items virtually done, Gods.
Yeah, and kind of a stage of the game where teams will just forego farming. You see all this farm up top. OG's like, we don't really want to go for this because of how important Roche is. You show one hero up top and you're just giving up map advantage to Liquid.
And there's no BOT hero, there's no Ember Spirit or Nature's Prophet, someone who can go push out a lane and come back, and here we go.
Scan.
Initiation coming through, the scan starts it off, Dragon Knight pops the DD rune, they do back up, Crit's been caught out a bit, he gets silenced here early, but Moon's there to back him up, looking for that first target. The Wolf charges in, the stun comes on the entire Necro army, they're going to stun that as well. Notel committing his BKB and his God Strength to kill this off, he only gets a couple of Wolves, which can easily be resummoned. OG, looks like they may have to retreat. Are they going to re-engage?
Still a Chrono Egg. You have to be very careful about chasing, just because Notel's used everything.
Oh, he actually still has God Strength. There was only the Armlet and the BKB. Yeah. So he'll have the God Strength for round 2, but no BKB. They've got a lot of stuns on Liquid.
Problem is, Miracle on the front lines has Blade 3 and Manta. 2 good defensive tools. He's going to try bait with a Manta illusion.
Kuro.
I like this play, but it's going to... Okay, now you know it's an illusion.
Come on, guys. You know you want this illusion.
That one Necro hit was like, wait a second. That just did 600 damage. What's going on here?
Liquid aren't going to fall for the trap.
Fighting around the Roche pit as Liquid is...
It's a Lycan ult for a Sven BKB, and now you have to walk into the pit against the Chrono Egg combo. So OG say, we don't need that Sven BKB.
Chrono
we can
Egg
just take the Roche anyway.
Beastly. They have the Sentry Ward to scatter the Lycan Wolves. They even double up on the Sentry Wards.
Are they going to come? Liquid are thinking about it, streaming towards the pit. Wolves will guide the way. One out in front, they quickly deal with that. Kuro.
I mean, this is the exact same team fight as the previous game with the Egg and the Chrono at the Roche pit. This time around, Moon on the outside of the pit.
And there's so few ranged heroes to kill the Egg Gods. If it's up on the high ground, who's going to really be able to deal with it?
They can't get to Fly's Phoenix.
He's in such good position. Caw, he shouts. Caw, and they're going to try to come in, but it's too late. Aegis grabbed again. BKB from Sven. This time it is with the God Strength. Just chews Miracle to bits, and instantly Liquid, who didn't want to give away a free Roche, give up an additional kill and still have to back.
Kind of the idea from Liquid is to initiate with the silence on Phoenix as your Slider blinked into the pit with the Crush, but they were there about 5 seconds too late, and the follow-up for the Slider just takes too long to get into that Roche pit.
It's like, in a way, it's like 4 melee heroes for Liquid, with the Dragon Knight not always up, the bench having relatively low rage. The Phoenix pick, it's not like it's a surprise that OG went for it, but it is a big problem at this stage.
And there's really no range DPS of any sort, nothing to actually... You can't hit the Egg reliably with Avenge, so... The BKB Dragon Knight, perhaps all you can rely on, and we're talking about a BKB that hasn't even been completed for Bata, so they desperately need to finish his BKB before they can fight into OG. And OG's high ground siege with Sven, BKB, and Jug is
way better
scary.
than last game.
Yeah.
Way easier with the Sven in front than it is with the likes of a Void or a Jug. So durable. As the Phoenix Sunray really benefits from the heal as a strength hero. So Liquid will give up the tier 2. OG find themselves in the lead. But Liquid is still held on to racks for now. The farm will continue. Is there anything that Liquid is lacking that you feel would really change this game? You mentioned they're very reliant on physical damage. It seems like OG have the answers for that. They have trouble bursting a tanky core like the Sven. What are they lacking?
They need a way to rely to be able to get off their physical damage, which I think comes largely from Fata having BKB. They look for a pick at top, but the TP out, Miracle escapes, but there's no one major item that's going to change the state of this game. Even the BKB on Dragonite at best gives him a tool that he can pop to take out the Supernova, but even then you're relying on not getting caught by a Moon Chronosphere.
Jarex does get a good ward down here. But Fly knows they're in the neighborhood. He Blinky back, but he gets swapped forward. He manages to force out the way. Then the bubble! Liquid completely caught out. Mind control down. Kuro decapitated. Crit is showing up. It's not the first time here in Manila. It might not be the last. Fata on the run. This little lion has some legs. He's looking for the jump. Does he find anyone? Moon even pursuing into the south. Miracle will give up the chase. My God,
if you were told
everyone talks about Miracle,
yeah.
We should be talking even more about Crit.
And you were told there was a 9K MMR player in this team and you didn't know who anything about Dota, you'd probably be saying, it's this Lion. This Lion has been the big playmaker. And we're not just talking about that play there. Throughout this tournament, Crit has made the big plays. His Earth Spirit has been absolutely incredible against Newbee. Here in this best of 5 so far, he's been the big playmaker for this team. And we saw it last game on his Earth Spirit. We've seen Crit really step up when OG have needed it, and they're suddenly finding themselves poised to strike.
Looks like OG might get contested here. They want to engage. Mind control getting the 2-hero crush, but can actually focus Crit down. Matumba Man's in deep. Matumba Man is back home in the well, and Crit still lives. They're committing so much, and they get nothing.
No BKB
2 pours down. A finger from right into the rear of Fata, and he tries to turn tail. He has the armlet. Can he toggle it? No, the Phoenix damage over time affecting him. He gets the armlet back on, but still sliced up and spit out. And can they even get the crit kill? They swap him back in. They hate the little bugger, but OG are happy to accept the sacrifice. A 4-for-1. Not worth it at all.
I mean, it feels good to kill Crit after he's been styling on you all game, but for OG, that's the least important hero as far as their high ground push goes. They've got the heal and sustain from the Phoenix. They've got the DPS coming out from the 3 cores with the Vlads, and this is looking like a melee rack soon to fall.
With a win here, OG would have Liquid on match point the rest of the series. The Green Dream within their grasp. Never has a team before won 2 Valve events. They could be the first.
For OG, they've got all the tools to kind of scale into the late game now as well. They're in no rush to end things, even with an Aegis on their side. It's expiring in 30 seconds time, and I imagine they'll have flashbacks to last game where Miracle's Aegis expired right before he went down and trying to avoid a similar scenario. So they'll fall back, probably pick up the next item or 2. Wait out for some of these ultimates. No-Tail himself not in fighting shape right now.
They do have a big pickup here. Moon grabbing the Aghanim Scepter. You may have the swap, and in theory it's an answer to the Chrono, but so often we've just seen OG, they don't really need the Chrono to take a pick off. They just use it for follow-up kills. Oh, Miracle. The assassin, but he's walked into a sentry. Can they focus him down? Miracle manages to get up the Manta. He pops the Omni Slash. He may still die here as he mostly bounces to creeps, and Liquid send 5 just to be safe.
Mind control is just like, if I die here, I'm uninstalling Dota. That's that.
Delete that Dota.
There's no way that Omni Slash should have been able to follow him, but
I mean, worth going for it anyway. By the time you respawn, you'll pretty much have it back up.
Not a bad use of the Omni Slash, but
it just shows you how badly OG have to screw up to give away kills, though. Liquid needing those mistakes.
It wasn't even the biggest bounty for Liquid to pick up. They're behind 20k gold, but they still only got 460 for the actual bounty itself onto Matumba Man's Lycan. Does have a completed AC off of that kill, though, so that makes a decent difference for him.
OG holding the high ground here with a ward down in the lane, just praying for Liquid to come in. They throw out the Wave of Terror up high. They are suspicious that OG lurks, and they were right. Oh boy. All right, I think he's living up to Big Daddy as a name right now. Daedalus complete. No-Tail is definitely packing some heat.
I don't think we're going to go near this, Sven.
The problem is they might force you to.
Yes.
They have the 1 minute cooldown chrono. They can blow it for solo kills, no problem.
If you swap to save someone from a Sven, then that's when the Void Chrono comes online.
And Sven will take his free Venge kill. Like, that is a guaranteed kill at that point.
I mean, you lose such a minor amount of damage from the Vengeance Aura. You're just like, okay, I've got Vengeance Aura on me. It doesn't matter. I still hit like a truck.
Going for the deep jungle invasion here. Getting positioning and finding Jerax, farming that top lane.
It's a freebie.
Wrapping around from the south. Crit says, I'm the realer, Spirit, Bubba. You ain't got nothing on me. And he'll get the kill as well. Buys the gem afterwards. Fortunately, you don't drop that.
Liquid in a good position to force OG back, so it's a pretty inconsequential loss for Liquid, assuming they get out of it.
Do they, though? Fly. Oh, dead off the start, but the bubble comes in. Where's the backup for Moon? It's rather far away. Crit's there. Lays in the stun to follow this up. They still don't have the full complement of heroes engaging. No-Tail now arrives. Oh my goodness! Almost instantly. Gibbs 2 more. OG, they don't need the Phoenix. They don't need the big wombo combo. Just throw a spell down whenever you have it. Collect your bounties anyway.
I mean, they were in the position to force OG back to defend, and OG says, sure, we'll oblige, we'll come defend, we'll take the fight against you.
They're feeling like they're just way too far behind, gods.
This is what Sven's meant to do. We saw this hero kind of played a decent amount at the Shanghai Major. Here in Manila, it hasn't had the best success, but No-Tail is reminding people how Sven can fit perfectly into a draft and has played it out of his mind here.
Yeah, something that has really made the difference for OG. No-Tail has had a bit of a shaky showing, particularly like you look a month or two back at the Shanghai Major, but he is stepping up here on the big stage in Manila.
Yeah, if anything, there's been a few games where it's like Miracle hasn't looked like that 9K MMR prodigy that everyone talks about him being, but No-Tail, like, no real poor games come to mind. This guy has been rock solid and just put his team on his back when he's needed to. The Naga Siren game comes to mind here on the Sven. He's delivered as well. But really with OG, I mean, it's been a true team performance here. They've such strong coordination around the Chronosphere, the Sunray, and Liquid are really on the back foot now. Down the lane of Rax, potentially going to be having to defend high ground against another Aegis push coming out from OG if they don't contest this next Roshan.
OG starting to assemble in the mid lane, in the trees. Liquid hanging back near their Ancients. There's a Solar Crest complete, a little bit of evasion. Could make a slight difference against the Sven, but at the rate he's farming.
It just helps if you're
might even have money for an MKB soon.
Yeah, if you're Lycan or DK gets jumped on by that Sven initiation, these heroes who normally tanky and do have a lot of armor, they get a bit more armor as well as the evasion. So I like the pickup from Kuro, but whether or not it's going to change an outcome of the fight remains to be seen.
Well, it's a ray of light and a sea of darkness for Liquid, really, but they'll take that ray of light. They find a new home here. It's up in the dire woods, just occupying the jungle for now. A minute to go until the Roche respawn. Again, the careful scouting with Manta Illusions and Wolves, trading sides, gaining vision. It's Liquid who scramble away first. They're driven out of the woods, sent home a bit. Miracle confidently way out there. He does blend up blinking back, though.
And for OG, you must be wary of this. You see no one defending bottom just yet. Now the TPs come out and you'll realize Liquid have retreated out of your jungle. And that's kind of signal for OG to perhaps go aggressive, start pushing out some of these lanes.
It's almost a max respawn Roche, though, gods. So they know it's coming soon, and they are hanging around near the pit.
Yeah, and that's why they're not even trying to push out this top lane right now, because they are very wary that Roche should be coming up any second now. But they still got this tier 1 bottom tower, so if there's a fight around the Roche, even if Liquid get off an amazing initiation, the buyback TP potential is there.
Do you fight Roche if you're Liquid? Like, do you try to fight into the pit with the egg on the high ground? Now with Shiva's guard up as well?
I think the answer is just absolutely not. It's, to me, maybe it's a last-ditch effort play just because you feel you're too far behind, but I don't see a scenario where Liquid can get a good fight around this Roche pit against the Chrono Supernova and the items you just mentioned, the Shiva's guard, among other things.
Well, they have to make their decision in about 5 seconds, and it's already too late. OG will take the Roche. With that comes an Aegis as well as a Cheese, and likely round 2 of the Siege.
And they're smoking up around that max Roche respawn timer, so Liquid must be wary that there's a good chance Roche is going on, but this smoke perhaps sets up for a pickoff on top lane. Since OG, often after taking a Roche, you make a beeline for bottom. Your tier 3 tower at bottom isn't being defended. This is a big telltale sign that Liquid's up to
Kuro
something.
smoked up. Here comes the jump from behind. They came. It's Liquid. First man in, but No-Tail alive. He's in the chrono, but he's healthy for now. Kuro on his own, trying to bring him down. He pops the BKB. He does die rather quickly. The Sven hits the deck. He's got to buy back. They don't have their biggest damage dealer. It's about as good as it's going to get with 2 falling. And still, in round 2, No-Tail able to chop some wood here. Makes it 2 for 3. Just slot limited, gods. Didn't have room for the Aegis or the cheese, and just barely walked into the chrono, it looked like there.
Importantly, Fly kind of got his Sunray taken out of the equation as well. Amazing Chronosphere by Moon. Yeah, you catch the Sven, but you've got to do anything to try save him there and set Fly up to get the Sunray off, but it was cancelled.
But now there's no Dragon form, there's no Wolf form for 25. Your chrono will be back up because there's an Aghanims in 10 seconds. So they say, screw it, let's buy back, let's go high ground anyway.
And you're not too scared about pushing, even with Sven having no buyback. He's got a BKB in 5. He's not going to be on the front lines next to Miracle, very likely, if the Lycan and DK are back alive. But right now it's a 5v4 scenario, and OG ready to take their second lane of Rax, doing it very cautiously, just with Miracle alone on the high ground. They back off after the range Rex here, respecting the respawn of the Dragon Knight as well as the shapeshift coming back online.
Are we going to see another smoke back from OG?
They definitely can. They've got Chrono now on Moon.
Crit moving towards the team to rejoin them. The smoke does get purchased.
Crit's coming back with the cheese. I wonder if he passes this along to someone like No-Tail. You mentioned slot limited, perhaps considers replacing a Blink Dagger, but the Blink is just so good to follow up like a Lion initiation.
Either that or just baits his team really hard, which is definitely an option if you're No-Tail. They have Aegis and Cheese on other heroes right now, so we'll see what the choice is. Miracle, the man out in front.
He can just siege this melee Rax using his Manta style and the Blade Fury Blink Dagger.
He might look for a Blink Omni Slash here to kick it off. Let's see. No, just a Blade Fury on the creeps. Okay. Wolves guarding the door. OG looking to break it down.
Can't really commit onto this Juggernaut when he's got the Aegis as well as the Manta to get out of silence.
Can they hold the line, Liquid? Even in doing so, though, they're not farming. They're not really accessing late game. They're still down 25,000, and they just lost a ranged Rax. 3 buybacks on the Radiant. The Dire with 2, as well as an Aegis and a Cheese. Slow and steady. No overcommitment from OG. They don't want to risk too much. They're just waiting for that top lane to shove in. Someone's going to have to go defend it soon.
Yeah, the patience from Miracle, just as he slowly pushes and sieges this high ground. Hasn't actually done any damage to this melee Rax yet, but with 2 minutes on this Aegis, I imagine they will commit soon.
They're waiting on top, it looks like. Now that the lane has arrived, someone has to deal with it. That's the Dragon Knight. And, okay, they just say, you know what, let's just wait entirely. New item will be purchased, so Juggernaut spending virtually all his gold. Miracle going to buy a nice Scotty. Makes him even a safer siege engine. No rush for OG. I mean, they don't really need to, do they?
They've got a minute and a half on Aegis, and the Skadi gives them a ton of extra sustain for this high ground push. So I think the Skadi was actually what they were waiting for before committing to the high ground push. And
along with 2 lives here and a lot of sustain. Liquid, the fight of their lives in game number 3. A loss here. They'll be 1 game away from losing the series the rest of the way. And here comes that long-awaited smoke. No-Tail creeping in. Miracle on front. Just they need that 1 second of jump, and he blinks. He gets the stun off. It's on Kuro, who doesn't have buyback. Could kill that Venge off rather quickly. He does. Now Matumba Man trapped in the chrono along with Fada. 2 huge cores. Quit dropping the stun maybe a little bit early, but it's enough damage with the egg to force Matumba back to drive Fada away. They can focus on Rax. They say screw it. Let's kill heroes instead. The egg pops out, and round 2 of the fight continues with the healing Mord along with the Sunray, bringing Miracle back to full HP. They can continue to sustain this push here. OG just unchecked and unrivaled in this siege, still have an Aegis on Miracle.
Liquid have bought back with 2 transformation heroes. They have no Dragonfall, no Shapeshift, and here goes No-Tail!
On the Matumba Man, looking for more. Can they bring him down? Locked in and controlled and dished back to the well. Liquid have nothing left. They tap out. Again, getting all of their signature heroes, and again, OG with the answers.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you do?
You're trying to defend high ground and rely on those buybacks, but a buyback on a Dragon Knight, a Lycan, when you don't have those ultimates, is suddenly a buyback that's not really amounting to too much. OG just
took control early, used their team fight, crits early, Blink Dagger pick up on the Lion, finding kill after kill for this team, and OG, game 3 goes their way.
What do? You
got to go
what's
a different
the biggest
direction,
problem?
I think Liquid, they drafted the 3 same core heroes. They adjusted things in terms of the support options, so they had more early game presence, but I think they just need to head a different direction. This is where if you've got that pocket strategy, you've got another kind of core hero to pull out, go away from the Lycan at this point. It doesn't seem to match up well against OG. This is the second game in a row where the Lycan's slow pace in the early game, his weak lane, as well as his kind of the amount of farm that he needs before he can get involved has really been a detriment to what Liquid are trying to do.
Well, they're still confident here as they walk off the stage. They know they've got a chance to come back. Dire remains undefeated in this series, so they will have selection priority, I believe, for the next game. Maybe that's where they turn. Still Dota left to be played here, guys, but if Liquid want to win, it means we get a game 5.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure that's what the crowd want here in Manila, but OG are looking so good. 2 decisive wins back-to-back, and Liquid have to be feeling under the gun now.
Well, packed to the rafters we are here in the Mall of Asia Arena, and to keep those fans and ready for game number 4, it's back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll take it in just a minute, LD. I want to get you to just tell us what it's like down there. What are you experiencing as commentators down there with such a great crowd behind you?
I think this is the most full I've ever seen an arena.
Yeah, it's incredible. One of the fights, I just literally opened up my headset and just hear the crowd. It's insane.
It's actually deafening.
Yeah.
Good thing we have the headset, so I don't think I could hear anything.
Absolutely. It looks like you've got red ears at the moment, gods.
These fans are incredible. Honestly, best fans in the world. The Philippines has delivered. And continues to.
Absolutely, and they'll continue to in Game 4. Thank you very much, LD and Gods down there in the commentary box. Of course, we'll be back with you guys for Game 4. Let's wrap up Game 3 first off. We'll start with Fog. Great performance from OG. It just proves maybe this isn't back and forth. Maybe they have some momentum now.
Yeah, it does seem like they're putting up a good fight. It seems like they have a really good response to Liquid. Liquid's picking the Slardar first pick in both these games, and they respond instantly with the Void Phoenix. And we saw the Void Phoenix just defending that Roshan. There's no way you run into that. It's absolutely impossible. So I want to ask Charlie, is it Nikak? I'm not even going to bother. It's way too impossible.
Come on.
Oh, come on.
No, you were doing better in practice earlier.
Give it a shot, dude.
Give it a shot?
All right, come on.
So Charlie,
let's hear it.
Do you think that the Void Phoenix is Nakaka Pabagabag for Liquid?
Oh, man. I hope you pronounced that right.
I think I did, right?
I think you may have just been married off to someone.
Did I ruin it?
I think it was pretty close.
Okay, so for those that don't know, that's supposed to mean bothersome.
Yes.
But I think I think it's that, but it's also the fact that when Liquid picks Fada the Dragon Knight, it allows OG to put almost whatever there, and they've been going towards that Juggernaut, and that Juggernaut is almost ungankable mid. You saw with the Earth Spirit Venge, they have roaming supports, but they can't punish the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut's just going to spin and run away. It's so hard to deal with that, and then so they can't use their advantage in the laning stage, and then they have to just fight around what? Phoenix Void? That's so hard.
Yeah, and then like we were talking about, the strength core meta. Liquid is still, picking pretty heavily strength core. OG responds with this Phoenix every single time, and it looks like it might just be a problem.
Alongside the Phoenix, Kevin, the Sven was really doing work in this game.
It was a great Sven game. Clears all the Necro illusions, did a ton of damage, was very, very hard to kill. I mean, Liquid's draft was almost all physical damage. They had Venge, they had Lycan, they had a lot of attack speed. They had minus armor on Slar. It wasn't enough to kill No-Tail. The one fight when they were about back in the game, they went on No-Tail on Ancients. They couldn't kill him in time, and then the fight's lost because then it's going to get turned around. So it was way too much. No-Tail had an incredible game. He survived the ganks. He did tons of damage in team fights. He played the best. I really feel like the main problem is, like you said, it's the Faceless Void and the Phoenix on the Dire side. It offsets any Roche advantage that Liquid has. They basically just stand there and they wait to see if they're going to come, and then they just take Roche eventually. And like Charlie said as well, they're kind of ungankable mid with the Jugs, so they have to change something up. They either have to steal Dire from their opponents, because it seems clear they've learned Dire is too good for them when they grab Phoenix Void.
Yeah, Dire OP, and also OG just responding with every time there's like a tower push as well, the objectives, they respond with that Void Phoenix and fighting into those heroes. It's nearly impossible. You pretty much are like hoping either they make a mistake, or you have Jarex get that instant silence, which we did see happen in that top situation, which almost salvaged the game for Liquid.
You know what else was really huge, and I feel like this hasn't been a fixture of games for a while. The pull camp got blocked for a very long time, and there was that one time that Miracle spun TP'd, or waiting for the swap, and Venge is still level 5. And that was all delayed because the pull wasn't ready to go in the early game. That was really huge, actually, that it took them all to D-ward.
Yeah, little things adding up there.
Let's take a look back at the highlights. OG now up 2-1.
It's a pretty early stage in the game. Crow almost lived here. Really nice save by Mind Control, but the dive guaranteeing that kill.
The problem is they're still all relatively low level at this point. They can't fight.
Fata died also instantly before he even got anything off in this situation, and just they were outnumbered. It's like every single time I felt OG just always had like that one extra person. They always got like that beautiful, like Charlie was saying, it's not always just about the initiation, it's about the counter initiation. Here we see again, 2-man chrono, Sunray on top, Miracle taunting with the Omni Slash a couple times there, but still, just so much damage coming through on those strength tanky cores when you have a Phoenix.
All this magic damage they had just made Dragonite look worthless.
Yeah, he looked very squishy.
So what do they have to do now? I feel like they can't let OG get dire, or they have to pick a good Fodder hero first round, but DP's always gone.
They might have to prioritize his hero earlier, maybe something like Invoker, but it can be really easy to punish, especially if you pick it early. This is, I'm not going to lie, Liquid's in a tough spot here.
They've been in this position before. Epicenter, they were 1-0 up against Newbee, then 2-1 down. Came back to win 3-2. They'll draw some comfort from that, surely.
Yeah, Heaton's got to pull out his playbook. Blitz has got to do some work as well and figure out a way to deal with OG's first 2 bans against them.
It's got to be scary though, because I feel like they lost 2 games to a very, very similar strat.
Yeah.
If that's the case, how many strats does OG get deeper, and does Liquid have the solution? Because if they have the solution, they still have to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
And if OG changes it up after they reveal their solution, that could be it. It could be over.
We have seen Liquid adapt a bit throughout this tournament. We saw them change up heavily, especially in that last series. You know, like we were talking about constantly, the Drow Ranger, the Medusa, very out of the ordinary, very out of the box for Liquid. So maybe they want to go for something like that. Maybe they feel like OG's kind of taking us out of our comfort zone here. It's just our normal heroes, our normal game plan isn't really working that well on the Radiant side versus their hero picks on the Dire side.
They're going to have to find something, because they can't just rely on picking Dire as well, because once this goes to a game 5, that upper bracket advantage is that OG gets choice for that last game.
Yeah, you can see there, Fata feeling a bit of the pressure, but this is still, they still have a chance. It's 2-1, like Paul was saying, they can always bring it back.
Yeah, you know, this was the that beautiful, those jukes by Crit where Blink dodges the Earth Spirit Stone, then 4 staffs out of the Slardar stun.
2-man stun after the chrono. Of course, he has like the pretty easy setup and stuff there, but I think like throughout this entire tournament, Crit has been standing out so heavily as a support.
He 2-shot the bench.
2-shot the bench off Cleave. Crit, yeah, Fata gets like 4 shot as well. Of course, I think he gets 2 crits on No-Tail there, but yeah, like OG's teamwork is looking quite sound right now.
They've got to feel so confident going into the last game. Potentially the last game. Oh, this fight was so big. What a huge chrono for Moon. That was where Crit blink dodged, then to dodge the silence, and then he 4-staffs himself after the swap, which also dodged the Slardar stun.
Yeah, and they blow up Crit there anyway. They killed the Sven as well almost instantly, but he buys back. Fata unfortunately gets clipped by the egg, and then he just gets brought down by Sunray and right clicks.
Yeah, there's just so much team fight control.
Yep. So what's the response? Like you're saying, Blitz and Heen really have their homework cut out for this next series. They really have to talk their team, motivate them. Seems like Liquid's feeling a little bit of the pressure. They need a Papa Blitz to be like, hey guys, don't worry, it's best of 5. This doesn't matter. It's 2-1. We've won from this before. Don't let the pressure get to you. We can do this.
That almost sounded like it was Blitz himself.
Really? Is it because I sniffled a little? I know Blitz does that from time to time, but
I hadn't noticed.
You gotta add in the physical part when Blitz comforts his players.
Okay. Put one hand on the shoulder, the other one on the right side bicep, and stand from behind a little. Maybe like it's gonna be maybe like whisper into the ear kind of stuff.
Oh come on, guys. Oh come on, guys.
That's what it'd be like. But they have to push away from their comfort heroes that clearly are not working. The Lycan doesn't seem to be working. They can pressure it in lane. They can pressure it other ways. They need heroes that can somehow take the Roche fight despite being at a team fight disadvantage.
They might just want to change up their bans. Maybe take out the Void or take out the Phoenix in the first two.
It might not only be just, I don't know, we were harping a lot on the draft, but it's also OG's playing so well around their draft, and Liquid's kind of playing into that factor. Like we saw them running around like, let's go into the Roche pit. We're all just kind of standing around that Roche pit. We're not pushing out the lanes at all. We're all just like, can we fight? Can we really do this? And they're really playing into OG's cards.
That's really true. They could split push or something instead. Maybe pick a split heavy lineup or such a greedy lineup that they get away with that. They're still farming despite them getting Aegis.
Yeah, because I mean, OG's playing just so well around this. Like Liquid, they're like we're saying, they're just getting completely taken out of their comfort zone.
Okay. Well, how much of this is draft and strategy, and how much is it that they know each other so well?
I think it's a completely even, like
a bit of all of that.
30% of each, like just bits and pieces all over the place.
They've played 13 games together against each other this year, which is insane anyway, and that's before the grand final. So 3 more now, so that's 18 in total. It's 8-5 to Liquid, so there's not much in it between the two of them over the last 6 months.
Wow, 8-5 to Liquid.
Yeah.
Wow. And maybe, like we were talking about, maybe OG's just, they really are, like Kevin said, maybe they want it more.
It seems like they want it more so far.
Well, this is the advantage of being on the upgrade. You get an entire day to prepare, whereas Liquid had to prepare for both Newbee and potentially OG.
Yeah. But they also chose to drop down in the second round of the lower bracket.
Oh yes, Paul, they chose to.
They chose to.
Blitz actually honestly said to me, I was really happy they dropped down. Genuinely, I was really happy. Because they kind of got into that place where it's a little bit complacency, a little bit chilled out, a little bit too relaxed with things, and actually gave them a good kick in the goodies when they dropped down to the lower bracket, and allowed them to kind of refocus and generate the kind of drive that they needed. We're going to take a quick social media question as the players head back towards the booths, and we do have a few more minutes, of course, before the draft. This one comes from 0110. Who do the panel think are the top 5 supports at the Manila Major? Charlie?
All right.
5. What do you reckon?
5 supports?
Twan,
yeah.
MMY.
There's only 3 left.
Oh man, there's 4 on this stage right now. I don't have enough.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to pick just 5. Actually, there's so many top tier supports right now.
It's a I want to put Kaka in there as well. There's Kuroki, Jerax, Crit, Fly. That's
could you find
hard.
5?
Well, they said 5.
Rather than
Okay,
7,
you know what? Okay,
or 9. Maths with Charlie.
I will do Kaka, Jerax, Crit, Twan. Man, this is hard.
It is hard, isn't it?
I would put Fly in there, I think.
Yeah, I gotta have to Fly.
I would put Fly in there.
I think you have to put the 4 supports that are on the main stage right now. Like those 4, and then I would probably go with either Twan or Kaka.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're still missing people like FY.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He didn't really have the most standout performance here at this tournament, but in general themes, yeah.
Yeah, just another world-class support. Just an ordinary support at the bottom end of the top 10, because we've just got so many great supports in.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Just a lot of people just coming out of their shell.
I wonder if we have any more social media questions. If our guys can dig up a couple more, we'll take a couple more, I think, before the draft comes around. It isn't too far away. I can see all the players are getting back to the booths, and they are going to get set up. We have one from Bonabon1. Which team do you think has the best drafts but the worst execution?
That's actually really easy for me for this tournament.
EG. All right. Yeah, you think Peter's drafting was on point?
Yeah, and it really just came down to the fact that come mid-game, come late-game, they kind of just choked. That's as simple as that.
Looks like Liquid.
Harsh but fair. Charlie's like, whatever.
Sorry.
Liquid chose first pick, it looks like, from the lobby.
Yeah, and OG does get the Dire again.
Yeah, it is Liquid first pick, OG Dire.
So that probably means they have the They think they have the strategy counter, right?
Yeah, they must have planned something out. Maybe they're going to ban the Phoenix. Maybe we're going to see like a switch up in the bans. Maybe that Elder Titan, we might be seeing it actually being played instead of banned. Just a bit of a change up.
Like the fact that Liquid is, well, in this case, they don't get to choose their side. They think first pick is better. But if they have chosen to go for Radiant, I feel like we haven't been able to see their Radiant strategy yet. Like they've never got it running because they're always reacting to how OG is playing. So perhaps even with first pick, knowing that OG is going to go for Dire, they can alter the hero picks they have to something else that will counter what their opponents are going to do.
Yeah, I believe it was not yesterday, but the day before when Liquid was playing. Dyer was on a 9-1 advantage. It was like a huge streak that Dyer was winning, and Liquid brought it back and won two games back-to-back on the Radiant side. So they must have some more hidden strats. And like you guys were mentioning as well, maybe we won't see them prioritize. Maybe we will see them prioritize Fata's hero a bit earlier instead of waiting so long, since it does seem like OG is focusing a lot on Fata, putting a lot of emphasis on him, putting a lot of pressure, having that Miracle Jug mid, having the Phoenix kind of lingering. Like in that last game too, I forgot to mention one specific thing was Fata. You were saying he was kind of scared. He was kind of scared of the Phoenix also killing his courier. He walked back, missed a full wave, got his bottle. So, like we're saying, it seems like OG's putting a lot of pressure on him.
Charlie, from a human point of view, what sort of things get discussed in the gap between games 3 and 4 when you're 2-1 down?
Really just, especially in the way that Liquid lost here, they're going to talk about things like, you know, what is it about that draft that put us behind? Is it their team fight? Is it the mid hero? And then they're going to talk about, at least I hope they talk about, you know, not getting tilted, not feeling like, you know, we're bad or anything like that. This comes down to the draft. It comes down to strategy and the meta right now.
Okay, we're into draft number 4 of the day. OG lead 2-1. They are on championship point.
I love
Team Liquid have picked up the Slaughter.
You hear this though? The crowd, it's a Slaughter, and they're like, yeah, Slaughter, I love this hero.
And they even cheered when they banned the Void.
Yeah.
This crowd knows Dota.
Yeah.
This crowd knows Dota. I love this.
But that's the approach that Liquid's taking. You know what? They're like, this Void is really just, it's messing with everything that we want to do. Get it out of here. We have to change it up. These last 2 games just were.
So,
really
what do OG have as an answer here in the draft?
Probably still Phoenix. It's less good with the Chrono or without a Faceless Void, but
Phoenix Earth Spirit was the thing they drafted the first few times.
You think they pick it first too?
I think Phoenix is pretty likely.
And do you feel like if they leave it, Liquid then get rid of it? Yeah. Okay. Fine.
I mean, you can still set up Sunray ganks with a variety of different heroes. You saw it on the crit Earth Spirit as well. Other stuns do exist in the game.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Okay. Sunray comes out.
Yeah. So
pick one for OG.
I'd expect an Earth Spirit. It worked well for them game 2. It's pretty much the same thing. All right, they go for the Elder Titan.
The ET wasn't banned this time, like we were mentioning.
Yeah,
that was the change-up that they did. You know, they banned the Void instead, and like I mentioned, you know, OG's really liking that Elder Titan on crit.
This is another great way to set up Sunray ganks as well. You just Spirit stun, incredibly easy.
Ooh, okay. That's one of the heroes that was banned second round consistently, and now Liquid gets to play with it.
It's almost like both teams didn't want to let the other team have it.
Yeah, it was the deciding heroes in games versus Newbee, in games LGD. It's could do a lot here. They can pressure lanes.
It was LGD yesterday who did that to Liquid, right? They picked the Slardar off lane and they picked the Enchantress, and was it LGD? Was it LGD or Newbee? I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was Newbee.
Newbee has been picking it more often, but I could see both teams.
Because I remember they picked the Slardar and he heavily focused on just ganking the Slardar's lane and giving the Slardar a super early blink dagger. I think that game was like a 9-minute blink on the Slardar just because of how heavily they punished that short lane. So maybe Liquid's looking at the same kind of approach. They thought it was clever.
Yeah, and that was the first game, or the game where Jarex ended up dying and Fata died right before Rune spawned. So
how am I not remembering which game it is right now?
It was game 1, I believe, because they lost game 1.
LGD or Newbee?
That was Liquid versus Newbee.
It was Newbee.
And then they came back 2.
Okay.
And Liquid is taking out the Darkseer and the Juggernaut heroes that gave them so much trouble in these last 2 series. And this time, if they want to pick a DK, maybe they don't have to worry about the Juggernaut being ungankable.
Covering off the Drow as well.
Yeah, they have Enchantress roam. It would be pretty strong.
Yeah, we saw Liquid kind of likes that. We obviously saw it in the series before with the Slardar amplifying all the physical damage and Drow enhancing everybody's physical damage as well. It's a really cheeky combo.
I just love how they responded with Enchantress based on those first 2 picks. Like, those are 2 supports that don't have very much control in the early game. Obviously, Elder Titan has some, but it's a little hard to land. It's more or less melee range. Enchantress is a good solution if those 2 can't stop him from roaming.
Is this time? Is it time for Liquid now? For the Medusa?
With the Drow ban, I'd be surprised because part of the reason that it was so successful for them in the previous game was because you know, Medusa can go items like Lincoln, Scotty, or Lincoln Manta and still have damage.
They take the Disruptor for themselves, so a nice support that can stay in the lane since Enchantress is going to be moving around. But like back to the Medusa, I feel like Elder Titan can be very, very strong versus Medusa, and so can Phoenix because he kind of amplifies everything. It reduces the armor and everything. So and Medusa seems like it's kind of more of like a niche pick. So I don't think Liquid will really favor too much toward that. But they are having a lot of Fata's heroes banned out again, as we've been emphasizing.
Yep. It's going to be some tricky last bans as well here.
Disruptor is actually good again this game, I think. Can catch Batrider, zone him from his lane. They can lane pressure with Enchant, so Disruptor can then zone off laner and then go gank mid or somewhere else.
It feels like this in order for Disruptor to really be successful, Liquid needs to be ahead or pursuing.
Yep.
In the last game, or in game 2, we saw Disruptor get behind, and that hero basically did nothing.
And Enchantress should facilitate that.
Absolutely.
Surely their next hero is going to be Fata's pick. Maybe.
Yeah. OG.
Yeah, I mean, they've been picking out 4 or 5, so could be.
Yeah, they have both supports that is highly chance that it's a Moon Batrider. We've been seeing him playing that pretty much exclusively.
I don't think we've
team.
ever seen a Miracle or a No-Tail Batrider.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't put it past the No-Tail Bat because he is the tempo controller for the team. So that's it wouldn't be too outside the box, but it would be
I'd
a
be
change up for them.
super surprised because
they
focus so much on No-Tail getting farm and being that actual one position carry.
They needed some physical damage here. They're all in on Magic thus far, and Elder Titan enhances both, so TA's a pretty solid pick.
Gives them that Roche potential that they were kind of lacking. It gives them an objective taker. You know, they have the TA who can kind of be in the front line if he's followed up with the Elder Titan and the Phoenix.
I like this because it's, again, a lot of team fight combos. Elder Titan and Phoenix together, especially with a Batrider as well.
Yeah, and the traps as well obviously can always scout out the movements, also help set up for the Batrider lasso. You can put a trap down and then he can get the initiation off of that.
It's such a good offensive jump as well. Just Batrider TA, they both blink forward. Throw a Spirit on top of that, somebody dies in 2 hits.
Yep. Oh, and we do have the Weaver picked up again. So it's very good versus Batrider in like the 1v1 scenarios.
It's very good against Phoenix as well.
Very good against Phoenix, yeah. Also helps with the Roshan. You can obviously throw bugs in and catch vision of it. It's not the best, but it is an option. And it's really interesting how OG picks the TA. So last game they picked the Sven to be able to clear the Ancients. Now they have the TA as well to clear the Ancients. So it really seems like they emphasize on having one of those cores that can really just farm the jungle and farm the neutrals quite effectively.
I mean, I think almost all good drafts have something like that.
Yeah.
Like even multiple patches ago, teams heavily prioritized, hey, one of your heroes has to be able to take Ancients because you lose so much efficiency if you can't take those stacks.
Yeah. During downtime or anything, like if you can't be
or if you're just sitting around the Roshan pit, somebody's got to take those Ancients.
Yeah, exactly. So no surprise, OG bans out the Viper. They don't want, of course, Viper versus TA is not a very great matchup.
Have you noticed all the bans, by the way? Offlane, mid. Seems like they're both targeting each other's players. Like there are 2 players on both sides which they're targeting via bans. Matumba Man and Fellow on one side, Miracle and Moon on the other.
Yeah. And we do still have the Lycan is still left in the pool for Liquid if they do want to go for that. It doesn't give them they don't really have like a crazy amount of team fight, but it's their staple. It's their super comfort, but they did just lose with it twice.
It's not that bad against OG's draft actually. They're very weak on lockdown.
I mean, do you think they're gonna? It would have to be a Lycan mid or a Weaver mid.
Yeah.
Do you think
wow.
It'd be weird if they did.
That would be very weird.
I don't think they'll do that.
Oops. Whoops.
Well, what's the TA solution then? Do you still grab something like a Dragon Knight?
You could, but then, I mean, again, Dragon Knight just gets exploited in the lane. Maybe you can kill the TA with Enchantress or Disruptor gank, but you have nothing to burn through the refraction, at least reliably.
Yeah, there really isn't that much right now.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Lycan. I actually just completely overlooked the slur.
What does Fata pick up here?
What about like Razor against TA mid?
Razor does beat TA mid, but
it was a staple of his as well, and it's good versus the Batrider, but it's really heavily fallen completely out of the meta.
How about this one? How about Venno?
Okay, so Fada in the past has played a lot of mid Veno.
Yeah.
He actually is one of those players that likes playing that cancerous hero. I mean, he really enjoys it. I remember back in Dream League when he was on Cloud9, he was playing mid Veno and he was having a great time. He was just plopping wards down, eating with the other hand, and he's like, "This is a great game, guys."
It sort of works here, but if he ever gets Elder Titan Stomp, TA is going to kill him easy.
Here it comes.
So it's a little iffy.
Here it comes.
I think Razor's more likely here. They need the tanky Dragonite-like hero.
What hero? What are we missing? Are we missing a hero? Are we missing something? What are we not thinking about?
Oh,
okay. It's the Fada Lone Druid. Okay, this
has also played it as well.
This is real good.
Yeah, has also played Lone Druid during the tournament.
Interesting.
Once they get Radiance, TA's kind of screwed, basically.
Yeah, even in the lane, Lone Druid does really well against TA.
Yeah. Only weakness is basically Lasso and Sunray, and I guess Elder Titan ult's pretty good as well if you can catch him since he has such a high HP pool.
Yeah, they have a lot of different counter initiation now for Liquid. They have the Disruptor and the Slardar. And the Weaver can roam. In this game right now, you look, OG does not really have any sustainable lockdown. That's a new hero.
There you go, Paul.
95.
Not what you wanted, but
95 it is. 98 in total in terms of been picked and banned here.
And it's
at the Manila Major. First time for the Wraith King.
Semi-reliable lockdown for the Weaver. They needed something with the stun there. So since the Sven was banned, I think they might have wanted that instead, but now they go for the Wraith King, so lifesteal.
So 2-1 up. Championship point on the line. Let's go with the Wraith King. Why not?
You said it. Yeah. You said we're going to see some change up the third game, or well, this is the fourth game, but we're going to see the change up, something completely out of the box.
I like
Charlie's
the Wraith King.
stunned.
No, I like it a lot. You know what? I like these last picks out of both teams so much.
It's a big change up.
Yeah, the mix-up is so good. I'm really impressed by these guys' presence of mind.
TA with lifesteal as well from the Wraith King is very, like you overlook it very much. So.
And with minus armor, it's super accelerant.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you to all three of you again. We'll be back after Game 4, but we'll be celebrating OG's victory in the championship. Or can Liquid hold on? Let's find out as we go back to our commentary team of Gods and LD.
That's right. Liquid fighting for their playoff lives here, folks. Game 4 has already begun. Let's get into it.
OG versus Team Liquid.
So, Gods, who has the better pocket pick? Do you like the Lone Druid? Do you believe in his majesty, the Wraith King, formerly a skeleton?
Ooh, they both fit the game, the draft so well. For Liquid, a lot of early pressure, great timing around the Radiance. For OG, it's a great way to react and have a defensive carry once you get that reincarnation online later on. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. This empowers the TA so much having the lifesteal. One of the kind of interesting stats about last game is that they actually got more healing out of the Vlads than they did Sunray. That's how good lifesteal can be in Dota 2.
Yeah, and they are dire side. It helps them to take Roshan a bit earlier. It used to be a kind of common pocket strat we saw for some teams with the Ursa Wraith King duo. Don't so much see it anymore, but also definitely not to hear your game planning for if you're Liquid. So, panel maybe thought some pocket picks would be saved for TI6. I'm sure they still have some other things prepared, but this is certainly a new trick because this time we don't have a crazy clash at the bounty runes. It'll be a calm grab, one for each team, so no two for this time around. We are going to see early skirmishing here. Critson pretty far. Mind Control and Kuroki usher him away.
They're recognizing that Crit wants to disrupt Kuro's jungling capabilities. He wants to get in there to block a camp.
Oh, bottom lane, Moon. He's had such a good showing this series. Could be in big trouble here. Bottom, that was Matumba Man as the Sakuchi cooling down. One more auto attack through the trees. Gets off the salve. Juking, but it's not enough heal. The salve gets canceled. Moon's in a lot of trouble. And Matumba Man gets the body block out in front. Jerax continue to pursue. Can they bring him down? He even pops the fairy fire. He's using up all his ammunition just to live in Matumba Man. One more Sakuchi forward. Can Moon make it out? Body block again. He needs a couple more auto attacks. The Tango as well. Can they kill him? No, he lives! The boy that lived.
And look at this, Matamba Man, 0 CS. Bottom creep wave pushing out. They've completely lost creep equilibrium here. Moon can suicide, then TP back, and he's going to get level 2.
Meanwhile, Mind Control, will he be so lucky? He's got a crush, but the stomp beats him to the punch. The Sunray still going. They chase. He will make it out. Both offlaners getting punished. So Moon, as you mentioned,
this is great for Moon.
Will suicide, but the lane is pushed.
Oh, he got the side pull off, so the range creeps aren't going to go to Moon's way. He's only going to get 1 creep's worth of experience, but the creep wave is completely pushed up to his tower now, guaranteeing a level 2 when you're in this 1v2 setup against a strong laning carry. That's where this Weaver pick is kind of the answer to the previous 2 games lost. They decide they want a hero that can get more involved early on, as well as have more laning presence. They can actually zone Moon out using this hero.
Round 2 under Mind Control. The stomp's there once more. This time the crush on both as well. But Slardar already chewing through that regen at a rapid clip. And, I mean, looking at the way these offlanes are going, Gods, do either of these heroes need to go to the jungle? We don't see an Iron Talent for Mind Control. He did try to start in the lane. Moon, so far, not willing to give up on bottom. Is there a point where they just say, screw it?
For Moon, it comes perhaps around the level 3 of Disruptor, when there's a Disruptor as well as Weaver who can go on you and kill you. For the Slider, you don't really want to go to the jungle because you have the Enchantress on your side. You want to pressure the lanes.
And speaking of which, there is a Tornado now top. Going to be making life a little pesky for No Tail. We'll see Mind Control also suiciding to neutrals. Still no first blood, though.
Yeah. He can't. We've seen the top lane. He only survives when he has mana for the Slithering Crush. So
does by the Quelling Blade. So both teams with a moment to think here. Pretty even in the early game.
Well, we'll see how things pan out here. ET so far, the pick that got through, which Crit has not got to play yet this series. Looking for that level 2 so we can have that long range initiation with the Echo Stomp.
We're back underway. So OG still committing to the full tri lane for now. Sardar slowly making his way back along with that Tornado, forever chasing No Tail. And in the mid lane, TA still falling slightly behind, but Miracle still holding his own here at these early levels. No entangle yet for Fata.
I love Fata just uses a Savage Roar just to get a deny on a range creep.
Hey, why not?
Yeah, it's 30-second cooldown. You're not really being ganked. Well, I say that he might be getting ganked soon if he's not careful. Crit is nearby.
There's a stomp available. He can do it from the high ground with the ward to give him vision, but Enchantress is coming in right below the Elder Titan. So Kuroki guarding these lanes pretty nicely. Bottom lane, our Bat Rider for Moon is in trouble. May end up going down here. He's going to survive, but he's getting his levels, Gods. As bad as this lane looks for him, he's getting experience. The Slardar also doing not so well. He's only level 1, close to level 2, but Moon, as bad as it looks to blow through like 300, 400 gold in regen, the experience is what really matters here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have that jungle taking capabilities, and he's even putting a lot of pressure on this bottom lane. Jarek's swooping through, looking for him in the trees, but Moon's made the journey back to the fountain.
Been a quiet start for Kuroki on the Enchantress. Is there like an area he should be focusing right now?
It's hard because TA mid is somewhat immune to ganks if you have the refraction up, and that's something which you're just going to play around, knowing there's an Enchantress on the opposing team. Initially, Kuro sends the Tornado creep top to try help Mind Control out, but he hasn't really been able to get much out of this lane despite that, so I think Kuro does need to get involved and be aggressive, but gee.
Stomp on the creeps. Crit going to try to hit one, but gets denied by the Hellbear Smasher. Creeps killing their own. Hopefully they don't come after us next. Just hanging back in the tri-lane. We still see that 1v1 mid. Lone Druid is level 5 though, so there's the potential for an entangle now. Maybe we see Kuroki start to set his eyes on the TA, but not at this moment, as Miracle does have a haste currently bottled.
Yeah, until that haste is really out of the picture, I don't think any kind of kill there is feasible, even if they TP in a Disruptor. But top lane OG could try and set up on Mind Control. Sunray level 2. The level 3 Phoenix is really where the kill potential of the Phoenix gets amped up, and Fly can look to set up on this top lane, or even potentially mid lane where action is about to unravel if Kuro can grab a creep or two.
What's he going to get here? It will be a troll trap for him. Still doesn't look like an easy kill with that haster in the bottle. The TP on Miracle as well. So he's pretty ready for this early pressure. Just slow opening in the laning stage. 3-course farming well here on the Dire side. OG getting the better as far as the CS goes. A bit more spread for Liquid.
Liquid have the jungler, I guess, so they're actually a tiny bit of a overall net worth lead. But really, at this stage, you're looking at both lineups. Perhaps Liquid slightly getting less than what they hoped for out of the early game since the Enchantress rotations haven't worked.
This could be trouble. He's trying to run. The bugs are on him currently. Jerax glimpses him back into the waiting arms of the Weaver. He gets caught in the cage. This time, I don't know if Moon makes it out. He does pop the sticky napalm. Jerax starts to drop pretty quickly. Miracle's on the hunt. The first blood will go the way of Team Liquid, but they're going to lose Jerax as a trade. So Miracle, a quick drive-by for him. Nets him a kill. They'll give the experience to Fly, and immediately that TA will make another move. Where is that move? Matumba Man poking Fly bottom. It's just going to be back to farming mid, and Enchantress descending on the top lane during this time. You'd love to kill the Wraith before he hits level 6. Mind control. Gonna pop the sprint. Now the slow comes out. The crush is there. Where's the supports? Batrider's forced to TP in and try to salvage this. A quick Hadouken, then the stun. Is it going to be enough? As No Tail retreats, it looks like it will be, and now Moon might be able to get a kill. There's the glimpse back. Even Jerax joining the fray here in the top lane. 6 heroes rotating all over the map, and then Crit will make his journey back.
Both teams.
But in the end, just 1-1.
Counterpunch after counterpunch. You see initiation, your Wraith King Moon's like there, okay, I gotta save my buddy. And then it's Disruptor TPing in like, okay, this bat's about to kill my Kuro Edge, let's TP in and save things. So
those 50 gold TPs. Everybody's on the move now.
Overall, good news for OG is that Wraith King doesn't go down pre-level 6. And even if he was level 6, you don't really want to use that 5-minute cooldown reincarnation for just a gank like that this early on.
So Ancients are being stacked up here for the TA. Or no, sorry, was that? I guess not. No, just creeps being stacked for the Dire side for now. But definitely something that they can look to take advantage of as the game moves along. OG do have some pretty good clear there in the jungle. They can also rotate the Wraith King to farm and give the lane to a support. And that's really been the key for them is Phoenix getting good levels or Crit last game on the Lion. So I imagine we'll see them make that move fairly soon.
Yeah, No Tail's really good at just spreading the wealth amongst his supports. And more importantly, getting their level 6s online. So for now, Liquid again setting up top. Kuro's Enchantress though has just been very low impact so far. That can always very quickly change. And the off lane from Mind Control hasn't exactly been a very friendly place with OG camping 3 heroes top constantly.
As for Fada now. Looks like
Glimpse back bottom. They've gone in on Crit.
Make a move here, but it's close to the tower. Crit turns it with a quick stop. Matumba Man has the time lapse. May need to commit it. No, he wants to go in. The Sunray coming through. We'll drive them away. It's a 3-hero rotation, though, for very little ventured by Liquid. And that frees up the other lanes, where Lone Druid starts to work on the tower mid. We do see the Slardart getting some farming experience up towards top.
And again, there's a response. The TA TP's bottom because of the glimpse, and then instantly someone's there to TP mid to protect the tower from Fata's pressure. So, nice bit of play coming out from both teams. Very reactive game from both teams. It's not really been a passive game by any means. Both teams are looking for kills. It's just the defensive play coming out from the supports and offlanes has just been on point.
Do you feel it favors either team? It's even numerically. Does that give either team an edge?
Neither team has a draft built around the early game. Yes, Enchantress, you want to find those successful rotations, but you look at the big picture with Liquid's draft, with Slada, Lone Druid, and Weaver, your timings come around the Radiance, most importantly, of the Lone Druid. The Slada Blink Dagger is another big timing. The Enchantress early game ganks are purely to try and speed up those timings. If you're unsuccessful, those timings still exist. They just come a couple minutes later. So I think for Liquid, they're going to hit their stride in the mid game. For OG, it's a similar thing, but it's less about the items and more about the levels. Hitting level 6 on Phoenix, having the Batrider later on. I want to say this might be, I'm curious to see what build he goes for. It looks like Moon may just be going straight into some kind of a drum build. He likes to go for this tanky, disruptive, kind of space-creating Batrider. Doesn't even really prioritize the lasso that much, but for OG, they want to kind of play the farming game right now.
Yeah, as he called it, the Bone 7 build, so. Still here in spirit as they stun Kuroki top. They're going to use the Sunray to bring that Enchantress low. Not sure if they're going to have enough damage to get the kill, but it revs up. It drops him almost immediately. Bambi could be dinner. No Tail just looking for the stun. Good jukes by Kuroki for now, and there's action in the mid lane while this is all happening. He pops in the trees. He heads away. Finally, they will finish him off, but that came at the cost of a TA. Overall, certainly a big win here for Team Liquid, and they transition immediately into a push, Gods. Crit trying to slow this down, but Mind Control able to amp him and drive him back. Getting good chip damage out on this tower.
And he couldn't even go for the Echo Stomp to delay the push because of Mind Control's positioning, so this Tier 1 mid suddenly completely exposed.
And Liquid, their customary aggressive invasion has begun. Phase boots Weaver. Definitely goes well with the double attack, as they will dive crit, and the minus armor from Slardar, very significant. He does get off a stomp though. The Sunray
hold the tower.
Not gonna use that extra bit of damage. They allow Matumba Man to time lapse out. I think worried that Mind Control would turn back and kill the Phoenix, but they might have been able to commit there for a Weaver kill. Would have been very close. As Moon gets pursued by the bear here. Miracle's gonna work on it. Savage Roar allows the retreat. Liquid do grab the tower.
The beauty of the Echo Stomp is that if you're under a tower, that tower does not wake you up, and that almost punishes the Weaver, who was very, very low in HP there.
Especially going for the phase boots here, just a little bit squishier than a few of the power treads.
Very cost-effective damage, the 24 damage you get from this item, but something that he does have to be wary of. As Liquid make their next rotation towards top, Jerax's Disruptor has been kind of the initiator that's all of Liquid's kills so far, and looking to do more to continue and get involved.
Moon and Notel sticking together for now, as OG streaming towards the bottom lane, drawing a line, looks like almost behind the Weaver. Let's see where they look to go. The Spirit's going to do a bit of scouting. They're just holding the tower for the time being, and Liquid also moving in. They're sweeping around from the rear. Neither team that close to finding a kill just yet.
Notel going
that could
aggressive.
change, though.
This is something that can get punished.
Yeah, he has already skilled up the ultimate, but even just putting that level 1 Wraith King on cooldown is a big deal. 260 seconds. Notel won't have the extra life, and just like that, it's gone. Can OG punish? Flame breaks there, pushes them back into an Echo Stomp. Good setup on Mind Control. Can OG find the follow-up? They roast him, courtesy of the Phoenix. Again doing work, but it's the bugs that are forcing Fly back. That minus armor really does add up, as a Static Storm is committed, catching out Moon. Miracle TP's into it too, but they're a bit too low. They have to disengage. They slow down the bear, looking to bring it down as well, and they will succeed. And Miracle pursuing a bit farther with the double damage rune. Can they find more? Looks like he will be glimpsed back. So the chase is over. Matumba Man, though, lurking in the trees. Sentry gets dropped. They will be forced to fly, but speaking of Fly Gods, it seems like this Weaver is a bit of a problem for the Phoenix this game.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't die there, but it could be a sign of things to come.
Yeah, and Gemini always going to be good against the Phoenix Egg. Miracle gets pulled back in. He's 250 gold short of his Blink Tag. He needs to be kept alive.
That Echo Stomp, though, by OG, forcing Liquid to run as Moon engages Flame Breaks there again. Jerax dropping low on the front lines. The Weaver trying to chase him in the rear, and the Egg comes through on top of Matumba Man's head. Can they get the kill? Doesn't look like it. Jerax able to survive for the time being. Matumba Man time lapses and heads to the north instead. So everybody from Liquid just barely scrapping away on a sliver of HP. Egg is down. The Wraith King ult down for 3 minutes still.
And that's a full 5v5 top, and one hero dies that entire fight. Just the Mind Control Slider going down, as well as a Reincarnation. In some ways it is a 1-for-1 because of how important that Reincarnation cooldown is. This is the 3-minute window for Liquid where they can group up, play kind of aggressively. They haven't hit the Radiance yet on Fata, but there is some worth in just having the other 4 heroes make a play towards his top lane, knowing that Notel doesn't have ultimate.
He's been farming the whole time, and now sits very close to a Relic here at only 14 minutes with the Midas, and the amount of involvement he's had, quite a good start. Yeah. Do you feel like OG can deal with the Radiance? That's the question, because it is coming at a fast clip.
And if they keep up in terms of farm, they have ways to deal with it, as far as just scaling into the late game with multiple cores. The way this Batrider builds into this kind of more mobile, tanky build with the drums, potentially an Aether Lens, is also less timing dependent. It's a way to basically say, we're not going to be reliant on getting Blink pickoffs, we're going to react to what you do. If Liquid are setting the tempo, having this tankier build works out really well.
OG possibly getting flanked here by a Disruptor and Slardar, who now occupied their jungle. Looks like they want to just, in indirect way, guard the Lone Druid, but OG in more direct way are hitting buildings right now. Notel, the man in front, already completed the armlet.
They're hunting for Miracle, expecting him to perhaps be at Ancient, but not finding him just yet.
He did go for the early blink here. Dessa almost always the next choice. They are dire, so they'll really want that Roche potential, but although Liquid don't find a kill, they get some good wards out. They fuel that future aggression and set up glimpses as well. Do they go on him?
They can time it around the refraction. They may be able to do this with the Static Storm. They're scanning to see if he has backup, but it's such a risky kill to go for.
And all the while, the Weaver just pushing away in this top lane. Hiding in the trees is the Elder Titan. Trying to zone him back. Very patient from Liquid. It's going to be Notel who struts in. That is not the hero they necessarily want to go on with an armlet. They just watch him. They are thinking about it, though. And Weaver also thinking about diving top a little bit. Everybody dancing
They're still
They
in these
still
trees.
haven't seen them.
Jarek's in mind control. This is some Black Ops movement from these two players.
MI6 called. They want you back, guys.
Yeah. Whatever the German equivalent of MI6 is.
I believe it's SAS.
There we go. That's what you're here for, David.
Actually, I think it's GSG9, but my CS 1.6 knowledge is a little rusty.
Yeah, you're the Counter-Strike player here. Well, Liquid asserting their dominance on the map, and while doing this, Sparta has quietly farmed up a Relic and a soon-to-be Radiance. This Lone Druid is in a fantastic position this game to just...
I don't think there's a similar level of snowball item at this point for OG.
And in some ways, the Lone Druid is like the Lycan replacement. This is that hero that you win a fight, you suddenly take rack. So they don't have a Lycan, but they have a hero that fits the exact same position, except it won the laning stage for them because it can outlane a TA. So Liquid suddenly find themselves set up to succeed come like not really even 20 minutes in the game. They're just about to be at that point with Radiance where they can take fights. The only tool they're missing is Mind Control's Blink. Surprising to see that come up after the Radiance, but it's been a rough off lane.
And for OG, what do they do? Do they try to sneak a Roshan? Do we see them split push?
Fight around the Blink daggers, no tail.
Speaking of which, oh, Jerax, quick on the glimpse there.
Miracle, I think, missed his Meld Strike on the Jerax.
They're still going to pursue, though. The Sunray comes in with the Elder Titan Spirit. Oh my god, that damage.
And the thing you have to do against playing Disruptor is make him the target you jump. Take Static Storm out of the picture. Make it so that once you fight, you can disengage because there's no threat of a glimpse. And that's what OG can do with Blink Daggers on both Miracle and No Tail. No Tail, there we go. Picks it up after taking the Tier 1 mid tower, and now they've got...
Good gap closing.
Yeah, and these blinks work so well together because if Miracle blinks him by himself, he may just get blown up, but it now means No Tail can start the fight with a blink. These blinks just get stronger and stronger the more that you have on your team.
So the Weaver, I haven't talked too much about him. He's created a lot of space here for that Lone Druid, but is building towards a Linked Sphere for Matumba Man. So more and more items starting to come in. Kuroki working on an Aghanim Scepter. Any other important item pickups that we haven't already mentioned? Looks like Crit is on his way to a Yules, and we have seen the Elder Titan Yules can be a big difference maker in team fights.
Yeah, he's got the level 4 stomp too now, so this is very dangerous to fight into. Liquid though, Radiance Online have immediately smoked and are heading towards that Roche pit, but we'll quickly realize that's not what OG are up to.
Now Kuroki is not smoked, and he was spotted by a Dire Ward. Could almost bait OG out of position if they think the rest of the team is in the neighborhood.
And they've realized that Liquid have smoked up or made
Look
some
at Miracle,
kind of
though.
movement.
He's doing the meld hide shenanigans to break smokes.
And this is so good when you know your opponents are getting active on the map.
Well, even if Liquid smoke breaks, will they be quick enough? It's going to be very tough to get that vision in time.
No refraction up, but unlikely to matter here.
Crouching Miracle. Matumba Man going to scurry past him.
And they don't have detection. Oh, they don't have a sentry. They will have, I assume they have detection. No, they don't actually. That's not good.
That's worrying. Miracle. The assassin lurks.
Watch out, Disruptor.
Liquid are a little suspicious, kind of dancing around him. Does he go for the courier and try to jump away? Yeah, he'll snipe it. He'll blink out. A quick kill, and meanwhile, the bear almost died.
Needs to be careful.
They do
not
have
to
the
get
glimpse, though. TPing in the trees. Special Agent Miracle makes it out. Mind Control can only beat the ground where he once stood. Space created.
Yep.
And they hold this lane, and now they look to make their own move. All kinds of lines being drawn here by Mind Control. Seems they are also suspicious. Out in front, it's going to be the Elder Titan and the Wraith King. The Bruisers are here. Mind Control with the one hero crush. It only catches Miracle, and the fight breaks out in earnest. To the left, they pursue Jerax, who gets chunked down. Easily dealt with by the TA, swooping around and then delivering the egg. Will be fly. Nobody's focusing it. Liquid ignoring the egg, ignoring the Earth Splitter, and just plunging forward. It seems like they might be able to hold and return fire as they do have the Disruptor buyback. He'll be in range soon. They bring down the TA. They're looking for more. There's the Glimpse back. The focus on Quick, and they finish him up. The Bear still chasing No Tail. No Tail survives, but he could get kited if he's the last man standing. He still has that reincarnation. Needs to armlet toggle this. Fly also in trouble. That's 3 dead. It might be 4. Fly in the trees. No escape. He's crushed too, and now it's just No Tail. Big Daddy Glimpse back. A full wipe could be in the offing for Liquid as they look to turn this game on its head. Catching out the Wraith King, focusing him down. He might be a boss, but he is one they can conquer. Liquid with a full 5-man wipe off the back of a single buyback, I believe, there on the Disruptor.
I mean, they commit a lot of resources, both Blink Daggers, to go on Jerex there, and it's the right call in a lot of ways, but the long sustained fight is where Liquid is going to get so much damage output from Fata's Radiance on the Lone Druid. On top of that, Matumba Man gets the time-lapse off. There's such little control for this OG draft to actually deal with the Weaver. Now that there's a Lincoln Sphere up, it gets even more difficult, but
they need that burst as well.
Yeah, there's not great burst. There's only really the Lasso as well as the Wraith King Blast to actually reliably lock him down, and that's not something you can even rely on if you don't have detection for the Shikuchi.
In good news for OG, Desolator is coming soon. Maybe not the best against the Lone Druid, as he's already very tanky, but potentially can chunk down some of those supports. They were able to get the Disruptor kill, but the buyback did make a difference there for Liquid, getting the follow-up cleanup kill as this hero's retreated.
They want to make their next move. They're already drawing on the map, like, let's smoke up, take control of that area again. Probably recognizing that they have a really good Roche-taking lamp, so you win a fight like that, you're quickly taking Aegis for yourself. It is a Phoenix around the Roche pit. This time around, no Void in that picture, though. But, I mean, ET Phoenix, probably the next scariest thing to the Phoenix plus Faceless Void.
Probably our closest game here so far of the series, gods, is it's barely been a 1 to 2,000 gold lead the entire game. Only 11 kills overall. Not many heroes hitting the deck, but a lot of heroes dropping low, lots of rotations. These teams are showing respect. They don't just bring one. They bring the entire squad anytime they go for a pickoff.
And you can really see Liquid have adapted the draft. They have ways to bring down the egg. The Weaver Gemini attack, Enchantress with the long-range attack. Disruptor less so, but you're looking at heroes that aren't just like all in on melee. Like last game it was 4.5 melee heroes in a lot of ways. This time around you've got 2 really good heroes to kill the egg, and potentially more once you get like a BKB on someone like Slatter later on.
There's your Desolator for Miracle now complete. Flying out on the Courier, 2 over regen rune, so he'll be in tip-top shape for this engagement, but do they dare fight into the Radiance? Can they take that engagement?
They can find Jerex. Ideally, they kill him with just the TA. With the Deso now, probably 2, possibly 3 right clicks could be enough to burst him down.
I think it's 2 if you get the meld off here.
Yeah.
Might be a little tough, though, if Liquid are ready with protection. As they focus the Bear, and the fight could be breaking out momentarily. No Tail does get caged, but that's the Wraith King. Not the hero you want to start the fight on. Not while his ultimate's up.
Yeah, the nice thing about the OG heroes is they do have a decent lineup to actually focus down the Spirit Bear in terms of just being able to stun it up initially with the Wraith Fire Blast, the Sunray plus the right-click damage of TA and Wraith King. Not something that a Spirit Bear can just shrug off.
So the Radiant quickly scanned. It looks like they got a glimpse there of the Bat. Wary that OG could be walking right into the Roche pit as soon as they see Liquid retreat. And Liquid do have to be cautious, as it's a very quick Roche with the Deso, the Meld. But they're still in the neighborhood, and they will now move forward. 3 heroes backing up the Lone Druid. Slow and steady does it. Do you feel either team's getting an edge out of this lack of kills, the lack of big objectives going down?
For the most part, Liquid are. They're the ones who are pushing out on the map. OG can't take Roshan despite having the TA Wraith King. It's Liquid who are really pressing the issue more, not taking objectives quite yet, but they're in a position where all it's going to take is 1 pick off and they're in the Roche pit, or they're taking a tier 2 tower. And their draft is so unforgiving for OG. If you make that mistake and lose a core hero, even if you lose just someone like an ET, that could be enough to secure yourselves Roshan on the side of Liquid.
OG are in the neighborhood as well. Liquid leading with Matumba Man, sending now a creep even farther forward, going for a deep scout. But the heroes are backing off. You can see that they're taking a very deliberate approach. They don't feel a need to force things. They have some key items coming out soon. You mentioned killing the egg, and probably the biggest item to help with that is just going to be the Aghanim Scepter for Kuroki.
Tumba's going to have a defusal soon, so he's going to have even more agility and attack speed to burst down that egg with. It's still a level 1 Supernova as well for Fly.
But OG smoke, and they do move down into the river. So many of their smokes worked the past 2 games, but they scan up the hill, they clear it, they close in. Right now it would just be Jerex they catch.
They saw vision too.
But Kuroki would be bigger, and they do get eyes on him. The Sunray comes in, the Spirit over the top, No-Tail with the stun, the Stomp connects. That's a quick kill, but they're looking for more. Miracle on the hunt. He does see Jerex. Jerex has the glimpse, I believe. Meld shot, it's gonna take 3 shots. Oh, just barely.
You said 2 LD and 2 got him down to 15 HP. Jerex, I guess, did the math.
I'm not sure. Was TA on edgy treads there? I'm not sure, but either way, very
could have made all the difference.
That's one of those things that could actually make the
Meanwhile,
difference.
Moon
does get pursued out bottom. Matumba Man able to back away, though. Has the Lincoln Sphere and doesn't really fear the Bat Rider on his own.
Yeah, has that protection from the lasso, so able to make that kind of play, but all it took was that pickoff, and suddenly OG are in the Roche pit. Can they do this fast enough, though?
Liquid are not remotely in the neighborhood right now, and
they smoke up preemptively. They don't even catch up. They just smoke 2 heroes, Fata as well as Kuro. Not even caught in this one, but they just want to get there as fast as humanly possible.
Gonna be tougher for Fly, though. Can he get off a big egg this time? It won't be so easy, and the Swarm could give them a bit of vision as No-Tail. They sidestep it, they grab the Aegis again. Somehow, someway, OG keep on having these miraculous Roche fights, and now it's under mind control. They get the kill there. The Static Storm's too late. Miracle able to walk away. They glimpse back the Wraith King. The Phoenix Egg will end, and now they chase the Bear. That's basically a hero as far as the golden experience goes at this stage. Could take it out of the picture. They lock it down. They will blow it up. And now they chase for more. Jerax on the run. The Glimpse is cooling down. Miracle's got the blink. He's got the angle. A good defensive kinetic field, though, and the Glimpse back will prevent the chase forward. So it ends up being another kill on the Slardar, a Spirit Bear down, but most importantly, Gods, OG got their Aegis. They're now once again in the lead.
OG are just playing with confidence. Like, I look at kind of the state of the game before that pick off an Enchant. Like, it's not looking amazing for OG as far as the item pickups, having the Ag Scepter on the Enchantress soon, having the Vlads plus Radiance on Bear. Fighting into this is very difficult for OG, but all it took was one pick off. They're in the Roche pit. They take ages before Liquid can even get there, and then off of that, Liquid really press the issue to try and contest Roshan, but you're contesting it into the Supernova on the high ground. And again, we see Liquid lose a fight around Roshan. OG.
This could be problematic now. God, there's a BKB up on TA and an AC about to come out for No-Tail. A lot of extra armor to deal with the Bear, to some extent the amp damage, the Swarm as well. There is good magic damage on Liquid, so it's not a catch-all solution, but it certainly helps. And TA with a BKB. Can Liquid deal with that? Well, if they stun him first, that's one way to do it. They catch out Miracle, and he just blinks away, courtesy of the refraction, but they glimpse him back in. They will bring him down once. The BKB's not on the hero, unfortunately. It's in the stash. They may just have to give him up. Elder Titan to the rescue. They're looking to dodge the stomp. Miracle, though, being hounded by that Spirit Bear. They may just have to give him up, and they will. Already spent his gold, so not the end of the world, but still a big opening. Down for a minute. That may mean a tower down mid.
That's huge. He just bought BKB. This is a tier 2, potentially even a high ground poke. OG do have the ET to defend with.
Leading with Matumba Man, looking for the courier there. Not able to get the double attack off on it, unfortunately. That would have been the AC delayed a couple minutes as well.
Liquid will have seen the BKB purchase, and you kind of know BKB is one of those items that you buy and you don't worry about buyback.
Wasn't in his inventory, but they're still going to go for it. The lasso on the Jerax, they pull him up to the high ground, goes splat to the Elder Titan stomp. Well, if they were thinking about pushing, they're not going high ground now.
I'll think twice, but a miracle kill does give Liquid a lot of room to farm, get back some map control, even with the Disruptor loss. It is Fly who's hit level 11 now on Phoenix, so the level 2 Supernova.
I just keep on, you know, sometimes you get too caught up in the numbers and the graphs, but I just keep on looking at it. It's like it goes up 2K, it goes down 3K, up 2K, up 1K. It's so close. And we're almost 30 minutes in. It feels like this is one of those times where the graph does reflect the state of the game. These teams are very evenly matched here in game number 4.
And all it's going to take is that one big team fight, and suddenly it's a lane of racks, and this 1-2K even game is like a 10K gold lead. So.
Oh, Kuro, he just wants his eggs. Let me have it, Moon, please. Okay. And he'll get it. Actually, he takes over the Centaur, stomps it for good measure, deflects the Imps Fly. Matumba Man's chasing. Is this going to be a big play? Moon blinking out. Doesn't want to give up a freebie.
Is dead? Okay.
Close call.
He got down to 50 HP. If he didn't pop his 1 there, which he almost forgot to do.
He's only 20 gold away from the egg, so a death there probably would have been incredibly frustrating.
He'll TP home to finish it off. But OG suddenly in a strong fighting position. They're about to hit level 16 on No-Tail, which gets them that short 60-second cooldown on Reincarnation.
Oh, that's a big one. Does that completely change the dynamic of these upcoming fights for you?
Yeah, to me it's like how the dynamic changes when your Void gets an Ag Scepter. Suddenly you've got this short cooldown which you can just fight around because so often. You don't have this, oh, we got to wait 2 more minutes before we've got Reincarnation. It's like, no, we're ready to fight. Oh, 30 seconds later, oh, we're ready to fight again. So OG can just play a lot more aggressively. with No Tail, he's already getting scary and tankier with the AC pickup, so it will give OG the ability to play a lot faster going into the mid game.
Tumbleman moving in mid, he gets the swarm off on Miracle, quickly goes in Viz and then melts him in the face. Will be forced to run away immediately. Tumbleman's been farming very well, but it doesn't feel like he's been able to be a huge impact in team fights.
He's got this defusal. His job really needs to be to try and find and kill that egg, but
tough with how patient Fly is holding it.
Ooh, he almost is in a good position to scout that smoke rotation, but he's the ideal person to do so because there is a lack of control.
Oh, he's going to break it. They could initially Yules and then Lasso follow up and go on him. Instead, they turn on Kuroki, and they bring him down instantly. The Enchantress a total on factor. Now the Savage Roar used as OG will be forced to disengage by the Spirit Bear. But they just keep on finding pickoffs here in the mid-game, and this is a bigger one. Godzi threw out the Flame Break rather early, trying to drag him back towards the team, goes to the TP out. Will they break? Can he get there in time? No, they couldn't get the Lasso. The Bat couldn't make it either. They even had the Wraith King and the Elder Titan closing in, but it just wasn't fast enough.
Moon's going to have nightmares about that entangle. He just needed to get there, get in range for the Lasso, but I thought Fatu was like, okay, I'll TP in Savage Roar, but Savage Roar was on cooldown.
Liquid looking to ambush OG. They actually smoked wall down their Enchantress and are looking for a play on the mid lane. Elder Titan out a bit far. They could potentially glimpse him back. Can they get that vision? You betcha. Jerax reels him in. Hello, crit, and goodbye, sir. So Jerax, he's been quiet on the Disruptor the past few games, but finally gets them what could be a very big kill.
That's your big high ground defender too, taken out of the picture.
Between that and the Sunray, you're not pushing in easily. But
and having ET dead really takes away a lot of Phoenix's teamfight presence because you don't have the Echo Stomp to protect your Supernova. But even so, Liquid very hesitant to just push up into the high ground.
Yeah, could even potentially have a buyback on the Elder Titan and get completely caught out.
So they'll play it slow and steady.
And now OG smoking again. They've been chewing through these as of late, and good positioning here by Kuro. He might reveal this. No, the Lasso gets him. They still manage to catch him out. Oh, you poor, unfortunate soul. Down again. He at least prevents a core from dropping.
Poor Bambi.
I mean, better Kuro than a carry, I suppose, but
Yeah.
Enchantress is supposed to be an impact hero at this stage of the game, Gods.
At this stage, Kuro has not had the success in the early game you hoped for, and even in the mid game has been very focused on his own farm and yet to really come into form as far as being able to offer much in these team fights. But Liquid still in a decent position as far as having farm on their two big core heroes. The Slider at least has the mobility items, but it's OG who are not just got momentum in terms of this game, but the series as a whole after taking Game 2 and Game 3.
OG still staying in striking distance when it comes to farm here. It's a little more spread out on them. For Liquid, a little more concentrated in the hands of the Elite 2. Mind control. Oh, he blinks it. He wants that rune. He is going to get stunned. He may pay for this. The Bear trying to zone them back a bit. A good flame break by Moon. The follow-up is there. They get the kill. Forced to buy back immediately. Then the Purge onto Moon. Can they kill him on the way out? He's the Gem Bear. That would be a bigger one. OG scrambling the retreat. They want to get out quickly. And No Tail, he'll engage forward. Miracle there with the BKB. Laying into the Bear. They've got the extra life here still in the Wraith King, but Miracle's going to have to abandon No Tail as soon as he gets rooted once. The Stomp comes through. Our Splitter as well. He blinks to the north. He does manage to escape in between the intervals of the Radiance damage. And he makes it out, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 there with the buyback on the Slardar, but they don't manage to get the gem. That is still Moon's.
OG's defensive play, taking out the Disruptor from the fight, and once Disrupted out of the fight, they're entirely reliant on mind control for the lockdown and setup. And Liquid by no means lacking physical damage. Talking about a Deso Weaver with amp damage, you can see how fast, it was like a 2-shot on Moon that got him down to half HP there. But they don't have the control. He Fireflies out of there. Similar story where the TA is just blinking around really well. Wraith King's being protected by the Echo Stomp as well of the Elder Titan, and Liquid are really struggling to keep heroes in place to finish these kills off.
No smoke for 4.5 minutes here for your Dire squad. They do have one left on crit in the inventory, but that is going to be it. As for...
That's with Roche respawning during that smoke downtime.
Or for OG, rather. And as for Liquid, 7 minutes with only one on Kuroki.
Yeah, they've got a smoke to actually play around Roche with is the good news.
So both teams will have the 1 for the upcoming Roche fight, assuming they go red for it, but it may be a while if they whiff. Slow and steady here, down the home stretch. Tumba Man is creeping in towards the top lane. As you mentioned, he is really starting to pile in the damage items. Doesn't naturally hit as hard as a TA or even a Wraith King with the crit, but he's a lot more better at just finding the backliners, generally speaking.
But the pressure's on him to do it, because right now it's just 2 heroes on the Radiant side really accumulating farm. Slada having to buy back in that last engagement means that Mind Control's item and farm progression isn't happening. He picked up the gem as well for his team, so any kind of BKB pickup is just not happening anytime in the near future. So OG only have the 2 cores to worry about. The Lone Druid Bear can be fairly easily dealt with by the Sunray. Phoenix was initially kind of came into prominence as a Lone Druid counter, and that's something that Liquid have to be a little bit concerned about.
Certainly, you can see the idea on paper and how it can work with the 1v1 matchup mid being favorable for Lone Druid with the Radiance burn damage over time to deal with Refraction and Tangle to help secure the kills, but there are some downsides in the matchup this game as there are other heroes to worry about.
Both teams gonna hover around the Roche pit now that it's respawned.
And he is up. The big rock has re-entered the space, and they're going to immediately jump in. No-Tail starts it off straight into Kuro. Why must it always be Kuro? But somehow it is. Another crit, just battering his former teammate. No mercy from Big Daddy. And meanwhile, cleaning up heroes in the rear. They are going to get a kill, but Miracle pays the price. He gets Jirax. He gives away his life to Fada. Not worth it whatsoever unless they can also get Matama Man. And No-Tail slashes him down. An egg to celebrate. That wasn't needed for the kill. A 3-for-1 overall. A big win for OG, although it looked a little scary there with the death on Miracle early in the fight.
And No-Tail's still hunting for more, knowing that he can play hyper-aggressive with Reincarnation up and only 2 heroes to worry about. This should be enough to set up Roshan for OG.
And it looks like an MKB coming for him, Gods, and a lot of where Liquid have been able to deal with him is evasion, but you're not going to have that Radiance mischance any longer once this MKB is complete.
This is just like a...
I mean, I say that. Maybe he'll get a Rapier.
A more aggressive option than the BKB. I really like it from him because just having the damage to kill off the Spirit Bear, to burst down these heroes is what OG need.
Yeah, speaking of which, Savage Roar there, but still they lay into it, and they're going to kill it off. Let's see, does he have the respawn available yet? Immediately resummons it. Fada, though, 2 minutes until he'll have that at his disposal. And as the game goes later, do you see Liquid being able to keep up? You mentioned the buyback hurting Mind Control. Spirit Bear often notorious for falling off in the late game. Is that something that Liquid can deal with?
I think Liquid is struggling a lot right now. Not like the Spirit Bear, yes, falling off, and then you've got 3 heroes that are kind of in support status. The 2 actual supports and the Slada, who's not getting any farm whatsoever. Weaver also okay as a scaling late game carry, but to me it's like TA Wraith King. These are the scary 2. They've got life still on their side and just natural mobility that can help at least deal with this Weaver. I don't think Weaver can do it all on his own.
We do see Boots of Travel now picked up for Moon. He's gone for a lot more utility items here, but he's got quite a bit of mobility now around the map. And with that, OG will hack down the Roshan. They quickly scoop up an Aegis for Miracle, and they find themselves in the driver's seat now as we hit the 40-minute mark.
Fast is still farming up a storm. He gets the BKB on his Spirit Bear. This is what you need against, like, to protect it from these ganks, and also just to team fight with it into the Wraith King Blast as well as the Sunray, which just demolishes the bear.
Still, there's a lot of physical damage, so by no means is this a full solution, but it's a necessary step for Liquid.
And Liquid really, I think, recognize they can't go late game. They want to get this BKB now because this next fight or 2 is going to, in a lot of ways, just decide the game outcome for Liquid. They need to find favorable engagements, and it's really hard to do so now that there's an Aegis. OG can kind of pick and choose fights and play around the 2 lives that both Wraith King and Templar Assassin have.
Yeah, you mentioned that with the BOTs on Moon. If he manages to farm up buyback, they could have 3 heroes re-entering the fight, and at some point he's going to get a BKB, Gods, and when he does, they don't really have a counter for the lasso initiation. Nothing that will, unless they get an incredibly lucky route.
Yeah, and the glimpse is not like instant. By the time he's blinked in, lassoed, and 4-star back, that hero may already be out of position. So.
Especially with the burst damage that the cores have.
Well,
It does feel a little bleak as the game goes later for Liquid, but hope is not lost just yet. The base still stands. Tier 2's in the side lanes as well. See Mind Control scavenging around near the pit, searching for scraps.
There's a lot of dire vision in this area. They need to be careful. OG may just come and take this fight.
Well, they're moving in, but the whole squad is here for Liquid as well as Mind Control. Surges forward, he blinks, he crushes, and he gets the hell out. I don't really want to be here. But the Tier 2 tower top is under siege, so OG may get some additional income. They're also holding their counterpart, this bottom Tier 2. They will not give it up. So more gold for OG.
Ripple can see them coming using these traps too, so trying to get whatever intel he can for his team.
Looking for Kuro. Oh, not again. Not again. Again, says Miracle. Rough game for the Enchantress. He's been so good for the team all tournament long, but 0-6 here for Kuro. Didn't really win the lanes that hard early. Hasn't managed to have impact in team fights. Continues to give gold away, and now Mind Control is in a bit of danger. They're pursuing him. The Wraith Key of No-Tail in position. They get off the stun. The follow-up lasso is there. OG closing on another big kill. They actually drag him too far away. No-Tail's like, let me hit him, damn it. Okay, there you go. Gets the hit off. Now stuns the bear, and they chase for a bit more. Flanking from behind is the Elder Titan. Drops the Spirit. Killing off the Spirit Bear. Still quite nice, and they're going to use it. Again, catching it out. Again, stomping it down.
Crit's been so good at finding those catches. It's about to get the return off. He forces in with a Yules. Great catch on the bear means if they want to push high ground, there's only one Spirit Bear to break through.
Now No-Tail grabs a Basher. It doesn't feel like anyone can man-fight this Wraith King. And he's sitting on extra lives as well. The lasso will be up in 20 seconds, and OG are starting to close in on a Game 4 win here. It would put the series at 3-1, and they would be the first team ever to win 2 Valve events, to win 2 majors. They're close.
Oh, they're getting so close, LD. All it's going to take is one successful high ground push.
One last defense by Liquid. Can they hold the door? Can they hold the line? The racks are falling. They're not moving in fast enough. They're going to give this melee up, and then Miracle says, see you later. So a free melee has been grabbed.
They're trying to stall for that Aegis to expire. Still a minute left on it, although it doesn't look like OG going to be able to take another high ground push necessarily, although I'm sure they're quite happy to take a team fight. No-Tail is in such good fighting shape.
Liquid are on the brink. Such a good run from the lower bracket, but the perhaps the true lower bracket kings here, OG, looking to crush them down the stretch. They've taken the 1 lane. They'll lose their Aegis soon, but that also opens up a slot for Miracle, who's got 5,600 gold now. So another big item could be his for the taking.
Yeah, money is not a problem, and then you put a Daedalus on this guy. Kuro's getting taken out even faster in these team fights.
Yeah, maybe even an MKB. We'll see what the grab is.
And Liquid just, they can't get any damage or value out of the Enchantress in these late game fights. Disruptor's also just getting instantly demolished as well by the blink initiation of OG. So these 2 heroes, on top of that Slider, still no BKB means he doesn't have that defensive tool to help deal with the AoE damage coming out from OG's draft, as well as just annoying things like Firefly, Flame Breaks, Sunray.
And they're just not really farming that much here, Gods. It's starting to become a big issue. What was once a completely even game up through nearly the 30-minute mark, it's now expanded into a 14,000 gold advantage for OG with big items reflected there. And there's the MKB together with a double damage rune. Miracle hitting for incredible amounts at this point. And a Shiva's likely coming soon. Not that I'm sure they need it. You could see the difference here. Thoroughly reflected in the supports.
OG still looking very calm in their booths, and they have got to feel that this game is just going to come down to some clean execution, but Liquid...
That's where Liquid has made their comebacks. We saw it against Newbee. Can they pull it off here? They're going to start it off on the Wraith King, perhaps. They're moving towards him, but he rejoins his team. They'll catch him out as TA blinks away, so No-Tail slightly left alone. He gets glimpsed back away from where Liquid were chasing him, but also ensuring he won't chase them, and they retreat to the safety of their base. So it's a very tentative movement out.
Yeah, they can try and play around the fact that No-Tail doesn't have BKB to some extent, but that's the beauty of Wraith King. You've got those 2 lives, so killing him once using your burst damage and chain disables is possible, but that second life is just not going to go in your favor because he's going to have the backup of the Supernova, the Echo Stomp from afar to help protect him once he respawns.
So for OG, have not managed to quite finish off Liquid now. Do you just wait for the next Roshan here? Is that the play, or is there any chance of an aggressive maneuver?
I think they're likely going to wait and test Liquid, like stay near their base in case the Spirit Bear goes out of position.
Well, they lead with the Spirit Bear, quickly recalled. They're going to wrap around instead. They did scout out Miracle there just for a moment.
That's a pesky ward.
And Kuro again. Why is it always Kuro? Down on the low ground. The trap comes out. They're going to glimpse No Tail back right away. He will retreat. Miracle also retreating. OG not feeling like that's the ideal fight. They get the scan off. They know. Liquid are all there. And the Spirit is giving vision. They're moving forward. Miracle's tracking down targets. It is Kuro. The stomp just barely... Oh, actually does clip Kuro as the 4-step came through. They managed to lock down No Tail right now, but it's just a few swipes from those side blades to bring him down, and the chase goes further. On to Jarek's Matumba Man running around under BKB, but not killing anyone. Miracle's killing everyone. 2 have fallen already. Matumba Man hasn't had the effect they needed. He time lapses there and looks to chase for more, but the egg comes out. Crit able to Ghost Scepter and walk away. The additional farm on these supports, keeping them alive. Not so lucky for the side of Liquid, and now Moon to the top. The lasso comes through. Mom Meander would be proud as they lock down Matumba. They're closing in. Liquid, no buybacks.
They're in so much trouble here. They've still got 2 Spirit Bears to fight around. He hasn't even used the BKB yet, but there's been no opportunity to use it. OG are just picking them apart using this Blink initiation.
The Green Dream is materializing here on the big stage at Manila. The racks are falling. Even if they kill No Tail once, they gotta do it again, and he's not dead yet. Miracle going off, up to a mega kill. The Bear about to drop will pop the BKB, but they beat down Fauna. They go Scepter deployed defensively. The Bear will fall. The hero's next. OG are doing it. Liquid, they can't withstand the punishment. OG are the Manila Major Champions. Second time, the first ever team to repeat.
Well, Moon can be happy. They're now a 2-patch team, LD. OG, incredible performance from start to finish. Never even dropping down to the lower bracket. This team, they dropped game 1, but they had a game plan. They sat back, they prepared, they pulled out their plan B strats, and they came at Liquid, guns blazing, didn't give them any room to breathe.
I'm not sure anyone is more proud than Mama Moon right now.
And this...
First man out of the booth, boy, this was a team effort, but after watching that video, something special for him.
This team, start to finish in this tournament, has just been sensational.
The skeleton army of flashing lights will join them, rolling out onto the stage. Still a great run by Liquid. This team is here to stay. Both teams stuck together, have not changed their roster for closing in on a year, and they have shown that friendship makes a difference. We're going to see a lot out of them at TI6.
Absolutely. This is a team who's going to go into that TI season. Both these teams, I mean, hats off to Liquid. They've had a hell of a run coming to this tournament as the favorites. They had that bullseye on their back, and for OG, it's finally getting revenge because Liquid's knocked them out of like the last 2 tournaments when they've met. So OG have got to be feeling pretty good about themselves doing it at a major.
Yeah, hugs all around. No Tail's like, I'm sorry I had to kill you, Kuro, but this is Dota. No mercy. And Kuro understands.
Yeah, that was not the easiest game to play the Enchantress, and for OG.
And here you have it, folks. OG, your Manila Major Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the Manila Major, OG.
With that, congratulations once more to OG. The Green Dream is real here in the Philippines. And with that, we go back to Paul.
There we have it then. No Tail is a champion yet again. OG have clinched the title here in Manila. The first ever team to repeat win a Valve major tournament. Incredible. hard work culminate in their second major win out of 3. Commiserations to Liquid, of course, second time in a row at the major as the runners-up. But OG are your champions. We'll bring back in our panel now. Charlie, fantastic result for OG, brilliantly played, just almost flawless through the grand final.
You know, this really goes to show that preparation matters, chemistry matters, leadership matters. Credits to these guys. They pulled it all together for this tournament.
Yeah, oh my God. Honestly, like, I'm like, my hands are so sweaty just watching that game. It was so back and forth for, like they were saying, 30 minutes. It looked like Liquid's game. We were like, wow, you know, this Enchantress it actually did a decent amount of work. The Weaver as well, we were like, it's really hard for him to die. There's not really that much sustainable lockdown on the side of OG, but it seems like this dire advantage may have actually pulled through. They were able to successfully grab 2 Roshans. Liquid was not able to really contest. Mind Control got very heavily focused in the fights. He wasn't able to do his natural, what we've been seeing coming out of him, like that constant aggression. He gets like 2-3-man crushes constantly. It seems like OG were just super focused on taking him out of this game.
Yeah, it was basically the Elder Titan pick. It counter-initiated everything. No matter which way they went in, if Elder Titan was there, the fight's over. They can't commit and continue their kills. And they kept just missing kills. And the other big thing that really stood out to me at the end of the game was OG, they're masters of the current map. They know exactly where to stand. They know exactly where to play. If they have a Batrider, they put some high ground in between their opponents that they can't traverse as well. That way they can always grab somebody and pull them out of position. It happened around Roche throughout all of the 4 games, and it happened especially in that last game. It was incredible how they played that.
I love that you attribute the Elder Titan because like it was banned all of the games here except for this one game, and you could see how much it did. The counter initiation factor and just you saw how fast heroes were dying. Like he just throws a spirit on top. He's able to stay, like you're saying, in that like favorable position. He stays a very far distance, amplifies the damage on them, and like, so much setup, so much counter initiation. And now I really want to give a shout out to one guy actually because he was tweeting me like constantly. He's like, "This Wraith King pick is so genius." You know, the last patch there was a change where the critical strike on Wraith King works double on non-hero units. So they saw that Lone Druid pick, and I don't know if that's the exact reason they picked it up, but to me, it seems like it was. I don't know if it really made that much of a difference in this entire game, but it was just a clever, cheeky thing that I think OG must have thought about.
Yeah, it was a great late game scaling mechanic. It's like a free double damage, or a free twice as hard hit against the Lone Druid, so it meant, yeah, Lone Druid counters the Wraith King in the early game when it cancels his blink, but in the late game, at some point, Wraith King's going to start doing 1,400 damage a hit, and you saw it. The Lone Druid stopped becoming useful.
They also had the Phoenix pick against it as well.
Yep.
You saw so many times the Lone Druid's trying to siege a tower, Sunray, and that bear's almost dead. That late game, that bear died so many times. Fada had to resummon it, and then, you know, at some point when your bear dies that quickly, like half your DPS is just gone. And it's so hard. I'm glad you mentioned Mind Control because there's so many Slardar games where if you're not constantly snowballing, he just falls behind and he doesn't offer anything to your team fight outside of amp damage and the occasional crush.
Yeah, and when you look back and really look at OG's lineup, it's incredibly hard to break their high ground. Like we've been saying, the Elder Titan, the Phoenix, all these heroes excel so heavily versus the Lone Druid.
This is such a beautiful fight from Liquid here. It basically showed the counter to Wraith King, which is run around, kill his whole team, and then finish him off. Surprisingly, they only had 1 loss in this fight, if any. Maybe Disruptor died, but that was about it. They just kept cleaning everybody up. And this was the perfect time to have Lone Druid. It stops all the Blink Daggers, it burns through refraction charges, it gives you vision of your opponents. They can't kill it because they don't have enough damage yet. This is right where Liquid was at their strongest, but unfortunately they weren't able to push this into towers and Roche advantage. And at some point the game just got dragged out over and over again.
At this point, it was actually dead even.
Yeah.
I mean, not just in guilds, but in net worth, in how they'd attack the map. Everything was pretty much even at this point. If anything, we were slightly leaning towards Liquid.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like it was coming out that way, but OG does. This is something that we've talked about over and over on the panel. What OG likes to do with their supports, these heavily scaling supports, and Liquid supports just weren't really able to transition into the late game as well as OG's would.
Yeah, they could have, but all the mobility on OG made it so hard. They can blink lasso with blink TA. Somebody dies every time, and then eventually Wraith King gets a blink. And this is how every fight went. Somebody would die right at the start. Yeah. Liquid doesn't get the perfect initiation because OG is always standing in the right place on the map. And Liquid was just, they didn't know how to beat it.
Yeah, OG did such a good job. Like I just have to keep saying, like how well that they just focused so much on mind control. He was pretty much the driving factor a lot of these times for Liquid. Maybe not the MVP in all the games, but he was just like enabling the rest of his team to look incredibly good. OG just did the same. They did the same exact thing to Newbee when they were playing versus KP. He's in the off lane. They focused him super hard when he was on that Batrider and shut him down because he's that playmaker. He's their big playmaker, and it seemed like it was almost the same thing versus Liquid.
It really comes down to the fact that Liquid has no counter initiation. When Moon jumps in on somebody, or with the Batrider or the Void or anything, Liquid has no answer to it. There's no way to save that hero. There's no way to counter initiate or really start a team fight. They just get that free pick off. Huge credits to Moon, because every single fight he gets that initiation on Batrider and a hero dies immediately. And he created so much space early. Like I hope they show it, because that at minute 0, he's just like running around and he survives for so long, barely gets away with a sliver of life, and he throws his arm up. He's so hyped. I hope they have that clip here.
Yeah, you could see it in the booth. He just like so amped. It was a perfectly calculated decision. Like everything about it was, oh my god. Honestly, this guy is such a player.
Last few moments of what ended up being the final game, as OG, they keep the 3-1 alive, at least. The Illuminati won't be happy that it was 3-1.
Both teams played so well in this grand final and throughout all stages of this tournament. We were pretty blessed to be able to watch this series. Unfortunately, it didn't go Game 5, but still, seeing the power and the adaptation from both these teams, even in this series, it's what else could you ask for?
It reminds me so much of OG's Frankfurt win. They knew the patch better than everybody else, and I feel like Liquid went into the tournament with tons of momentum. They thought they knew what was going on, but at the start of the tournament to here, their drafting had to adjust. Whereas I feel like OG has been adjusting better. They stuck to their core concepts, basically Elder Titan, Phoenix, Batrider, and Liquid keeps being pushed into a different direction that they're less comfortable with.
Yeah, here again, the Elder Titan throws a Spirit in. At this point, it's pretty heavily in OG's favor, but still, they have so much damage getting into that backline with the Templar Assassin and the Batrider. Oh yeah. I'm so glad we have these cameras in the booths now. Like
the fact that he had that much emotion, knowing that that game was over, that's a 2-time winner right there. That's
he's managed to. I think Charlie pointed this out a couple of days ago. He's managed to kind of channel that passion and enthusiasm and keep it in lock until he needs to release it. Whereas before you'd see him jumping all over the place, really, sometimes during mid-game.
Yeah, and that can be incredibly distracting. And not only have we seen his growth as a player in terms of mechanical skill, but just everything about No-Tail has changed from when he first started in Fnatic. Very different now.
I want to point out the MVP for the match. Moon Meander, Mum Meander, will be very happy if she's sitting there watching at home. You can be proud of your boy. He did good.
He did more than good.
Yeah. Managed to never die in the offlane, basically. He created tons of space, forced 2 heroes, including a carry, to chase him, not to mention from the middle of the game towards the end of the game, constantly catching heroes, starting the initiations, and getting kills that eventually delayed to the point where Wraith King and TA fully countered the Liquid lineup.
Okay, we're going to hear more from all 3 of you, but before we get to them, we'll wrap up the whole day. We'll talk about exactly what's happened here over the last few weeks. We do need to hear from the winners. So Sir Action Slacks is down on the main stage with Fly and the boys.
Fly, OG, you guys have done it. 2 Valve events, the only people who have ever done it in the history of Dota, the only people that might ever be able to do it. I gotta ask you, how we feeling?
I feel incredible.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's friendship. Let's talk about friendship. In an age of roster swaps, in a time of people always switching, always looking for something else, you guys have held together for almost a year. How much of an impact did that have on that victory today?
Friendship conquers all.
All right. No-Tail, what comes next, buddy? It's been a very long journey for you. You have gone so far. You've been in Dota for so long. What's the next goal, man?
The goal has always been TI.
Are we going to be seeing a win then, just like this? It will be number 3?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Moon, I wasn't supposed to ask you anything, but I got to ask you something, man. Will anyone ever be able to beat you now that you've done 2 in a row?
What's the question again?
Will anyone ever be able to match your level now?
Only an American, probably.
Oh, boy. All right, guys. Well, one more time, I just want to hear something out there to the fans. You guys have had people supporting you this entire time. You've had the entire stadium so hyped for you, screaming your name. Anything out there to say to the people watching at home?
I just want to say a big thanks to the fans. You guys are amazing. This has been the most amazing crowd ever. Everyone here has been amazing, and thanks to everyone who has done this event. This was incredible, guys. Thank you so much.
And a huge shout out to our coach, Seb. This would have never happened without him. Sebastian, thank you so much for this.
Well, it's all smiles, thank you, and what a ride we have been on here at the Manila Major, guys. It has just been amazing. Thank you so much, and we'll send it back. This is Slack saying goodbye.
Thank you very much, Slack. Slack, you've been great all week, all through the Manila Major. It's been fantastic having you here and doing all the interviews, so congrats on that. And congrats, of course, to OG. Also, great mention at the end there, guys, but because they have had a coach, it is Mad, who's come in at the back there. And he really has made a massive contribution to this team.
He has been watching replays 10+ hours a day in that practice room, just writing stuff down, constantly going over other teams. And you saw it here. They dismantled MVP. They took apart Liquid. These guys, like Sebastian, great job to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's got a job for a long time now. I mean, their drafting was amazing this tournament. It really separated them from the last time they played. They did great then, too.
Are we going to have to put roster locks on coaches? Are we going to have to try and do that
so.
now as well? Are they going to start getting poached?
Nah.
It's safe to say that they're going to keep them.
Poaching, don't
Is
even
is that
say
the next
that.
level? Is that what's happening next?
Oh, God. Poaching coaches.
You can't lose your coach because they know everything about you. It's kind of dangerous.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Probably want to make them happy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm sure Seb's very happy tonight and will enjoy himself at the after party. We're going to wrap things up. And I want to wrap things up by starting with Team Liquid because they have finished second again, runners up again at a major. It must be very frustrating for Kuro and the boys, but they've played so well this tournament. They've shown us that they've got TI winning form at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they played versus obviously the best team here. They played an excellent game. It was like we've been saying, these small mistakes can cost you, but also just that resilience. The resilience from both these teams I'm speechless, honestly.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing to see them up there, and it's amazing to see how well they've been doing and how they've been progressing over the last couple months.
Okay. So take a look at the bracket and just show you exactly how the Manila Major finished in the end. OG winning the grand final by 3-1 after coming through the entire upper bracket this time, proving once and for all they are not a one-patch team.
Yeah.
That was the criticism levelled at them all year long. They're a one-patch team. They've only won Frankfurt. They had a mini period of dominance for 2 months. I mean, no one believed that, really. No one at this level believed that OG were a one-patch team.
No, and they've done well previously in other tournaments as well. They're a great team. A lot of the almost all the pro players really have a lot of respect for these guys. Fly great drafting in this series. Props to them. There's nothing else to say.
Okay. All right, so nice way to end on OG. We're also going to update you on the community rankings as well. You guys were great, by the way. Picked out the winners and the second place until we got to the grand final, where OG ended up winning. But I make that the community win over the English Challenge because we had OG at 4.
Whoa, you gotta number everything and figure out the discrepancy just because they have the higher finishing team.
Really? Is that how it's going to be?
We'll give it to the community. Come on.
Yeah, he's only saying that because he's won the predictions game.
Oh yeah, you reminded me. What was that?
Kevin,
what was that, Paul?
I did not.
Kevin, just be happy we didn't finish last.
Okay.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I was quite happy I didn't finish last either.
So who?
Oh, come on, you didn't even play.
Yeah, he's cheating.
No. This guy has won the predictions contest, so he becomes slap bet commissioner for TI if he gets there.
Okay.
No pressure.
No pressure.
So, do you get a free slap on who finished last?
Apparently, that's what it is.
You know who I think it is?
Yeah.
I think it's Winter.
I think it's Winter as well.
And he's been hitting me.
Has he?
Every single day.
That's not
so
nice.
you know what?
He's trying to offset it in preparation for when he knew it was
prepping.
coming.
All right, good.
Probably what it is. All right. Let's wrap up on the tournament. It's been a long 3 weeks. We've enjoyed it being here in the Philippines, enjoyed the hospitality and everything that comes with it, but we've also enjoyed some incredible Dota over the last few weeks as well. I just want to know what your highlights are, Charlie.
Highlights for me have still got to be MVP knocking down Liquid. That second match was still some of the best I gotta say, the most incredible Dota I've ever seen.
It's gonna live long, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, Liquid tanked the gank, man. MVP used their Spirit Bomb on them, and it seemed like after that they sort of just ran out of steam. I mean, playing a match like that has got to be mentally exhausting.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know, they did it for us. That was amazing.
Yeah,
it's great. Fog?
And I mean, I just have to give even more props to Liquid. You know, we've been saying it. They dropped into the lower bracket. They played incredible. They won 8 games in a row. Then they go versus Newbee. They almost won another 2. They almost had 10 games in a row. Like, you have to give so much commendation to Kuroki, to their resilience. Playing that many games can get extremely exhausting, and they showed so much resilience, so much teamwork, so much structure. Like, hats off to Kuro.
I cannot wait for TI. There are so many good teams that could all be around this level or at this level in 3 months. Could be great.
Yeah,
it's going to be great.
Couldn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to all 3 of you. Thank you to Charlie, to Fogs, and to Purge. There's plenty of thanks to give out as well as we get to the end of the Manila Major. So I'd like to say a special thank you to all the players and the teams for giving us such a fantastic run of matches and the tournament itself. I'd also like to say thank you to all of the analysts, our panel members, the interviewers, the hosts, all the casters, and the guys backstage. Scriff, Wapas for the observing, Knoxville, of course, in the back with the stats as well. But I also want to make a special thank you to the PGL guys, in particular to Tall Vlad, Happy Vlad, and Sebastian. You guys have been fantastic looking after us. To Valve, of course, for a fantastic game. And most of all, to the fans here in Manila, you have been absolutely fantastic for the entire team, shouting for every team in every single match. The final words of the Manila Major, though, are for one team and one team alone. The champions are OG, obviously gods!
Odie Pixel.
Direction slacks.
Hype.
Dota 2.
Gaming.
Welcome to the major here in Manila. The team showing up
to make that Skrilla.
The fans going crazy, screaming Dundee. Talent's getting wet.
Humidity.
EG and Secret looking kinda strong.
What's that, puppy?
Universe gone. Liquid's getting fatter. OG's pretty fly. BG's being reborn with the Prince FY. Everybody's trying to stress to beat Newbee.
Weather here is pretty good.
Especially for we.
Lions beat Maneski.
And now they beat the Lions.
Just stretch yourself. Phoenix.
It ain't rocket science.
Wings are being clipped. Swiggles, egos being hit. DJ's backles have been high pass.
Bite your lip.
Arena's filling up. Crowd is turning up the noise. Ain't no fans more hype than the
Jim, that Empire ain't getting any higher.
They still trash scenes in the EU qualifier.
Now what's that?
NA to full.
We'll try to take it all.
See an EU with a chance as it goes down
in the moon.